stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge, where we're just past the halfway stage here and it's going to be crunch time for all of these teams because it's still very close to determine who's going to make it to the top 4 to the ESL Mobile Challenge finals. But this is where we're going to find out this week and throughout next week as well. I'm Lethal, joining me is Judo and Lady B. Judo, I'm going to start with you this time, mate. How are you getting on? How was your weekend?
Yeah, doing well, my friend. Good to get into this today because we have some repeat matches for the first time. So it will be interesting to see how the teams will study the previous wins or losses and spin that around to showcase some epic clash.
Yeah, and it's also going to be interesting to see if we're going to get our predictions any better than they were last time, particularly you and me, Judo, here, because Lethal swept us away. We really could not capture what was going to happen in those matchups. But as you mentioned, it will be interesting to see if there's going to be any learned lessons from the previous week, ways to defend and ways to go about hitting those bases. But Lethal, you really did do a good job on your predictions.
It was like someone could flip a coin for each matchup and then they'll probably do a better job than all three of us put together because it was that difficult, wasn't it? So I'm going to take nothing from it at all because it is extremely tough. No matter how analytical you are, it was very hard to maybe grasp who could be winning what. And it's going to continue on because we've still got 2 more weeks of action here, guys. But let's have a look at the standings before we crack on and dig a little deeper, as ATN taking that top spot so far. And a little bit of a shaky start, but then they were just like, nope, the switch came on and made on that little win streak. Exactly the same path they took last season, funny enough. As Entropy Gaming, Badzinger, Time to Throw, all 3 of them are in the running and looking to be very good towards solidifying their spot in the finals. But we've got to be very wary as Carnage Gaming, MCES and Reputed also all directly behind them, only by 1 win away. And even though GH Rest are currently 2 and 5, they can still afford to lose 1 match, maybe even 2, depending on the circumstances later on. But it's still very tough to call indeed.
It certainly is. I mean, there's only the number 1 and 8 spot that are a few matches away. Everything in between could be flipped completely upside down, even just in today's playday. So that's what interests me, particularly MCES, fresh out of that perfect war at the end of last playday, seeing them climb up from the bottom of the table. Maybe we will see them continue to strive on forward as they search to maintain their title.
We also had Time to Throw actually crawling up from the bottom as well, alongside of MCES, but taking a 2-spot jump ahead of them. And I kind of expect to see that continuing for them here too. The confidence kind of built up, ready to go. But I'll be looking to see if GHRS can find that turnaround. It's unfortunate to see them down at the bottom, but with the competition so stiff, I guess it's not surprising. But I do think they still have a few tricks up their sleeves, Lethal.
They certainly do. They certainly do indeed. Let's have a look at the weekly attack overview as well from last week. And thanks to Time to Throw, they've made Queen Charge Dragon Rider most played there. Of course, not the biggest contribution, but definitely a fair amount with 30. And I must say, though, it's not really too much of a surprise. Like, the first week was entirely different. We saw a very, very diverse range of compositions across the board. But this time round, we saw normality a little bit more restored along the way, with the Queen Charge Dragon Riders up there. Super P.E.K.K.A Smash still, I think it was actually second last week, the week before that. So a little bit different there. And we've seen, a wide variety again of different Lalo attack. We saw a lot of that from MCES towards the last few playdays as well.
Yeah, and the interesting thing for me is the hybrid. I think that's crept up quite significantly from the first week that we seen fresh out of the update. So maybe the first week's stats meant that people weren't necessarily defending the hybrid as much. We did see it quite a lot last week, and obviously quite good success as well, because just of how the bases were set up. You've seen the King diving into the Eagle, the hybrid moving through the middle seemed to work well, so it will be interesting to see if anyone's trying to defend that, but still not the most popular, Lady B.
It's not the most popular, but we know that Kingsman really loves to come in with that particular strategy. So you brought up the good point about defending. It'll be curious to see if there's going to be more defenses coming in this week, knowing that, especially knowing for MCES that could be the possibility for them. But today we've got some incredible matches lined up, but it is going to be the exact same matches that we actually got to see last week at the end of the week. But we'll see if any of the teams can readjust the positions and endings of these wars. So Entropy Gaming will be facing off against Badzinger first. We've got MCES going up against Time to Throw, and ATN going up against Entropy Gaming.
Yeah, I was expecting to see all these matches on Playday 8, but the fact that they've now got to readjust and adapt 4 days later, it's going to be interesting to see what changes are going to be made. We've got Reported Gaming MCS straight afterwards, ATN GHRS, Carnage Gaming versus Time to Throw, and last but no means least, another incredible matchup to finish off the evening, which will be Reported Gaming versus GHRS. And I kind of felt like both these teams at the very end, especially RPG and GHRS, they kind of run out of steam a tad. They're both a little bit, fell a little bit flat. There was a lot of weird but sloppy plays towards the end, but Reported Gaming were the ones who still managed to able to come back on top of that little scuffle. But these are the predictions, and as you can all see from home, because you guys have also managed to take part in this little prediction schedule, we've got literally everyone starting with Badzinger, with Judo already throwing a spanner in the works with Entropy Gaming. I think that's wrong because I actually put Entropy Gaming as well, if I remember rightly, so that will have to be changed momentarily. But across the board, it just shows how difficult it is to predict, because not everyone's matches have been the same, apart from only a handful.
Yeah, I think maybe the predictions were just thrown up from the other day, actually. So maybe just rotating them and picking the complete opposite, so. Because as Lady B said, I didn't have the best success. So maybe just doing that would help. But it is going to be a tough match today for a lot of these teams, particularly, I think it's a big day for GHRS. Right down at the bottom of the table, only 2 wins, getting into the second half of the play days. This is the point where it could start to slip away if they're not careful, Lady B.
It really could. So the pressure is on them to try and find their way up the ladders. We have seen those teams that have been down below just finding the fire within them to do it. Time to Throw, MCES. So it's GHRS's time to carry that torch.
Yeah, let's see how things go or how things pan out throughout the entire course of the day. But it's not just us. We'd love to know what you're feeling, your thoughts. Interact with us. Hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter. Let us know who you think is going to win these matchups or anything you've seen from the past or for the future. We'd love to know exactly what you're feeling and you're thinking. And, you know, we'll just may read out some of those tweets later on throughout the entirety of this show. We'll have to see. But we are going to get the first match underway shortly. Lady B, we'll have to see you in just a few moments. We'll see you back in the second match as you jump back into the hot seat. And Juno, you're all mine, my friend, in this first matchup here between Badzinger and Entropy Gaming. I still think it's pretty tough to call here, but normally if it was before this entire ESL Mobile Challenge season started, I would have said Badzinger, but Entropy Gaming have come out swinging so far.
Well, I went with Badzinger myself, but it is a tough match, isn't it? I think, you know, both of these teams, as we just seen, second and third in the leaderboards. Entropy Gaming did get the victory last week when they faced each other, so maybe this is the edge for them, but also Badzinger took some incredible victories as well, and I feel they will continue to strive and improve their bases. They won't let someone beat them twice, or that's just the hunch that I have.
Yeah, it depends on their adaptation, how they'll change things around here. Has Badzinger have been looking very good as well. It is very tough to call. I kind of feel like this and maybe the last match of the day were the most difficult to just try and grab their attention in terms of what we think could actually pan out in the entirety of this war. It's been very, very tough for both these teams. But then again, like you said, they've both managed to claw their way into the top four. And you can see their average damage 93% and decent defense and hit rate as well. So not really too bad or not too shabby at all. I think adaptation is going to be key here because like we rightly said, it's not like they play against each other last Thursday and they still got, you know, a couple of weeks till they play against each other, like play day 8. They literally have to play against each other again 4 days later. So the question is, are we going to see some of the same bases or some of the same layouts? How are the attacks? How are they going to approach that? It's a lot to talk about.
There is, and that's actually an interesting point because you've seen the stats relatively comparable, Badzinger slightly ahead, but the fact that you mentioned maybe we'll see similar bases, that could be something that the teams do. I doubt it, but it's an interesting play. If they were to put up the same base but completely flip around the traps in order to try and bait somebody in, it could be an interesting tactic. So perhaps we would see that, although I will be honest, Lethal, I'm not the best at recognizing bases we've seen before.
I'm the same, so I won't be pointing out at all. That's the base builder's job. I can tell you what, they've got a lot of work cut out for them because the amount of competitions and the amount of times they have to just make note of all these bases and, you know, make sure not to use the same ones in certain competitions so they don't pick up on it against certain teams. It's, you know, it's a huge amount of work, and I think, you know, the role as, you know, one of those base builders is a lot to take in, and people don't really, it's like I said, people kind of underestimate the role in itself, and it's very difficult to see exactly what's going to be coming out next from them. But do you know what? We're going to get straight into the first attack of this war, and it's going to be Bats from Entropy Gaming kicking things off to see what he's got up his sleeve.
It is the Hydra attack, and we've seen him using this a fair bit, I would say. Tends to attack first for Entropy Gaming, and often with this attack strategy. Arguably, being the first attack of the war, you need a strategy that is a little bit less complicated, and that's why, unless you are one who's defending, often he attacks with a queen charge starting off, but that's why we often don't see a queen charge at the start of the war, because they can require a little bit extra planning. Now with this one, I like the Stone Slammer just diving in towards the Eagle, not only taking that down early on, but it is going to help with pathing for the Dragons. The main thing is he actually doesn't have the blimp flying all of the way to the Town Hall, so he's going to have to rely on the heroes diving in there. As you see, he's already got the funnel and the wall broken for them.
We'll talk about placement in terms of spells there. He was laughing at that point, and he started with 5 free spells. He just wants to make sure to delay this DPS as much as physically possible so that Bats can go in nicely in a secure fashion as well. And the RC does come out in that 2 o'clock position straight away in perfect timing. And just seeing what's left so far, still got 3 Dragons on the way. It's got a couple of Dragon Riders as well in the 2 o'clock position, but plus he's got a Dragon Rider and another Drag directly behind him. Surely this is going to be a triple. Look at the time left so far. 86% done, a minute 30 left on the clock. He's laughing his way all to the bank here, also all the way to the bank here so far, Judo. And this is going to be a very good start. Strong showing here from Entropy Gaming.
A very quick attack, like you said. Over a minute remaining on the clock. We've seen many that come all of the way down to the wire, but Bats not letting that happen, wanting to make sure they get the victory again. As I mentioned earlier, they did win 13-12 against Badzinger just on Thursday, so off to the perfect start.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. I feel like Bats, he does start for Entropy Gaming quite a lot. Normally first or second, so it's nice to really add the pressure onto your opponent straight away. But I'm just very curious to see what Badzinger are going to do to retaliate. We know they had a fantastic start. They were first at one stage. A couple of losses along the way, I don't think would have ruined their confidence by any means, just due to the fact that some of the wins they got were some top-level competition coming into this matchup. But for one, like you already said, he was defending, but will be attacking this time around against Bully from Entropy Gaming. And we're going to see if he can also get a triple hit for Badzinger as well. It's very, very tough to call, but we'll find out exactly as we're going to be off to another very, very aggressive approach here, but love to see it.
Yeah, he often starts with a P.E.K.K.A. Smash, so it's interesting to see him mix it up to the Hydra for this one, and I am looking forward to that clone spell. We can see the Battle Blimp moving into that area, the Rage, and I don't think I've seen any balloons cloned, but it looks like he used the spell, and presumably in that area, I think the Dragon Rider cloned actually, which I'm not sure whether he intended that, but either way, he'll still get pretty good value with the Town Hall down. The Tornado Trap also popped in that area, which is helpful to make sure the Dragons can keep pushing through the middle of the base. They're not going to hit that, and so far they are thinning out the central area pretty nicely, Lethal, with the Royal Champion hopefully being able to sideswipe the rest of the base.
Certainly are indeed, and they've still got 2 free spells, so if I don't use it on the AD or use it on the scatter shot later on, they can do, but at this point, they don't really need to, do they, Judo? They've only got the AD and the Wizard Tower mainly to worry about, and apart from that, it's going to be cleanup duty, and in terms of how fast this approach was, it was pretty much equally as fast, wasn't it? That was absolutely unreal here. Still got a fair amount just to make sure to speed up the process here if it does come down to time, because we've seen it happen a couple of times before, and I'm sure for their sake they don't want it happening to them again, especially Entropy Gaming. They were one of the ones who actually was part of that ordeal and sadly lost out. But nice start for them here from Badzinger. Again, equally as good pretty much here, and they're going to be very happy with their first attack.
That's how we want to start off the play day, isn't it? 2 3-stars back to back, convincingly. That was incredible. The fact that the first one was super quick, but then matching it, just to make sure we keep a level playing field here, like you said. But we do tend to have, or, you know, sometimes we see this pattern of opening 3 stars on the bases that teams feel a little bit more comfortable with. And then there's sometimes a bit of a lull towards the middle where the bases aren't as... they don't have plans jumping out to the players as much. They require a little bit more thought, but towards the end of the war, where you have a little bit extra time, that's where we can also see a rise in 3 stars. So it'll be interesting on how they keep the momentum going. Now, we do have Beezers using the Queen Charge Dragon Riders. I know you like this one, Lethal, so let's take a look on what is happening. Diving in towards the Eagle Artillery first, by the looks of it, and that means that taking that down early on is not going to be doing major damage onto not just the Dragon Riders, but particularly if it locks onto the healers, it could be good night to a strategy that relies so heavily on huge Queen value.
I don't think it's even just me, Judo. It's the majority of these players so far as the play days have been progressing, but I like what they're doing so far with the heroes, just make sure to put them in both or all 3 of the compartments here just to do as much damage as possible to avoid that time fail later on, and does have those 5 Dragon Riders. The log launcher has actually appeared in the 7 o'clock position just to help the pathing for the Queen, and the Queen's got a lot to deal with there, but with the poison spell she'll be able to deal with that pretty quickly. Actually, it's already been used, so we'll ignore that, but the RC now still on that 9 o'clock side, just pushing into that compartment, still trying to clean up the Expo before taking down. But as I said, it though still has her ability to push on forward, has used it, and that's a beautiful ability there, just now pushing into the center just to try and get a bit of leeway here, taking down that sweeper, and now going straight for that multi. And look at the amount of defense already cleaned up so far, already a huge amount. It is a shame that the multi in the center didn't get taken down, but end of the day though, still a decent job, and we can see the Scatter Shot also getting repaired in the north.
Yeah, really like this queen charge. He literally just got through that wall. The final log from the log launcher. It was interesting that he tried to snipe the air defense down towards the 8 o'clock area, but there was 2 seeking air mines, took out a Dragon Rider. So he will have to deal with that later on because he can't afford to send any more Dragon Riders there. Otherwise, he would lose the DPS with his main push. So that remaining air defense could be critical moving down to it. You see the queen finally getting towards that Town Hall, raging up. Interestingly, not freezing the Town Hall to protect those healers. Just wants to assure he's got as much as possible to help these Dragon Riders, but I think it just might be a little bit too much to ask at this stage.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, really. If that multi was taken down earlier, it could be a slightly different story. Look how much of damage it's done to it as well. Still got to deal with the AD in the right-hand side, but yeah, like you said, it's not really just about that. It's about if he can actually be able to take this triple or not. But the problem is with the Expo and the AD down in the 8 o'clock area, it's just going to be literally not possible here. It's a shame for Entropy Gaming because it was pretty good and it was a good recovery towards the end as well, just making sure to try and get as much value out of everything as possible, especially with the Queen. But with a high 2-star, I don't think he'll be moaning too much here, but it's a shame that that triple couldn't continue on so that it could put added pressure onto Badzinger. But Entropy Gaming, not bad, 2-star, 92%, he should be okay with that.
Yeah, I like the approach, actually, using the 3 heroes together, the Ground Grand Warden with the other heroes. I wonder if he did want to take the air defense and the Expo as they pushed through, but obviously the King just kind of took a little bit of a different path, if you will. I presume that's what he wanted to do. Tried to adapt by sending in a Dragon Rider, obviously hitting those Seeking Air Mines. So he identified the base well, in fact, to dodge the Seeking Air Mines. But with the King not taking out that little section, obviously meant losing 1 Dragon Rider can be a huge amount when you think that's 20% of his main push, and the DPS is decreased massively as you then move through the defenses and the base. It obviously just has a knock-on effect, Lethal.
Yeah, and I was trying to think from the top of my head if the RC2 multi in the center, if its path would have actually switched to the south side to take down the Expo and the AD from the south, because I'll try and remember if there was actually anything closer to the RC than those 2 bits of defense. I think there was, so I don't think that the RC would have gone down the south anyway. But the Queen will be cracking on from the 3 o'clock side, just making sure to do work in that right compartment, but still just continuing on making this push. So far, so good. The King and the Icon also makes an appearance here from the 4 o'clock side, just pushing into the next compartment next door. The Queen will be joining him as well. So nice little methodical approach here from Ramirez.
I always like the use of the skeleton spells in front of the heroes. It can help you get so much more value. You can see the Queen already taking out that right-hand side, and just by using a couple of those skeleton spells in front of the King and Royal Champion, they can push right on in towards the center of the base, and he's still holding on to the Queen ability here. With that wall breaker busting towards the center you see now, he's after the Town Hall here, Lethal. The Royal Champion also sniping off the Eagle Artillery down to the bottom, unfortunately turning the multi-target Inferno invisible. Not sure if that was intended since the RC got the air defense, but I don't think so. I think he would have wanted that multi-target Inferno, so perhaps a little bit of a misplay there.
Yeah, it makes sense. Even though he took down the AD instead, it's not bad, but yeah, you're right though. Of course, the multi would have been potentially been priority, but the Loon's now just pushing in towards the north compartment. At least that's one of the Inferno Towers down already, as they're just looking to try and freeze those Expos and the scanner shot just to extra value. But the haste spell comes down to try and take out as soon as possible, but the scanner shot needs to be taken down as soon as possible, which it has done, which is looking very good indeed. Still got 2 haste spells and a free spell in his back pocket just to speed things up, or just to guarantee to make sure all this defense has been taken down. But looks like that multi will be taken down anyway, no matter what, in the center. Almost at the 90% mark so far, and this is looking very good for Ramirez. Literally got so many loons left, he probably doesn't know what to do with them either.
I like the fact that you said it looks like that multi's going down. Meanwhile, an army of 25 balloons is just heading across to it. What an incredible attack. When you see a Lalo attacker at his best, this is what you see. Balloons for days left over. He had the spells as well to adapt. He had a couple of balloons peel to that multi in the center, used the haste and the freeze to prioritize it. even though he knew he had enough balloons. Always nice to see those little touches as well that just make it ever so more powerful.
Yeah, that was an incredible attack. Probably the cleanest one we've seen so far. We've seen the attacks at the very beginning where, in terms of time fail avoidance, yeah, they had no worries about that at all. Wasn't as clean as this one, though. The amount of units he had, it just shows how good the execution was. And you damn well know that if any of us tried that, it would probably have the opposite effects here. So we're going to go into the next attack now to see exactly how things are going to go here for Nabama from Entropy Gaming. And as he full well knows, he is 1 star behind, and he wants to try and change that if he can. And it's going to be interesting if he does it as well. Already making a start here from the right-hand side with the Queen. Looking to take down the multi, and the main focus being that Town Hall. But let's see how he gets on, though. As you know, I spoke to him recently, and he's still looking to put on a lot of pressure to a lot of his teams here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. And he certainly has done already, especially this early on.
Yeah, the first hybrid attack of this war. We've seen the stats at the very start of the show, the highest so far out of all of the strategies. And interestingly, Nobama was the only player to use the hybrid in this matchup on Thursday between Entropy and Badzinger, and he did get the 3-star with it. So looking to repeat that performance, but let's keep an eye here, using the wall break to help get the Queen around and into this bottom compartment. I'm not sure that was what he wanted. He obviously does want the Queen to the Town Hall because he started the hybrid early, so let's keep an eye on this Queen. Hybrid needs to take the scatter shot and redirect the Queen, but it does look like that should happen, so all is okay. A little bit of a scary moment there towards the Town Hall, whether the Queen was or wasn't going there, but sent the hybrid in quick enough in order to adapt.
Yeah, great stuff here from the Barman. Now the King just looking to take out everything on the outside, whilst a lot of his Hog Riders now pushing towards the multi, but being a little bit distracted by the builder up there. But we've got still more Hog Riders coming in from the south, looking to take down the Eagle compartment. But the multi on the far left-hand side has been doing a lot of work so far, and as soon as that gets taken down, the better, though, because the Pekka's taken the brunt of this damage so far, and he's been there for a while. Because, of course, it was blocked off, he's just still tanking all that damage from the multi, and it's going to definitely cause some issues later on. But the Queen's still alive, still got plenty of HP to work with, the healers joining her, but the only problem is the fact that the Pekka's already gone from the south because he literally just stood there like a statue for like the majority of this war.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is, in adapting, he did have to send a wall break because the Queen had already bypassed the wall that he opened. So he then had to open up the section again to make sure she went to the Town Hall. The fact he only had 1 wall break, though, I'm not sure where he would have used it. I guess just that area to get the King to the multi. Wouldn't have been able to reach the Eagle because it was 2 compartments back. But having to use that wall break, not quite getting the King where he wanted to relieve damage off the hybrid, does have an impact here. But has he got it, Lethal? The adaptions have been quick enough that with 12 seconds remaining, there you have it. Doesn't matter if the strategy goes wrong. Keeping your cool can indeed still get you that 3-star. And the hybrid is one of the strategies which definitely lends itself a little bit more to being able to adapt.
Yeah, that was an incredible recovery, to say the least. Like, that Pekka had probably about 90% of his health still, and just sat there the entire time. Literally, the Pekka might not have even been there for the entirety of that game, and still managed to come out on top. Just unbelievable. Great adaptation here for Entropy Gaming. And it's like I said, that's exactly what they need. The percentage-wise, what, they're 8% behind, so it's not really a huge amount, but it's that 1 star which could cost them later on, which, for their sake, I hope it does not, because obviously it wants to be as close as possible. But it all depends on balancing it and when and how they could potentially slip up along the way. But Avatar will be now here to make the 3rd attack for Badzinger and see what he brings to the table.
Well, sticking with what he used a couple of days ago as well, the Queen Charge Lalo was his method of choice, and he did get the 3 stars. Starting with the Yeti Blimp to lure the Clan Castle troops. Didn't quite get the Eagle Artillery, but he is going to be diving the Queen into that area, so even just taking some damage off is helpful. The fact that the Archer Queen is already down on defense is massive here, with the CC completely gone, the Archer Queen down. A lot of the unpredictability in a Queen Charge already safely mitigated for Avatar, so exactly what he needs at this stage.
Yeah, the Queen just literally just diving on in, taking on the Eagle, and then once she takes out the scanner shot as well, it's going to be looking very good. And so far, we'll see what Avatar gets up to here. He knows that he needs to get another triple to keep this lead because Entropy Gaming just not letting up at all, even after that 2-star, 92%. But it seems like another race spell will come down for the Queen, just a security reason, just for extra insurance to take down the defensive king and the AD later on. I must say, we've seen the variety of attacks over the last few weeks. It's been less and less diverse as the time has gone on here. But I will say this as well, the Queen's getting a lot of value already, but we've got to remember that it's already been a minute and a half into this matchup and only 30% of it destroyed. So Avatar needs to make a play soon due to the fact that he wants to avoid that time fail later on. But he is slowly approaching here to the last minute. The King has come down as well from the south side to continue the destruction here towards the town hall. The Queen's taking a great path as well, probably making sure to take down Inferno and Wizard Tower along the way before launching the bulk of his attack.
This is beautiful, Lethal. The way he's charged his Queen down this right-hand side, he had 3 super wall breakers towards the back end of the charge as well. Now, the Barbarian King has gone to the outside of the base, but the Queen should be safe here. He's still got spells to push her through that town hall, but he's had to start the Lalo. The extent of that Queen charge means he is running out of time, but now he's got troops everywhere. Look at the percentage on the right-hand side. Start to climb very, very quick at this stage. He's still got a haste spell left with the Queen ability as well. 30 seconds, but that percentage is flying up now, Lethal. It looks incredible.
Yeah, it certainly does indeed. Look at him go so far, and all the loons are going to be perfectly in place. As long as I take out the defense as soon as possible, then the loons will be nicely split. But the problem is, no, have to see what happens. 20 seconds left, but look at the amount of minions and loons he's got left over. It should be perfectly fine. 2 more structures, and he's going to be done and dusted. Avatar made a beautiful approach with that execution, and there we have it. Another triple for Badzinger, and another problem here for Entropy Gaming with the last 2 attacks left remain.
Yeah, because Badzinger have already gained more triples than they did in the matchup versus Entropy on Thursday. Obviously, only getting 2 triples back then. Now they've already got 3 with 2 attacks remaining. So clearly in the lead at this point, looking very confident today. And again, I just want to shout out that Queen charge because it really was something that not a lot of people would see. I mean, we all look at Queen charges and try to get a bit of value and pathing, but he walked the entire length of the base down and around with the Royal Champion delayed into the center as well. Really came in handy to get that multi-target Inferno. I just really like how he did it.
He took out, what, 4 or 5 different compartments, and the patience the guy had as well. Normally we see it between the 1.5 to 2 minute mark when we see that kind of attack, but the fact that he left it so late, confident, knowing that it was going to be perfectly fine. Of course, the more defense is going to destroy with the king and the the king and the queen. Obviously, the more value he'll get with the loons, and the more loons available, the easier it will be for them to split to finish up any of those structures for the triple. So yeah, I was very, very impressed with how he was doing it. Definitely one of the latest attacks I've seen so far, but again, just really making it work. As Bully here from Entropy Gaming up against Dima's defense, coming from the south side of the rear with the queen. Got a little bit of her hands full there on the south side, which is perfectly understandable, but it looks like, I think I saw some sneaky goblins just pushing from the south here just to try and take down that town hall, which he has done. Sometimes I normally miss that because my eyesight's so awful, but looks like he'll continue to charge on towards the 9 o'clock side, pushing into that multi-compartment, which is exactly where he wants to go. Looking very good for Entropy already.
Yeah, I really like that he used the queen to take out the buildings in front of the town hall so that the sneaky goblins could have direct access to it. And the fact that he's negotiated the queen into this area is brilliant, because you see the jump spell in the pocket ready to go to jump that queen to the core. There it is, so she can access the scatter shot, and he still has the Royal Champion ability for the left-hand side, meaning the Lalo can just swoop in from the north. Here we go, trying to merge everything to help protect the queen in the center even more. Whilst the defense is on the queen, get that Lalo in and start taking them down.
And he's only got 1 haste spell and 1 free spell left remaining, so really needs to try and make this work. Good position on the Stone Slammer as well, just to tank all that damage as it heads towards the next couple of compartments, especially that AD, and you can see the Inferno Tower is coming the right side and the south side as well. and already the ability being popped, the Loons pushing straight on forward. No haste spells left remaining, which does mean that it's all about how quickly these Loons can get there. We'll be greeted by that Tesla farm in that 3 o'clock compartment as well. The Stone Slammer, though, is actually, I don't know how on earth it's still got so much HP here. It's still got a lot to play with and a lot to work with heading down south there, but you can see there's still got that multi and the AD down the south side. It's going to be pretty tough to call. 30 seconds left. Even if he does finish this up, will it be a time fail?
It's going to be close, but I think he's got a lot of minions up there and does indeed now have the troops from the Stone Slammer. Gets a good split on the balloons, but there is a tornado trap, Lethal, which is interesting here. Helps the defender to slow the Loons down a little bit. And look at that one balloon. And there's actually a couple of minions go across to the Builder Hut as well. So he's looking okay here with a few seconds remaining. Definitely a close one to call, like you said. But he really did a good job helping the troops along that top side. Like you said, protecting the Stone Slammer, because there was a back-end Wizard Tower. He didn't really have anything to tank for. So the fact that he protected the Stone Slammer just gave him a bit more security moving down to that final splash defense.
Well, Bully added another triple to the trend of Badzinger. They could be on their way to a perfect war. We've only just started today, so it's not really too bad to say the least. And it seems like both teams just absolutely at it neck and neck. And Entropy Gaming, they need to, well, what can we say? We need to get a triple. But the problem is, for Badzinger, it's difficult for them because of the fact that there's only an 8% difference if the stars do become timed. So they know that it needs to be a high percentage. With one even major slip, even a couple minor slip-ups could really cost them at this point. And I think they know that as well. They know that a perfect war will, of course, secure them this victory, and we won't have to worry about anything that occurs for Entropy Gaming, because they will be the final attacker later on when we do come to the final attack between these two teams. But let's have a look as Dima was defending literally just a moment ago. We'll be attacking this time round to see exactly what he's going to be up to. And look at that, 28 Hog Riders, 3 healing spells as well. Let's see how he's going to make this work, because a lot of players have said that this composition is pretty good, but at the same time it can be difficult to execute. So we'll see how this pans out for Dima to see if it can really make these Hog Riders work.
Oh, the tornado trap is there, and he sent the sneaky goblins in, but thankfully manages to get it down. A good chunk of the sneaky goblins were actually rotated away, and I'd have to relook the exact timing of that, but he used the rage spell, and I wonder whether that was because he had sent the sneaky goblins in. It all happened so quick, but either way, he did get the town hall despite the tornado rotating a bunch of them out of the way. Like you said, Lethal, this is important because Entropy Gaming did drop that one attack, but it was only a 92, and since then they have kept the pressure on. So Badzinger, despite that 100% you see on the right-hand side, they could easily lose this one. I like this strong push into the top with the Warden ability, though. Look at all of the troops since he pressed the Barbarian King's ability, just trying to flush out this area. But we need to keep an eye for spring traps and giant bombs. They could be lurking, and it could be disaster for these Hog Riders.
Look at the Hog Riders as well. The healing spell did just literally in range as they're taking out that multi. So, but you can see half of them have actually taken quite a lot of damage already. Only got one healing spell left, but this one has dropped down at the perfect time, because at least they can take out the storage in the Wizard Tower. As they're taking out the cannon, they'll still be in range of the healing as well. Still got one more left to use to keep these Hog Riders alive. There's a majority of them still doing pretty well. The RC is with them as well on top of that, and still hasn't popped her ability, but neither has the Queen either. So this is looking very good indeed. And of course you can see as well with the time fail, just not going to happen. These Hog Riders are still charging really well, still very aggressive. Most of them at least 75-80% HP, heading towards that multi. But by then here, Judo, this is a very well executed attack here from Dima, keeping Badzinger in the running, which does mean that Badzinger, if they want to guarantee themselves victory, at least a 93% 2-star or a 3-star will confirm that.
Wow, that was brilliant. The Hog Riders just ripped apart that base so easily. And I like that he did send them in here and there as well, just picking off the defenses, keeping the Royal Champion through. Not sure he wanted the Archer Queen on the outside of the base, but hey, it worked out in the end. Plenty of Hog Riders. Like you said, keeping Badzinger in the lead 4-4-4. So now it is down to Entropy Gaming. They have already slipped up, so they need to get the 3 stars here in order to make sure they keep themselves in this.
Yeah, as long as they've done that, then that's perfectly fine. Or at least the 2-star, I think it was 93% I mentioned, then it should be okay. Should seal the deal by then. But it's still tough though. 93% 2
Entropy's
stars.
behind. Entropy needs the 3-star on this attack.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking from Badzinger's POV. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, they do need this triple. It was just more Badzinger side. So I was thinking about the 2-star 90%. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, let's see if they can do it in Entropy Gaming. We know they're a very talented roster in terms of their attacks, and hopefully they can continue piling on the pressure to the final moments here. And yeah, it has been a really tough road indeed. We're going to find that now. Already finding the Tesla farm already from the 10 o'clock side here. See if we can continue on forward, dropping the invisibility spell to keep this blimp alive towards the town hall.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. Getting the battle blimp exactly where he wanted. There is a tornado trap there, but the Super Wizards do manage to chain through buildings initially, out of range of that town hall at the moment, but where do they go? They step right forward towards it. He's already taken out that chunk of the base, though, which presumably is all he wanted. Now, I have been referencing a lot of the attacks that the players used just on Thursday when they played each other, and N999 did use the Blizzard Lalo. It was actually the worst result for Entropy Gaming. Looking to spin that around and make sure to fix it today, shall we say. Off to a good start. The Blizzard is something that can be a little bit risky. Taking down that town hall, luring out the Clan Castle troops. Couldn't have really asked for too much more than that, Lethal.
No, couldn't at all so far. As the Queen's got her hands full on the north side, but it should be perfectly fine, especially with the poison spell now pushing down into that north compartment. But the RC have come out as well, so they already brought out all these heroes very early on. But now, because he found the Tesla farm very early on with that blimp, it means that he can sail away into the sunset to take these out and head into the centre. And already just progressing. The multi's been taken down on the north side. The Queen's still alive, though. Just barely, might I add. But then again, does have her ability as well. But speaking of abilities, the King just literally just chimed on through, just popping that out, heading straight in towards the Clan Castle and the storage to help out the RC. And you can see the majority of the Loons and the Lava Hand as well, just pushing in from the south, especially heading towards the centre as well, with the distraction of that multi. And still, it's going to be very tough to call. Queen, I still not know how she is still alive, but the visibility spell coming in to try and do a little bit more work and get a little bit more value there.
I'll be honest, I think he could have used the spells a little bit sooner when the Royal Champion was running through. I thought he might have used a freeze spell for the multi-target Inferno. The invisibility, kind of a waste, you have to say, at the end, because the Queen didn't get any extra shots onto that multi or take down any of the defenses. And as the balloons get closer to it, especially with that Wizard Tower, he's having to send the Loons in from the right-hand side that he wanted to save for that back-end Wizard Tower. It's just not quite happening here. Coming down to the end of it, it will be a pretty good percentage up towards the 90s, but that is not what Entropy Gaming needed. They had to get the 3-star, and now it means the 2 from Badzinger would win them this war.
It certainly will do. Oh, it's such a shame. A little bit anticlimactic. Yeah, things went a little bit wrong for them, especially in that second half, but there we have it. Entropy Gaming, a decent 2-star 92%, but like Judo said before this last attack even started, but they need a triple to keep themselves in it, which they still technically are, but the problem is it has to take a horrendous 1-star now from the likes of Badzinger to even be able to close this out, which means that your prediction will be coming true here, Judo. Mine is already gone a bit peaked on.
Well, like I said, I picked Entropy last week, and it didn't quite... Oh, no, actually, I think I picked Badzinger last week as well, actually, and it didn't work out. So far, so good in terms of just sticking with the result. But who knows? I tried not to... Honestly, I tried not to think too much about my predictions and just went with my gut, to be honest with you, because the matches are so close. However, this is a big one to help Badzinger climb up towards second place. They would overtake Entropy with this and be hot on the heels of alternate attacks. And Entropy Gaming will actually be playing alternate later on today. So they'll have to make sure they bounce back from this one if they're hoping to take them down.
Yeah, 4 Dragon Riders in his back pocket here for wasted. As he's going to be looking to try and guarantee himself his victory. Maybe get the perfect wall here to kick things off in our opener of today's games, which would be a nice little spicy method for him to make a statement for the rest of the teams. I think they might be playing again later on. I was just double checking. Looks like no, they won't be. So this is actually the only matchup. So to kick things off for them this week, they'll be pretty pleased with their performance. And now let's see how they're going to progress on forward. As the Queen now still looking to charge into this next compartment, which will be the Scattershot compartment to take out that and the AD also. But Wasted doesn't have to really worry about too much. As long as he gets the 2-star, it's going to be a guaranteed victory. If it's a 1-star, then it needs to be a very high percentage. And we've seen it once before back in Playday 4 where one of the teams actually got a 1-star 94%. I think that might have been someone from GH Rest, which was such a shame in the end. But, you know, these things do happen rarely. But they happen. As the Queen now taking out that compartment comfortably, and we've still got a minute and a half left remaining to make this attack work.
Yeah, and one thing we mentioned earlier was the time and the extent of the Queen charges. I love what Wasted has been doing here. He used a Sneaky Goblin or two to the right-hand side alongside the Wizard. Now you see the Minion, and that is not just for overall time, although that does help. It means the Archer Queen is not drawn to that area. She can focus her fire on the defenses, which again does help in terms of time. And you see how important that is, because he's used 2 minutes pretty much on the Queen charge. Dragon Riders now from that right-hand side. King doing a lovely job to keep them condensed through the middle of the base. And with the Town Hall down due to the Queen charge, with her ability left over and multiple spells, it's looking ever more promising right now for Badzinger and that perfect war that you mentioned, Lethal.
Yeah, it's nice to see another perfect ward. We didn't see any for the first 3 play days. Barely any, not really many high-star games. But as I say that, though, still pushing to the south, caused a few issues on that south side. 25 seconds left remaining. Still trying to push on here on out. The storages are still getting cleared up in the background. It's just making... Oh, the RC was actually taken down. So, obviously, the main bulk of that DPS won't be there to help on out, but Wasted can still easily get this triple there. 10 seconds left. It is going to be perfectly fine. That is going to be a perfect war here for Badzinger, and what a way for them to open up the second half of the season, taking out Entropy Gaming, who they did lose to back on Thursday in Playday 4, but night and day difference here. 15-star, perfect war for Badzinger. Entropy Gaming did put up a very, very good fight though.
What's interesting is Entropy Gaming actually put up a better performance than they did on Thursday when they won the match, because they only had a 94.4% average destruction and 13 stars. So they actually did better than they did on Thursday, but Badzinger really just stepped up their game, and it was great to see them on fire again today. I think they had a little bit mishap towards the start of the challenge stage, but they've really found their element the last couple of play days. Hot on the heels of alternate attacks, but with the first match out of the way, it's time for a quick break before we get to the next.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We know you're currently at the halfway stage here, so we're going to talk a little bit about just how you're feeling up to this moment and maybe what you've got planned over the next couple of weeks as well. Now, your team has really made an impact so far. Some tremendous plays across the board. I want to know, how do you feel your team has performed so far?
I think we've done decent. We're 4-3, and we've beaten the favourites, I guess, 18 MCES, but then we've lost to the underdogs team, so it's mixed emotions at the moment.
Pretty crazy so far, but go to the next question. Now, you guys, you guys love your Queen Charge Dragon Riders, and up to this point, you've got 100% win rate. Now, do you want to care to explain a little bit more?
Well, I'm the one player on the team who doesn't do the Queen Charge, so I'm definitely the wrong person to ask about that. But yeah, the guys on the team, they're always playing Queen Charge and Legends, and yeah, so they're very strong at it.
Yeah, strong's an understatement, definitely. 100% win rate with Ozo, and that's even after the nerf. And it's typical. I asked the one person who's not been rocking the Dragon Riders. Absolutely typical, but that's fine. You've been watching all the attacks all day long in Legend League, haven't you? So that's fine.
Yeah.
For you, though, any notable mistakes made by your team which you feel needs to be corrected before heading into the second half of the season?
To be honest, we didn't really underperform in any match other than our first match of the season against Badzinger. So I think if we just continue how we are with the base testing and how we're attacking, I think we should be good.
Last question, though. Are there any particular teams you've had any major issues with in terms of attacks or defenses? Because we know we spoke about literally anyone could beat everyone, and we know that it's been quite difficult, you know, on the odd occasion. You had a bit of a slump against Badzinger in the opening match, but apart from that, you've been smooth sailing. But is there like a particular team you've felt like you've had a bit more of a rough time with in comparison to any of the others?
I guess the rest war, we were kind of caught off guard by them because sometimes they're like putting up 11, sometimes 13, so we wasn't really sure what to expect from them. So they kind of threw us off guard in that respect.
Yeah, because they're going 2-5, aren't they? And they're not really reflecting the 2 wins and 5 losses, are they? Because they are really well prepared. But anyways, you've been doing very well so far. You know, you're currently having a good run in terms of the standings, and you're definitely playing like your seed at the moment. So all I can say is, for the time being, good luck with the rest of the season, and we'll see how you get on in the next 2 weeks.
Thank you.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Joining me this time round is a lovely Lady B, and we're going to have a lovely matchup once again. It is going to be Time to Throw versus MCES. We're back on Thursday. It was Time to Throw who came out on top, but let's see if the shoe will be on the other foot this time around, because MCES did look a lot better last Thursday.
They did, but Time to Throw was really on top. We're talking about last week when they faced off against each other. It was 14-11, so that was a huge victory for Time to Throw. But MCES did finish off the day with a perfect war, so that's what they're looking to bring forward into this first matchup of the day. Kind of flip it around. We can see that MCES, as far as defense goes, is struggling a little bit. And I think that's going to be their biggest problem going into this match, is trying to defend against those drag riders that we were talking about that Time to Throw does love. But MCES is slowly creeping back up on their hit rate, 57%. And considering they had an 11-star war, that really speaks loads to what they're doing in the game right now.
Yeah, we was all talking about during the pre-show, and we was also talking about during the break about Time to Throw's approach to a lot of his matchups and how often they do use these Queen Charge Dragon Riders, because they have said that they use them a lot, especially in Legend League as well. And we're going to see how much we're going to see of this, because they realise that all these teams struggle to defend against it. It's just a matter of the execution phase and how smoothly and how well planned out it can be before any potential time fails either. But look at that though, one of the highest hit rates, definitely 63% average damage, 96% as well, and they've played against everyone and anyone. So they've played everyone at least once. They've got a taster of like what they're up against and what they could bring to the table, and still getting that kind of average damage is a huge testament of what they can bring.
And their defense is pretty strong as well with the 53%. It's not the highest that we've seen, but it's still in a reasonably good level. And that's really like the fact that they were able to hold MCES back last week to 11 stars. Just speaks fathoms to what they've been doing defensively. We have seen MCES kind of mixing up the types of strategies that they're bringing, but also we have seen Time to Throw even mixing up the strategies, because even though they do have a lot of players that do like the Queen Charge Drag Rider because they are using it in Legends League, as you mentioned, they're switching it up. We're getting to see Super Witches coming from them, sadly enough, which was the only attack that did not 3-star last week. But we're going to have to see what they're going to bring to the table today, because I think the fact that this week seems like a do-over gives a lot of opportunity to each side to try and switch it up.
It's really tough because I just feel like everyone can beat anyone at this point, and that's why we've seen a complete seismic toss with the leaderboard on a number of occasions here. But it's not just about what we think, it's about what you guys think at home. Hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter. Let us know what you think and how you think this matchup's going to pan out, or some of the other matches over the course of this evening, because we've still got some great matches. Even after this one, we've got some 5 incredible ones to bring to you guys at home. And, we've been finding it quite tough to call. You guys might do as well. And yeah, our predictions so far, well, theirs are looking fine. Mine and the audience is looking a bit, it's going very low so far. But hopefully if MCES come here, then it's fine. It's all smooth sailing. Everything's normal in the world. We'll be all even up in terms of the win-losses so far. But we'd love to know what you guys think at home, because your opinions absolutely matter and really could bring some thought into the process of what could happen in the matches later on, as well as this one. But I'll just have a look at the predictions so far in chat, and chat seems to think that MCES 56% and Time to Throw 44% at the moment. Of course, that is definitely going to change later on. We can assure you of that, but it seems to be pretty even. There's seems to be a little bit of a split decision so far.
I think Judo and I are on the side of Time to Throw just coming in and wreaking havoc again today. Though, as far as star count goes, I don't know that we're actually going to see quite a huge gap in star difference. I do think this is going to be a lot closer, but I still expect to see Time to Throw edging out MCES slightly.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I put Time to Throw in last time, but I think I did predict MCES, and this time around I was thinking of switching to Time to Throw, but I don't know what stopped me. I think it was the perfect war from MCES on Thursday that made me think, okay, this seems to be rocking a little bit better compared to what they were previously, and looked a lot better shape and a lot more confident. But we'll see as the Blim heading into the centre. The Rocket League, of course, sniping a few bits there in the left compartment as well. And already, though, a lot of damage already been done here. Inferno Tower, a lot of the defense there in the centre looking very good as Ayum just making sure to get off to MCES to a fantastic start.
Okay, now I'm taking it back. I think MCES is going to get the win after seeing this. What a beautiful start. So we saw the lightning spell come down just to knock out the air sweeper there, to get that blimp so deep inside this base. Absolutely stunning starter to this one. We still need to get that eagle down. Ideally, it's on its lonesome, but there's really not too much damage surrounding it, so I think he could sneak in a Loon. We do have the heroes coming in from the opposite side to start this off, and easy takedown of the defending AQ by sending in the Headhunter to work along with the Royal Champion, and taking advantage of this nicely laid out outline Town Hall. King tanking for the Queen there against the defending BK, giving the Queen ample opportunity to take down this Town Hall, even with the Tornado Trap, trying to veer her off course and stall her.
There goes the Town Hall, and there goes the Inferno Tower almost. I was hoping the King could maybe take it down before it gets killed off, but it looks like it's not going to happen. But we'll see how this Lalo attack goes. But to be fair, though, most of the defense has already been taken down here. He's still got 2 haste spells, 2 free spells as well. He's already found the Tesla farm on the north side, which is going to be huge. The ward ability does come out to try and keep these loons alive and well. The scanner shot comes down. Looking very good so far. Still got the Eagle Artillery to deal with down below in the west compartment. The AD comes out as well. Lava Hound finally gets cleaned up here, but look how many loons are left over. Just a little bit worried about the right-hand side because those loons are just trying to get there. The free spell, yes, it does come down just to secure that. And it's looking very good in itself. A minute left remaining. Pure sailing from here.
Yeah, he's hanging on to this freeze. He must have actually dropped it already. I thought he was going to save it for this Wizard Tower coming in. But really easy sailing for this Lalo path. And because he's held on to a couple of loons, he can distract that Wizard Tower. Splash damage would obviously take down the pack in a swarm, especially the ones that have already been targeted by the Eagle. Ariam had a great opener on this one. Between the Blizzard, between the heroes, we saw over 50% of the base taken down. So that made for this really easy Lalo push for him. And this is a great way for MCS to start off the war. I'm going to say it again. I think I take this back, seeing how MCS is starting off on fire today.
No, I need to get a win back on the board, mate. I'm sorry, but I can't let you two just ride into the sunset with like 7 wins. That'd be ridiculous. But yeah, it does look like the MCS looking off to a very good start. Ariam there, you see a great Lalo attack once again. Seems to be sticking to their roots in terms of a composition. We can see if we see more different varieties later on, which we probably will do. Wouldn't be too much of a surprise here, but let's see what Time to Throw can bring to the table. You made a very valid point earlier, even before this even started, was the fact that, you know, we didn't see a huge amount of Dragon Riders from the likes of Time to Throw against MCES last time, but could we see a lot more of it? Could we see maybe less? They'll maybe change things up a little bit. Don't know. It depends, because what they use in Legend League and what they're used to, just in terms of what base builds they're against. So it's going to be very tough to call, but you are right there as well. You never made another valid point where this ain't going to be a low star count matchup, is it? You know, in terms of the meta, everyone's starting to establish themselves a lot better, and MCS did only have 11 stars last time. So I do feel that was a little bit of a slump they was in. They seem to be a lot better compared to they were back in that particular war. That's why I still feel like it's going to be very close between the two. But Time to Throw, we'll see what they can bring. If they are going to throw or not, we'll find out momentarily. It's going to be attacking next. Already they know MCS have a triple, but depends on what they could do here this time round. We'll have to see, as already now just making the start, already with the blimp on the 8 o'clock side.
Yeah, so we've got the blimp sailing right over the Town Hall. Needs to get that accurately in place so that the sneaky goblins can take down the Town Hall. No big risk coming into that one, and gets going pretty fast. This is going to help pave the way for the Queen. We want to see her, I would say, veering down towards the siege barracks area and heading in, really clearing out the path. We've got 2 super wall breakers and a jump, so we're going to get a nice deep dive into the base and start shaping this up for the Lalo. Typically with the Lalo, not in all cases these days, but typically we want to eliminate as much of the core as possible, because we typically see those traps, the air traps, which we call the damage zone. So we want to avoid as much of the pathing there as we possibly can. But what's interesting is we start this jump already to get into the scatter shot compartment. So I'm curious if he's going to be sending in a super wall breaker through the jump to carry through and get that Queen into the center as the King works for the multi.
Yeah, he does have a couple to use, so we'll find out momentarily, with the Queen doing the hurdles into that compartment. Still getting a huge amount of value here. Still got 1 raid spell left if required, but still getting a large amount done here with the Queen. Never saying it though, the multi is going to be distracted a fair bit, as already the Kings are just coming in to do so much damage into that next compartment. They're looking very good already. And I must say, the Queen is still alive, though, still pushing to the center. We'll have to deal with a lot of expos in the center, and you can see now this Lalo attack coming up from the north side. But still, if you keep an eye on the 3 o'clock position, there's already still that Eagle may get taken out if it does have time, with the Warden still there as well. So definitely a lot better than I anticipated. Got very chaotic at the very beginning, but still able to continue on forward. That multi may cause a few issues as well as that scatter shot, though.
Yeah, but the Royal Champ is up to bat here, freezes up that Expo, did not need to use the wall break for the Queen because he brought all of the other 3 heroes together, the Royal Champion, and you can see there, look at that, the power of the King, the Royal Champion, the Warden together means the Royal Champion gets extra life coming into this one, so much so that she clears out that entire center of the base along with the Queen and gets the multi down, but no more loons to support, so it's up to the Queen now to carry this through. We still have the Yak up, even though the King is down for the count, and we have the Warden, but we don't have a lot of time left, Lethal.
No, this is what I was worried about. I knew it was a great attack, but I knew that a time fail was going to be... yeah, it's going to be very close anyway. But even then, though, even with the tornado trap as well, it's almost going to seal the deal here. As in the defense, there's not really anything left. Nothing which can't be done in itself. But 15 seconds left, yeah, it's going to be highly unlikely. It's time to throw. Not the best of starts so far, but doesn't change the fact that they did get a very high 2 stars. So looking at a 96%, maybe push it to 97 if they can with the mine above. But no, 2-star 96% in 4 time to throw. But in all fairness, that's not really the worst of starts, have we? We've seen a lot of starts where they've been 2-star and in the 70s or 3 stars. We never really get that middle ground, that purgatory kind of area, do we? But this time around, we do with a 2-star 96. This ain't too bad at all, not too shabby.
No, and if this does come to a really close war, as we've predicted, I mean, I was thinking it could be somewhere around 13-13, maybe even 14-14. That could put them in a really good position. And the previous matchup that they had, the 2-star that came in, the only 2-star from time to throw, was actually a 78%. So this is a much better place to be in if MCES is hitting pretty hard today. Just have to see if time to throw brought the right defenses again. With Ariam off to that beautiful start, I'm a little bit worried for them, but let's see what else is to come as Remio drops in quick with the lightning spells. We do have the Skellies down and around also. Likely looking for those Tesla farms in there that we've seen. We've seen those Tesla farms coming in, which can really throw off the mix when we actually drop in our Lalos and aren't expecting it. We've seen that actually thwart several good Lalos. So Remio taking the cue and getting this off to a great beginning.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about time to throw too much. It's still very early days, isn't it? So we've definitely seen some weirder things happen in the past there. We're whipping out all the heroes already this early on. I love to see it. It's the Queen now just looking to continue making her path into the Town Hall, but at the same time, the RC is just giving a helping hand towards the King to take in that scanner shot compartment in the south side. And still, as you can see, the Queen does manage to stay alive long enough to take down that Town Hall momentarily, but we'll have to deal with a bit of defense along the way, so she'll be sitting there having to deal with all that, having her hands full, but will get taken down in the meantime anyway. But still, though, we can see in terms of the spell use, he still has a couple of haste and freeze to use for the loons later on. The Stone Slammer does come out to head towards the Eagle Artillery, and here come the loons, all coming out here from the right-hand side along with the Warden to really cause a ruckus here towards Fluxy's base.
Yeah, Headhunter's still up, so drops a poison to help out. Another poison down for the heroes here as well. Headhunter should be clipped enough to get through, help take down the defending AQ. If the King stays alive, that's not the end of the world, but we do know that he can wreak some havoc on these raids as well, holding things off to a time fail. But the defending AQ actually never went down on this one, which is going to be problematic because it means she has the opportunity to continuously pick off these loons. They're working perfectly together in a big pack, and she's really only focusing on the Warden. These loons still have to carry along, but it's a lot of cleanup on the back end. We'll have to wait and see if he's able to get this done. But with a full health Queen like that, I'm not convinced.
No, this is not what we expected. 40 seconds left. Remio. All the loons are split, actually, so this will speed things up a tad. It's just a matter of if he can really get the job done here and depend how much he's distracted. Because it's just, you remember, he's got plenty of that army composition left. Still got 25 seconds. He's been using one loon just to speed things up a little bit, which he will do, which is going to be perfectly fine. But, the tornado trap, it's going to be even more of a nuisance, but he's got more than enough loons here in the front line to try and clean this up. 98%, looks like it's going to be a done deal, as long as they don't get too distracted. 7 seconds left, and looks like he almost was able to do it. 99% so far. And my dearie me, the 1%, the distraction came in hot as it looks like MCS will be winning, but just by 1 measly percent.
Oh, he held that one on so strong and definitely impressed on that. I expected to see maybe a few more traps coming through and knocking those loons down, so he really did handle it well, coming down to a time fail again with the heroes throwing this into a mix and stalling it just to the very last second. So this still does put MCS in a really solid position with that 99% to time to throws 96%. I think I might have not started off so well with my predictions here today, Lethal.
I'd rather be 3% behind rather than 1 star behind. So I think you'll be all right. I think you'll be comfortable so far. But yeah, it doesn't change the fact that if, you know, the next 4 attacks from both these teams are all triples, then yeah, you might be pretty done for in terms of prediction. But I've got a lot of hope and faith for your prediction, just due to the fact that it's going to be very hard to decide exactly how time to throw are going to come up in a lot of these matches. You know, we've already seen a different attack already, and you know, even without these Dragon Riders, they do seem to be very strong. So there's no reason why a time to throw can't really make a statement here. As now Demo, I've just been talking to him recently, actually, one of the very few people who don't use the Dragon Riders, and he's come out with the Dragon Riders this time here, B, as we can see how he cracks on in this attack against Synthphase defense.
Not only coming in with the Dragon Riders, we've got the sneaky goblins to help take this down. I like that he's maybe taking some cues from his team here and going with the flow a little bit more, bringing in those drag riders. But this is one of my most favorite things to watch, is the sneaky goblins taking down the town hall. Now, when you do come in with this, you obviously need to test out the area, scout for any possible traps, and you have to do it a couple of times. You also have to make sure that you're clearing up any storages or mines that could pull your sneaky goblins out of the way. We've seen that hitch up a few attacks, but does that perfectly. And now we come in with the hero push. We're going to see all 4 heroes in the mix, drag riders on one side of the compartment and the bats on the other. This is something that we've seen from ESL Mobile on the North American side, and it was from a player named Soham. So I actually call this one the Soham because he's known for this.
Well, let's see if it works out for him here. As we're pushing into from the north side. Great funneling as well from Demo. Very calculated approach to start with. He's going to continue that funnel into the center here. Already taken out most of his compartments on the north side, but the scatter shot is definitely going to be helping him out as well. They can take the left one on top of that should definitely give him a lot more leeway. It's probably given enough leeway as it is here, as already the Dragon Runners have come out from the 10 o'clock side. The RC is also going to try and finish up that northwest compartments to make sure to help this center attack pushing a little bit further and as aggressively as possible. But that multi is definitely going to do some damage if it's not cleaned up quick here. But already you can see the majority of the Dragon Runners still sticking together, not really split up at all, just making sure to do equal work across the board on each of these compartments. And you can see with the bats as well, he's got 5, hasn't he, here, B? So still a lot to work with, especially once most of his defense is down.
And he still has 2 priestesses to help hold off the multi and the wizard tower, but the drag riders are also going to make their way to the approach to help take down those defenses as the bats move along. But he doesn't want to risk any cleanup here, losing out on anything, even though he has so much power here from the drag riders. He's seeing the way. He sees why his team likes to use these troops, especially when you can come in with this kind of attack. 32 seconds left to go, and this base is absolutely wiped. I'm sure we're going to see more and more of this attack. We've seen it over the weekend through the pre-qualifiers, but definitely made popular through the ESL mobile circuit by Soham. It's really just a phenomenal attack. You saw how much value those heroes got collectively together.
Even a few months ago, we saw the bats come out in a number of different compositions in NA, didn't we? I mentioned it a couple of times in the past, but the EU players didn't, well, obviously they recognised it, but they just never really used it. But if we could see more of that, that's great. I even watched a little bit of the NA stuff myself not too long ago. I think it was after Thursday's show we did. I was watching theirs as well, just to see if anything was a little bit different. But we do see it from time and time again, but not as much as we saw in NA compared to EU. So it seems like for NA, it's died down just a little bit more in comparison to what we saw a few months ago. But it's nice to see that some of the EU players are just swinging in with their own diverse strategy in terms of using those bats as well. But Kingsman will be coming out now. As you can see, it's still very close to call between these two teams. Only 3% in it so far, but you got to remember though, it's MCES who are going to be leading in terms of this war. As if they continue on with these triples back and forth, a nice little trend in a nice clean fashion, then it does look like they will be able to take this. But already greeted early by the defense here from ND, and we'll find a portion of that Tesla farm as well. So we'll be here for a while here, B, but we'll see.
Yeah, and I was just taking a quick look at Kingsman's stats, because he has been coming in primarily with the Queen Charge hybrid, and he is perfect on it so far. He almost perfect. He did have an 89% 2-star, so only one slight mistake there has messed up his hit rate, along with an air attack that he did. But he's got really good record with this particular strategy. The Queen is going a little off cue here, not going into the town hall, but he's got the wall break to open it back up and get her into play. So good thing there. And we actually also see the tornado trap triggered, so the Queen's not going to be held up at all. Time is always of the essence in these types of attacks. You typically want to have your Queen alive, so anything that's going to help save time, especially triggering a trap like that early, is always a good shout. Now, we do get the siege barracks drop down, King along the outskirts. It's all going to keep the miners, most importantly, funneled inside the base to work alongside the hogs. And this is looking pretty good here so far.
Yeah, a couple of spring traps, which were a little bit of a nuisance, but then again, he got a bit of value from that as well. Not really a huge loss to a lot of those hog riders there. And still has one healing spell left, and it better be a good one to make sure this works. And the Pekka's also there in the south compartment alongside the King, so it's going to be a nice way to tank a lot of that damage, but the multi is going to be so vital, and the Warden there in a perfect position in order to keep the pressure on, as well as the RC. The RC's still got ability actually, B, so really could do a lot of damage towards ND's base. But you can see with the Hog Riders now on the south side, the RC ability has popped as well, and just for extra insurance, just trying to keep her alive to take up this next compartment to give this Hog Riders a little bit more leeway. But remember though, there's no more healing spells left, so we need to get this job done as soon as physically possible, as a lot of those Hog Riders did manage to lose out from that last spring trap. But so far, the good thing is the structures are all on one side apart from a couple mines on the south. It is going to be a triple here, as long as they speed things up entirely, and the Kingsman is going to be pretty pleased about that, as MCES will bag a triple in their third attack.
I really like the focus that he had on keeping that Royal Champ alive, because you can see how close this comes down to time. So every bit of effort that the Royal Champ had in her was necessary, but a beautiful split here from the miners on the bottom side really helped carry this one through. And he really did play his cards right. You know, when you have your Queen going on at the same time, you have to still break your focus, see what your Queen is doing. And he recognized that, had to force the ability through that single. And it just was a really nice carry through. Kingsman, this is why he's so good at this, because he can really split up his focus and watch everything that's going on simultaneously.
It's interesting with this hybrid as well, because with MCES, they use the Hog Riders a lot in their composition. I mean, a huge amount, but they fail to triple like more times than not. And it seems like after enough trial and error, after like a couple weeks of play, they've kind of figured things out a little bit. Like, yeah, sure, fair enough, they don't use it all the time because it's more of a testing ground for them. Obviously, they've gone to more of the Lalo strays, but the fact that they're making the Hog Riders work from time again, it must be more base specific. Would you think, B?
Definitely base specific, what they're looking at. And I don't know. I feel like some days they just get completely caught off guard with their plans, because even though we've seen them miss, like even last week, it was 11-star war. We saw beautiful plans from them. Just maybe a couple of minor tweaks here and there, things that they're not thinking of at the time that they have to be more mindful of, like checking out for certain traps, Teslas in the core of the base that could throw off the Lalos. Now let's take a look, as we've got ND coming in for time to throw. They still need to really carry strong through this one. They want to keep up on the star count, but they're going to have to overwhelm MCES if they want a chance, because they are down ever so slightly on percent. And ND opting to go with the Queen Charge Lalo. Now, as we try and force the Queen working through into the center of the base, we have the King to help redirect her slightly, and keep her focusing and carrying along through. He also helps to take down big ticket items in this compartment, particularly that defending AQ. And that's really what we want to see, is we want to get the heavy damage down as early as possible and limit the damage for the loons.
Well, the Queen's definitely going to have her hands full in a second with a lot of that defense, but was looking to try and head into Eagle Artillery compartment as soon as possible. Still has a minute and 45 left remaining. The blimp does come out to head towards the north, and she'll be sitting there for quite a while, but let's see how this blimp is going to perform. It's going to still head towards the town hall, but we'll be dropping into the center anyways, just to take down everything there. There's actually quite a lot to take out, not just the multi, but of course the defensive RC being there as well. See if we're going to add a little bit more flavor here for Endy's attack to ensure himself to pass through quite comfortably. Eagle's still alive though. The Queen finally takes down all that defense, pushes into that south compartment, and will take it down in a second, as well as that defensive king there. So this is looking a little bit better here. Endy's now going to deploy everything towards the north, and we'll have a lot to deal with in terms of that town hall and the multi as well. But looking good so far.
Yeah, so not a lot of items in that core, as you mentioned, but a lot of value out of it, taking down the air sweeper, which allows him this approach into the town hall. Tornado trap holding this one up, but the loons look like they're just out of that poison bomb. They can rage up quickly with the warden carrying them through, but we also eliminated, obviously, the pathing into the center, but the defending royal champion, oh no, loons went down fast. So the royal champion really needs to carry this one on, and we're going to see a little bit of path through into the core. But I think that RC has this one hands down if there's going to be enough time. 23 seconds left with the Queen helping to break her way through and try and take care of cleanup. But she's not going to be needed.
No, she's fine. She's all right. The RC's been there the entire time doing the ending for her, you could say. A triple there for ND. Again, making sure time to throw is still keeping as competitive as possible. And they have done, really. Apart from those I wouldn't even call them slip-ups, really. Just those time fires at the very beginning. It's all been smooth sailing as usual here. There we go. It's literally 3% between both MCES and time to throw. And Lady B definitely made the correct prediction to say that it's definitely going to be a high-style game in comparison to what we saw between the 14-11 victory for time to throw. And MCES looked very strong, especially on the Thursday with a perfect war against one of their opponents, which really gave us an inkling of what's to come for MCES. Has managed to get much better attacks across the board, and it's really showing as well. But I'm hoping for time to throw's sake they don't lose out just because of that 3%. But we've seen it happen before though, which is of course the issue here. But it all depends on what MCES can do. It's the fate's in their hand depending if they fail some of these attacks or not.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking back to that perfect war they had at the end of the day, and they really seem to be carrying that one along, just possibly one building away from actually hitting that in this first matchup. And that's got to be the fact that, they were held so strong on defense that I think they really wanted to make a statement in this matchup.
I'm glad you're being very neutral about it, because you full well know that MCS are looking very good at the moment, aren't they? But that's why, I don't know, I did choose MCS last time, but Time to Throw did win that engagement. But the only reason why I stuck with MCS, I would have made the switch, but MCS just looked so good last Thursday. It would have been rude not to, wouldn't it, to really try and predict them. But then again, with Time to Throw, with their composition, how strong they have been, especially in Legend League, it makes you wonder as well. That's why it's been very tough to call. And it was a split decision from the chat on top of things. I believe it was actually 54% Time to Throw to the 46% of MCES in the end. So interesting in itself here. But let's see what Tryhard can do here to continue the trend, to make sure they try their best to solidify this victory if they can. We've just passed the halfway stage in this war, both of them on 8 stars, both of them in terms of percentage only 3 stars apart, with MCS having the lead, and of course Tryhard wants to continue that lead going forward.
Yeah, a lot of navigation opening up for this Queen here. Now we have access to the defending RC and the air defense. Queen's in a really nice spot. And we can even send this king into the scattershot compartment, potentially, if we want to force the Queen along a different path. Let's see, we've got the loons actually helping to cover those healers, picking off the AD, and the Queen could continue back out around the space, but he's got to keep an eye on that health. I see it going mighty low. But he's got 2 more rages just to carry her along, and indeed does make her way to that scattershot compartment. So really nice power through on this, and we can use the king on the outskirts to ensure that the dragons don't actually stray out of path. We want to keep them on the inbound side of these baselines.
Oh, the Queen's dealing with a lot of defense there on the left-hand side. The rage spell comes down just in the nick of time before the abilities even popped, leaved it to the very last second. Typical Triad as well, looking to continue without distraction. Let's keep it on the right-hand side here. Already just pushing in with his loons. The blink comes out from the 4 o'clock side to head towards that town hall, but will be greeted by that Tesla fireman. The dragons here, at least more than half of them, have got a lot of HP to their name still, so still looking okay, as long as they can keep them alive towards the south side. Does have the invisibility to, just in case they do get into a lot of trouble, but saying that though, they have become in a, or put themselves in a lot of trouble so far, as those dragons have all been taken out. But you can see the RC's just come out here to push in towards that Inferno Tower compartment on the south side, still continue to push on forward. And remember, they still have that invisibility spell in the back pocket. It's all about the time fail really for Tryhard.
Yeah, I had a scratch my head moment there, because I'm like, when is that blimp coming in? When is it coming in? And having the Tesla farm in the center of the base actually really pulled the dragons in, kept most of them out of the poison bomb, but they did take on a lot of damage. And this leaves the Royal Champ holding the bag with the Queen landlocked. She has no support to help her out. And it is indeed going to be a time fail for Tryhard, which leaves a huge opening now for time to throw. They pick up another 3-star, and they're going to claim that lead that they needed. They couldn't do it necessarily on percent. They needed to get that star lead, and this could give them exactly what they wanted.
B is definitely smiling in the background, a nice grin on her face, I bet, and I'm not even looking. See, this it's got to that point, isn't it? 92% 2-star for Tryhard, which means finally, took a while, but MCES finally fell, not at the final hurdle. I've still got one more attack yet, but we have to see if time to throw. Don't get any triples in the next 2 attacks. If I do, then that's it. MCES are going to be pretty much done for us. Technically, there will be a star behind throughout the majority of this, but they got to take into account that it wasn't a bad 2 stars. And 92%, they've definitely seen far, far worse, which does mean technically so far, I'll work out in just a second, but yeah, in terms of percentage, it's still very, very close, because they're only 5% behind. They were 3% ahead, and now it's only 2% between them technically. So as long as they get these triples in the next 2 attacks, it's going to be perfectly fine for time to throw.
Yeah.
I make it sound so simple, but no.
Yeah. But they still need to play clean. They need to get those 3 stars coming in to make that a possibility. But it's an opening, and that's really all you can hope for at this point. Now, Fluxy, hoping not to throw for the team when they need it the most, is bringing us through with the Queen charge Lalo. Now, we start off the Queen at this 9 o'clock side of the base, already kind of self-funneling. We want to pick up the AD, clear out the path, and I like the patience here, waiting before dropping these healers, getting those Coco Loons in, knows that the Queen can handle the majority of the damage that's coming in so far, particularly because she has a unicorn. And we really do need to be mindful about the placement of these healers and picking up those traps, because we've seen so many baited opportunities in the past.
We certainly have done, and I must say, Loons have definitely been on the menu for both of these teams. We've only seen 1 or 2 ground attacks, haven't we, in North Venice? Like, just a couple of hybrids, and that's been about it. Mm-hmm. As now Fluxy, from time to throw, wants to make sure to secure this victory if he can, though. But the Queen's got a lot on her plate so far, having to put the rage spell down, had the defensive king and a couple of expos to distract. But as we said earlier, the king has come up from the north side, pushing that scanner shot compartment as well. It's going to be a little bit more aggressive as she's going to continue on forwards. And the Queen now still doing a good job just making sure these expos are distracted as the king's heading into that north compartment, with the ability coming into effect here.
I thought that Headhunter bypassed the king and went right for the Royal Champion, but I think he had just gone down when that Headhunter snuck in there trying to do some extra work. But this is a really nice, powerful start with the king clearing out just about the entire 12 o'clock compartment, setting the Queen's path just a little bit deeper through the space, but she can carry on quite a bit. Now, as this starts going, we've got a lot of time to worry about, because he's starting with only a minute 20 on the clock with the Stone Slammer and the Royal Champ to sneak in. And the Lalo still needs to be set, and he's on course for going straight for that town hall. This always feels like a risky approach to me, especially when a 3-star is a need to get your team up in the mix. But let's see what he can do. Warden working together, hanging on to this ability, needs to force it just as they make that approach over the town hall and haste those loons out as fast as possible, because we still have the 6 o'clock compartment with the AD and the single and the wizard tower and the archer tower to worry about.
Yeah, look at all that defense down south. I'm a little bit worried. And what's even worrying, the multi's still alive in the center. And no one's even focused on it. The Loon is trying to get it though, but the Sweeper's just keeping it back here, B. But finally it gets taken down. And look at the amount of Loons left in the south side. Why was I worried? Why did I even think twice about that already? But even then though, most Loons are still getting taken down from the south. Just way too much damage in that south compartment. And look at the percentages. Well, we need to definitely talk about this afterwards, but this percentage is going to be so important for Flux. It needs to be the best out of a bad situation. As the Queen can't get through, the Walken can go over across, but as long as the Dragon can take out this Tesla, and maybe, he doesn't either. It's going to be on 94%. Can't scrape any more by. But from the top of my head, I want to say that MCS are probably up by 1%, maybe 2. That's just from the top of my head. I've obviously not been adding up. But if we can have a look and see exactly in terms of the information, thank you very much, production. If we can have a look so far. So MCS were 3% ahead, and they lost out on 2%. So basically, yeah, MCS are up by 1%. 1% between the two here going into the final attack.
Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate for Time to Throw. And, that Royal Champ was meant to get into the center of the base. We wanted to see her going deeper through, so we didn't have that Loon path. I was waiting to see if he was going to drop that haste, get those Loons out of the Town Hall, but the biggest worry was getting into that multi since the Royal Champ was down, and the Queen just really wasn't doing much to help it. But at the end of the day, it was that scatter shot that still remained, nothing to really help force it along, because we lost a huge chunk of Loons to the core.
Yeah, they certainly did. When I saw the amount of Loons on the south side, I thought it was going to be okay. I thought they got there in time, but I think my eyes came off them a tad when I was looking into the center and seeing the Sweeper just pushing all those Loons back. Because even if there was a few able to survive, they'll be winning on terms of percentage, but it's actually cost them quite a bit, which is a little bit of a shame. But this is something I didn't expect. But you know what? MCS ahead by 1%. Any percentage is going to be fine, because if they get a triple here, but it should guarantee their victory. Yeah, there we have it. Literally 0.3% on average. That's how close it's been between the two, and it's going to be Sinfei to see if he can... I've been saying the word secure their victory to both teams so far, but for Sinfei, surely he can do it this time round. There will be another Lalo attack once again. 31 Loons coming out for him, and 3 invisibility spells as well. Let's see what he can do here, as he's still going to take out a chunk off the center in terms of all that defense to give his attack a massive leeway here for his army to push through with.
I say this every time. If you're going up against MCES, don't give Sinfei that value. Don't give him the Skelly Donut option. And that's exactly what Demo has done, able to take out not only the CC in the center of the base, but the scatter shot as well. So this is huge, and Sinfei can really capitalize off of this one now. This is kind of his namesake coming in with this strategy, particularly with the Lalo. King's gotten great value. We send in the Royal Champ, use the invisibility spell, but we still need to get that Town Hall down. And the Queen is not necessarily on her lonesome. A Giant to help do a little bit of tanking just to pave the way, so she has enough push to get the Town Hall down with only the Unicorn to keep her going.
Yeah, a lot of defense been taken out already, and still a minute and 45 left on the clock. If this is his namesake, then I'm sure Demo is probably just praying that somehow, some way, something will get dealt with here. The Queen's already taken quite a fair amount of damage. Ability has been popped earlier on as well. And remember, I only got that Unicorn there to try and take down the Queen if she can. But actually, the Queen was still taken down. How much health did the Town Hall have? About, what, 20%, 30%, something like that? But does mean that it's going to become a little bit more expensive here. But let's see if Sinfei can recover with the Blimp coming in.
Yeah, he swaps over to the Blimp to take on the Town Hall. Look at those battle builders go. They are looking to defend. Tornado Trap holding off the Blimp, but it should be just enough to get his Loons in, but he's got no spells to actually hold this one off. Does it have enough damage to go down?
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Loons are able to take it down, surrounding the rest of the base with the Loons that he has left over, just taking a quick eye to see if there's any splash to really worry about, and it doesn't seem so. So this should be smooth sailing for Sinfei as far as getting the defenses down, but with 45 seconds left, he doesn't really want to lose out on much. A good spread here for, from the Loons and minions, and even an Archer that he's hanging on to should be more than enough to clear this.
Yeah, it certainly will be indeed. I must say, they definitely know how to get our blood pressure rising here. And Sinfei looking to get this triple now. 25 seconds. They've got plenty across the board. It's just a matter of basically just securing it. 2% just to go on mine in the front and say, we'll seal the deal. And it will mean that MCS in a very, very tough and close-fought battle but it will be able to secure victory. And sadly for time to throw, if they do get the triple, it means they lost by 1%. You hate to see it, but it's been an incredible war here so far, B.
I feel very bad for almost celebrating those battle builders, but it's great to see when defense actually comes in handy to have those battle builder huts placed there. Just that one extra bump to keep the queen from actually getting down the town hall. Now, for a seasoned veteran like Synthé, for an excellent Lalo attacker like Synthé, it's hard to really try and have only that deter him. But it's still a great move that came in from the base building team of Time to Throw. And this is why we do see them with a very nice high overall defensive rate. Not enough today to get MCES taken down, but they have kept it mighty close. But we still have one more attack to go to see how they finish off the day. We'll see if my 13-13 prediction was right.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it will be at this rate from what we've seen so far. And I kind of felt like for MCES, even though the attack towards the end became a little bit more expensive, at the same time, it made it a lot more cost effective as well, just dealing with everything in that compartment in the town hall. So it's nice to see that his recovery was just outstanding. I can see why it's his namesake, as you rightly mentioned, because even if there's a couple of problems down the line, he just rectified it, probably because he's back experienced with that attack alone, maybe on that base alone. We'll have to find out in future attacks of his. But you're right though, 13 star, it could very well happen here, as it's very important for the likes of Time to Throw to make sure to get as many stars possible. It's been a bit of a doozy for the first couple of weeks. We didn't really see a huge amount of high star games like we saw last season, just due to the update and people still trying to figure out exactly what's works best for them. But in terms of star count, it would be very important when it comes to that tiebreaker situation at the end. And from what we've seen so far, it wouldn't surprise me if we do see it once again towards the final couple of play days, as it will be LP starting things off, or shall we say finishing the war off here, to see what he can do in order to try and at least bag as many stars as possible.
And, this is LP. This is a man that never misses, so I expect to see this 13-star finish for Time to Throw. Comes in with a Yeti blimp, opposite of where we have the heroes working along, Queen navigating the path around the town hall. Now, I can only assume, since we've used the Yetis on the opposite side and we're coming in with hogs, that we're going to send in the Barbarian King to take down the town hall, though there's still 3 super wall breakers left to navigate this queen. And, he's thrown me off course from time to time from what he's done. But I do notice that there's only 15 hogs in the mix. So this is what LP has been doing. He's been using the heroes beautifully together, not bringing a ton of hogs, but sending in the hogs in a small compartment, like where we see the scatter shot, to take care of a central, like a small compartmentalized cleanup area.
Yeah, still continuing the value here. Another race spell comes down, deal with the defensive RC and whatever's left in that compartment, as the Queen's going to push into the center momentarily. But still, they're looking at already 50% done, and the army hasn't even been deployed yet. It's now just heading towards the scanner shot. But do you know what? At this rate, you might as well get as much out of the Queen as you possibly can, considering. And with that free spell left over and the poison spell later on, what to see if they can make sure to continue pushing down south to make sure the Queen can help out with the Hog Riders later on. And it looks like it will be greeted by a couple of rocket loons, so straight after as I say that as well.
Yeah, exactly what he was waiting for and expecting. Drops that poison down fast and did not want to send in the King until the CC got lured, so the King had enough power to take down the town hall, and of course that he could bring in the hogs, the warden, and that royal champ collectively together. And this is where we want to see the cleanup of the 6 o'clock side here, bring a lot of power along with it. I do like the support of the royal champ and the warden, because there's a lot of damage coming in. The only problem right now for LP, I would say, is losing out this queen, because you saw the patience he had, but you saw the time ticking, and there's only 33 seconds left to go. And we still have a lot that we have to get through. Hangs onto 1 hog and a loon that could help out with defenses, but they are spread across the base right now.
And the King barely was able to scrape by and take down that town hall, literally a second or two after he was taken down in the meantime, though. But yeah, you're right, though. It's just that Wizard Town, that left compartment, when we cause a little bit of trouble. 10 seconds left, still at 97%, but it looks like it's just not going to happen. It's going to be able to stay alive long enough. That clan castle is definitely not going to be coming down either. And it looks like he didn't get the free start anyway. But, you know, it doesn't change the scoreline, doesn't change the fact that it will be MCES who come out on top, 13 stars to 12. 0.8% average between the two. That's how close it was. It would have come to 1% if, of course, LP got that triple at the very end. But what an incredible war to help us continue the day.
I really love that strategy. You know, we've seen LP coming in with that consistently, and I think we might have seen maybe one time fail was like 99%, but he really has done phenomenal work with it. But that's it for this second matchup. We've got way more to come, and of course, we're going to get to see Entropy Gaming facing off against ATN next, so make sure to hang tight. You'll get to see it right after this break.
I keep reaching, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching and reaching.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We've had an exciting couple of matches ahead of us, and we have plenty more to come. Might seem like a little bit of a repeat, but Judo, that just means these teams get a do-over, and so do you and I on our predictions this week.
Well, things have certainly been shaken up already in the first couple of matches. Although they are repeats of previous matches like we had on Thursday, there has been different results. But what will happen with this one? It was super close, wasn't it? 13 stars. We were just chatting about it before coming onto this. Alternate Attacks getting the higher average destruction and taking that one. Entropy Gaming with a slightly better performance in their first matchup today against Badzinger, but unfortunately losing out on that one despite the better performance.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be what's exciting to see how these teams can just take from last week and switch it up. We saw that in just the last matchup we had. MCES going from an 11-star war last week against Time to Throw, then bringing it to 13 stars and getting the win over them by 1 star. So that was a massive switch around for them. Entropy Gaming just needs that little bump now to get ahead of ATN, and that could serve them really well considering ATN is sitting in the top ranks.
Especially with them, well, now sitting in 3rd position, they were in 2nd. MCES winning that last matchup, they would go level with Entropy Gaming, potentially knocking them down to 4th. And already they are at that lower stage of who makes it to the challenge finals. So they certainly don't want to be losing too many more matches, but imagine going up against alternate attacks for this one. What is the odds for them? The luck in terms of when they really need a victory, it's alternate attacks.
Yeah, they would need it. Definitely coming in for this one could give them that early lead and bump that they would like to see before they get to the end of it. This takes a lot of pressure off of them and could really upset the mix of things. But Let's See As Asked kicks it off. Coming in with the Ice Lalo. This is one of my favorite Lalo strategies to see because of the value you get out of these Ice Hounds. They really pack a phenomenal punch, and when used correctly, you can get a great spread over some heavy-hitting defenses. But starting it off strong with the heroes, we see 3 spread across the base, picking up some big-ticket items, taking down the Eagle with the Royal Champ, Queen going for the Town Hall here, and of course the King helping to clear out that scatter shot compartment partially.
Yeah, all looking pretty nice so far, isn't it? And I agree. I really like when we see the Ice Hounds, particularly when you know that Ast is looking at the air defense placement, particularly towards the back end. You can see the Multi-Inferno and the Royal Champion potentially getting frozen. But with the first Ice Hound moving through, catches the Archer Queen as well. Huge value there as the Lalo is moving in. We also have that Stone Slammer so far getting pushed back by the Sweeper, trying to mix in with the rest of the attack.
It would have been lovely to see it taking that cutting edge inside the base towards a multi, towards a wizard tower, picking up potential traps along the way, but finally making its way through, and it will continue to tank for the push of loons that we have coming on the back end. Plus, we've got a heal to come out of and help these loons if need be. But Judo, this base is already obliterated, and we are going to see some swag being thrown down. Now, ATN knew that it was a close matchup last week. I'm wondering if they felt the pressure and were looking to make these nice, clean moves from the start to maybe intimidate Entropy Gaming.
That appears to be what they are doing. It's not very often you get to swag a heal. Maybe a freeze here or there, but the heal spell, such heavy investment. Like you said, just having that Stone Slammer coming through the center of the base and taking down the air traps meant he didn't have to worry about damage with all of the balloons converging. And that was a glorious attack for alternate attacks. Ast did get the 3 stars last week in the war, so continuing how he left off.
Yeah, and that is definitely the way you want to kick off a war when you know your competition is really looking to get one over you. When you're that top spot and the only place to go is down, you've got to stay on your A game. So ATN is definitely one of those teams that is no stranger to having to face this kind of approach.
Particularly with alternate attacks having another matchup today. Entropy Gaming played the first match, so this is their last matchup of today. If alternate win this one, we can already see they are 3 points in the lead. If they win this one and their last matchup against GH Rest, that could really put them in good stead, not just for getting to the finals and qualifying early on, but looking to top the table outright.
Yeah, that is quite a big lead and gives them a lot of leeway in the remainder of the matches to come. Takes off the pressure for sure for them if that would be the case. But let's see what Bats has in store for us. A little bit of patience here, just waiting to line things up just right as he comes in with the Hydra. So I feel like we haven't seen much Hydra. We've been seeing more Queen Charge Drag Rider and even that Soham attack with the Drag Riders and the Bats lately.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of Hydra attacks in the first war that myself and Lethal casted, and Bats was one of the players that did that, the opening attack actually, getting the 3 stars. So clearly a strategy he's relatively confident with, and I like that he's just easing out the defenses down towards the bottom of the base for the town hall there, just making sure that as that battle blimp comes through, it's not getting distracted anywhere. The troops will be condensed on towards the town hall, and with 5 freeze spells, it's always a question as when to use them. Do you use them early? Do you save them for the Royal Champion at the back end? So let's see what he does. Really like those 2 rocket balloons as well, taking out the air defense, triggering the tornado trap, which is nice to get out of the way. And so far the Dragons nicely getting towards the center of that base.
Yeah, the King actually helping to keep that push strong towards the core. A little bit of distraction by the AD, but we'll get them back on course, heading towards the Scattershot and the Queen in multitude. But we still have this Royal Champion to actually come in, help out with the back end defenses, and really overwhelm the space. I'm surprised he's not investing these freezes in the core, just letting those dragons out to dry. But he knows what this Royal Champion can do ultimately. Let's see if that was a risky move or if it's going to pay off for him.
I think with the rage spell invested, he ripped apart the center, didn't he? Perhaps he could have saved a dragon or 2, but maybe he expected the traps down there. Either way, the Royal Champion's ability will be burned, pinging through those final defenses, using the freeze where he felt necessary. And as you mentioned last week, Lady B, there's certainly multiple ways to take down a base. I think he could have done this either or, whether he used the freeze in the center or the outside. A beautiful job and tying things up at this early stage.
Yeah, this is exactly how we want to see these wars going, keeping it close, not knowing who is going to be able to take victory over the other, which is why predictions are so hard these days. And I'm curious to see actually what the chat is saying for their predictions. Looks like we do have Entropy Gaming just underneath ATN, so a little bit of a split there, but I don't know. I think this would be a lot closer to call. I was torn on this one, rooting for, picking ATN, where I know that Entropy Gaming could potentially get this win today.
Yeah, definitely. I think they have shown throughout not just the challenge stage, but the play-ins as well. The way that they qualified was very impressive, but for me, it's always hard to go against alternate attacks, particularly after that first week. They seem to have really stepped up a gear, and last week they looked unstoppable. So let's find out whether Entropy is the team to finish that streak, with Mask now using the hybrid. So far, it is the highest hit rate out of all of the strategies, although it is not the most popular. So clearly the players finding certain weaknesses within the bases where they like to perhaps see the pathing of the hybrid being set up quite easily. This one being a little bit different to what we have been seeing in terms of the King diving in towards the Eagle, but the Queen should be able to make her way down to that town hall relatively easily.
Yeah, and even has the freezes to invest if need be, but not needed for that single targeting Inferno. So she is on her path, and in a good way, especially with the CC coming out at this timing. There is 0 damage coming in for the Queen, so she can quickly take them down and not have to worry so much. We can hang on to her ability, hang on to, well, I'd say the rage, but we need to get that down with the approach of the defending AQ now.
Yeah, I think Mask might have had the invisibility in mind in that area, whether the Archer Queen would have locked on at the same time, but thankfully he's able to hold on to that. Always could be useful when she gets to the Town Hall or for the Royal Champion, because she is in. The hybrid is moving forward. Tesla do pop next to the Scattershot, so he uses an early heal spell, but he's still got another alongside that Warden ability, so all is looking well at the moment. Queen will be taking heavy fire down to the south of the base momentarily though, but the Warden ability keeping the hybrid alive.
And the Queen bypassing the poison bomb, though that tornado trap threatening to bring her in does not. And we keep those healers going. We really wanted to see the Queen survive as long as possible just to help with the cleanup. But Mask is doing fine on time. And with this perfectly placed heal on the back end coming into the scatter shot, into all of that splash damage, including the Wizard Tower and that giant bomb, he is going to be in a solid position to carry through for ATN, keeping those 3 stars coming all day long. Well, up until this point so far, we'll have to see if the rest of the team can carry that on. But this is really showing the strength of Hybrid and Judo. You know, we have another player today that we're going to see that's been doing Hybrid, and that would be Nobama. I think what I've got my eyes set on with him is that perfect hit rate he has so far, and whether he's going to be able to carry that through today, and if he'll be doing it with the Hybrid as well.
Well, we did get to see a nice demonstration of it in their first matchup today, where he did get the 3-star using that strategy. So let's find out whether he will be using the Hybrid. And I always like to see just how smooth it looks, where they just move through the base in one fashion. Once you've got that funnel set up, really good job there. And I think you made a really valid point for anyone wanting to try out the Hybrid in terms of that heal in towards the splash at the back end, making sure that just like you do with any of the troops, really, you're using your spells to get to the major defenses. Once they're down, generally, you're pretty safe after that.
Yeah, you can't heal dead hogs or miners. Keep that in mind. So go into the splash. Don't wait till you come out of it. So we've got N999 coming in with the Lalo. I'm not sure if we actually saw today any of the Rocket Loon strategies. I keep seeing some small bits of Rocket Loons, but nothing really coming in with the Rocket Loon cleanup for the outskirts. But we do have the Blizzard to kick this one off, taking down the Town Hall compartment, and he's able to do it successfully. I'm like you with the Sneaky Goblin, so I hold my breath on this one, just making sure that everything goes to plan.
Well, so far so good. He did use this in the war earlier on today. Didn't quite work out for him, but again, arguably, that is the value he would have wanted from the Blizzard. So the risky part of the attack all done and dusted. And while those rocket balloons are on my mind, maybe when we see Reported Gaming later on, I think Timtastic does like to throw in an odd mass rocket balloon attack. Maybe we'll get to see that towards the end of the day. But for this one, it is looking pretty good so far. We've got the heroes nice and protected via that golem. You can see the straight path they will have towards the Eagle artillery and down towards the scatter shot as well.
Yeah, the King actually veers off course a little bit, but comes back into play with the Queen and the Yak breaking across. The one nice thing about this Yak and the original position of the King is the tank for that scatter shot. They take the lead so that the Queen goes unscathed, no issues for her, and they should ideally continue to carry on. But with the Queen being able to hold on to her ability here, we've got a nice push coming in. Ooh, and the Warden coming in for support is just going to carry them along through the entire core of this base. Now, with this kind of investment between the Blizzard and all of the heroes, we do expect to see at least about 60% of the base taken down so the Loons can support for cleanup here.
Well, it looks like he might be exactly on that mark, and I'm interested on the delayed deployment of the Warden there, actually. Maybe he felt he was getting more value and could make that push right of the way through, but perhaps wanted to try and save the Warden for the Lalo if he was getting superb value. But either way, I don't think it matters too much. The balloons are caught inside the tornado, but they should be able to momentarily get to that single target Inferno. He's got the freeze, he's got the invisibility, he's got the 3 stars, Lady B. What a beautiful Blizzard Lalo attack that one was, keeping things interesting in this matchup. Nobody letting down yet. 3 stars all around.
Now, when we see these kind of attack strategies, the one thing that we are seeing is just the the advantage of using those heroes. We see a lot of people taking advantage of the power that heroes offer together, and in many different ways, shapes, and forms, whether it be with like sneaky goblins taking down the town hall, using your heroes, all 4 of them together on one side, opposite of the town hall to get the power in, drag riders on a compartment. We're seeing those compartmentalized sections of the base coming down in a ton of variations, even LP doing the same with Hogs these days. That really is just a testament to how strong your heroes are, especially when you use them properly.
Exactly, and I've got to say, I love that customized attack strategy we keep seeing from LP. It looks so cool when he's just taking out the base, like you said, 1 compartment at a time. But we have Yo-Yo using the Hydra, interestingly enough, for this one. 2 lightning spells, presumably for one of those air sweepers. There it is, alongside the Earthquake. An early dive with the Royal Champion in towards this area.
A little distraction for her, but she does make it back on course for the town hall. Does have to invest that additional invisibility spell, though, to ensure that she gets the town hall taken down. And we wind up getting a partial lure on the CC, so we still need to carry through with that. But the Hydra with the dragons anyway would be able to support it. We just don't really want to have to run that risk of the stall up coming in. So finally gets the lure. We've got the hound to the outside edge, and we can quickly take this out with the poison and the baby dragon.
Nice different approach there to the Hydra, using the Royal Champion for the Town Hall. Often we see the Blimp cutting across for that, but means that he can hold on to the Stone Slammers, so potentially used to cut pathing for the Hydra, and it does tend to be a very quick attack, doesn't it? So Yo-Yo just taking his time, take out the Clan Castle troops so you don't have to worry about them in the middle of the base when the defenses are shooting at you. And you see that it's quite nice he used a couple of dragons there, because hopefully they can indeed help with the funnel a little bit on this right hand side to keep the main pack moving through. And with the heroes, that even more reiterates that point.
Yeah, and delayed heroes mean they have more power to work towards the back end of the base. We ideally want to see this king carrying in to the Eagle compartment as quickly as possible so the dragons can stay on course in the core and head straight through the multi into the scatter shot and defending Royal Champion. So a quick thought of the king ability. Oh, he's on his way to the outskirts, so it's really the queen to try and carry this on. But despite the dragons moving over to the side, this king will still keep them navigated into the scatter.
He's still got a wall breaker as well that he can use at some point for these heroes, and a rage spell which is invested over this area to try and get the scatter shot down momentarily. The dragons really throw out so much heat under that rage spell, helping to protect the heroes so they've got just that little bit more health towards the back end of the base. He's still got the queen ability, but I think the wall breaker over towards that compartment with the air defense, I would think, is going to be important. Actually, as I say that, the Expo goes down, but I still think that's where he will have to use that wall break.
Yeah, and you know, the fact that we've used the Royal Champion early, it's predicted here that she wouldn't necessarily be needed for the overwhelming damage on the back end. Biggest problem for Yo-Yo was the invested time from the start. Only 9 seconds left here, not enough to actually finish this one off, even with the queen, who is full health, who would be able to take this down on her own.
It's a shame that even though he got into that compartment, the queen didn't even get a single building within that. So whilst it was the ideal route for her, like you said, time just the critical one on that one, showing why a Lava Hound in the CC can actually be very valuable. I hear a lot of people thinking that Lava Hounds really aren't that strong, but actually there's different types of CCs, as we know. The Lava Hound is purely for stalling time.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it did. Entropy Gaming likely reading into ATN's plays very well in how they go about their approaches and the best ways to hold a team off. I mean, that's really what the players have been saying, is the most that they're doing defensively is looking at these teams that they're playing against and trying to predict what's going to be the best way to hold against their most comfortable strategies. Now, Bees is coming in and keeping with those drag riders, but we've got 9 lightning spells into the mix here. Let's see where he's going to drop these.
Two sweepers down. The Archer Queen, doesn't quite get the Archer Queen. She's on a tiny bit of health, but presumably would have wanted to take her down alongside the Inferno Tower. Now, he's got pretty much everything he would have wanted there. The Queen should go down pretty quickly. The Battle Blimp coming in towards the Town Hall. All is good at the moment with the sneaky goblins inside of there, but this is the moment where I hold my breath with those sneaky goblins. But down it goes. 7 Dragon Riders for this one, interestingly. So really wanting to get big value out of the heroes here. Knock that Archer Queen down en route, as we mentioned. And then just swoop on in with the Dragon Riders since the Town Hall's down.
Yeah, we've got the wall break to open up, this scattershot compartment with the king to lead the way. Still need to contend with the CC, and as you mentioned, that queen sliver of health will be a very easy takedown between the king and queen alone. But with the 7 drag riders, I'm curious where he's going to come in from, because he can put out a pretty wide spread, though we typically these days don't want to see Dragon Riders spread too far apart, but you can use them so that they navigate around a path nice and easy, and even hold one to spare for some back-end work.
Sends them in front of the heroes here towards the Eagle Artillery, obviously with the Royal Champion mixed into that picture as well. There's only the defending Royal Champion now that could do serious damage to these Dragon Riders. So just holding on to those 2 Headhunters till he gets a little bit further when he plans to use the Warden ability. You can see they have been deployed. Red air bombs in the center chasing the Dragon Riders, and that is going to mean the 2 in the center are going to go down. But I was just about to say, he was holding on to a Dragon Rider, and you see there towards the 9 o'clock area trying to just surgically pick off that air defense.
Yeah, that keeps the navigation of these drag riders that remain strong, and also added in a nice full health Dragon Rider to the mix. Now, the Royal Champion's already expended the ability, but he's got this invisibility spell that is more than enough to help her try and carry through, giving those drag riders just a little bit more power. And we still have the Queen's ability. She's here, slightly landlocked, will need to beat through some walls. But if she can work together with the Warden, Royal Champion getting an extra leg here with that free spell. This Queen needs to carry along, pops that ability, gets those archers coming in. And with 26 seconds left, it's going to be a race to the clock with all of these storages to worry about.
Oh, it really is. He was sending in the minions at the very top as fast as possible, knew that they would start taking damage from the air defense. But what more can you do? When time is a factor, you've got to start deploying them. Unfortunately, they do all go down. But arguably the best player, because he's racked up a couple of extra percentage points over there, and it is not going to be the 3-star. So this really does now keep it interesting with 2 stars either side from that last attack.
Yeah, but this gives Entropy Gaming the lead in the mix, and it's just a small opening for ATN to try and capitalize off of, but they need more than that. They need another defense to try and carry along in this one. I'm sure they're happy to see, at very least, a defense coming in at this rate, because if we saw 3-star after 3-star after 3-star, I think the team would be worrying a little bit.
Oh, it's definitely good for them to get at least the defense in. Keeps the stars, like you said, tied up so they can try and pounce towards the end. And in the previous matchup on Thursday, it was 13 stars apiece, so there was another attack dropped. And maybe that's where ATN are looking at that in terms of, you know, even if they were to fail another attack themselves, so to speak, they could still catch up on percentage if they are able to hold off just one more attack.
Yeah, so coming in fast with those zap quakes. I blinked and couldn't even see how fast he came in, but it looks like he took down some air sweepers in the center of the base, and will continue to navigate some of this pathing in with the heroes. Now, I like this. We're seeing more and more of this judo with the skellies to serve as a distraction rather than wasting any troop space. You can actually split up your heroes a bit more, with the Ice Golem doing the tanking for the king, and just a shallow approach for the queen to be able to take on the town hall and doesn't need to worry about a giant or anything else.
Yeah, always very nice, particularly when you can find areas of the base where there's limited splash coverage. And like you said, I always enjoy seeing the heroes placed in together but slightly apart. The Queen in the upper compartment, King through the middle, Royal Champion moving down that western area of the base. He's just thinning out the entire area. Royal Champion unfortunately goes down at this stage, but she's already cleared out that left-hand side for the Lalo to move on through. But notice how he's got the Stone Slammer. The balloons moving in from that right-hand side. A Tornado Trap, interestingly, towards the edge of the base there from Entropy Gaming. Nothing too drastic for Boom at this stage, but could have, depending on if he was sending a Blizzard into that side, I'm assuming was baited.
Yeah, I was impressed by the Queen actually surviving that long and almost clearing out more of the northern side of the base. Now, he does actually have this Giant coming in, but for back-end support, actually tanking for these loons to overwhelm the splash damage from the Wizard Tower. So this is absolutely stunning coming through from Boom. He's able to carry the team through, get that 3-star on the board, and look for that small, tiny fraction of an opening for ATN to see if they can hold one more defense against Entropy Gaming. Look at the swarm of minions and pups. He absolutely hammered that one.
I think it's fantastic that we normally see Boom using the Blizzard Lalo, switched it up to the Zap Lalo, and arguably I think they did bait a Blizzard there. It's not often we have the Tornado Trap to the outside of the base, so really cool to see Boom using something different, potentially outsmarting that. But again, it's always difficult when you're putting up one base for a specific player, but then there's 5 people to choose from. It's really trying to make sure that they have something and they think, oh, I'm going to take that base and then get tripped up. So it's really trying to identify, and I wonder whether that was what Entropy Gaming had hoped for that one.
I actually agree with that. I think they probably were, and I'm questioning now in that MCES war if that was the same, but Synthé came in with the Lalo rather than the Hogs, if there was maybe a slight bait there also. But let's see, we've got Bully coming in. With the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash, we've had Hybrid actually making way as trying to move forward as one of the lead ground attacks, but this is still a very popular choice for ground. Has a lot of power, and we often see the same case here with the Warden taking on the early path and clearing out some nice flank damage. Taking down that scatter shot is going to help alleviate some of the pressure of this main push coming in, particularly against the healers, that they don't get shot and knocked down as we work through the center of the base.
Yeah, the really interesting thing about this attack is the scatter shot was actually firing at the owl, and it was doing splash damage to the healers. So the healers are already on half health due to it firing at the owl, which is really interesting as they move into the base. But so far, so good in terms of not finding any of those red air bombs. And obviously we've got balloons moving through as we are pushing to this right-hand side, trying to redirect the P.E.K.K.A. into the center, which is exactly what is happening at the moment.
Yeah, that was a nice push of those loons actually getting inside the core. Some traps along the way that could do in these healers as they have had some damage on them, but they still are able to keep the P.E.K.K.A.s alive and well, and the Queen's reserving this ability with the Royal Champ coming in from the outside edge, flanking those defenses. We still have a lot of power to get into this, and the Ice Golem still tanking. Just need to get to that Town Hall and get those P.E.K.K.A.s doing some work.
Yeah, they seem to be zigzagging everywhere, but at the moment, the healers did go down due to the Seeking Air Mines, or the red air bombs in the center. It's getting even closer. The P.E.K.K.A. go down. He's already burnt the Queen ability, so the RC to the rescue here for the Town Hall. Oh my word, really clutching its straws down to the end there, the Royal Champion. Well, that's going to ease my heart anyway. I don't know what Bully feels about that. But is it enough with a P.E.K.K.A.? Where is it going? Right through the poison? Oh, no. That is probably going to mean it's going to just fall short now.
This is the defense that ATN was hoping to see. And with a very low health P.E.K.K.A. that chose to go through the poison, can jump around, but is going to instead beat through this wall and get targeted. He's not going to have enough steam to pick this one up. And this gives ATN the star lead, which was exactly what they needed. Entropy Gaming was holding the lead percentage-wise on this one. So they'll hope to have one more slip up here from ATN.
Well, the war in their hands now, and who is it left to go? I'm trying to think. It's Vale, right? Vale hasn't attacked yet, so wow. I mean, there's no weak link with ATN anyway, so it, you know, but every time you look at the last player, it's always just a little bit, you know, how do you go about defending that either way? But Vale, if he 3-stars, will get the win for ATN, and I think he's being quite diverse with his strategies actually across the play days. We've seen him do a lot of different attacks. I don't think he's really used the same one more than once or twice, to be honest, just off the top of my head.
No, you know, ATN is a team that has worked on their versatility. And, you know, while you have players like Yo-Yo or even Boom that excel at particular strategies, and people can almost try and bait them and expect and predict certain types of attacks that they would use, they still come in and surprise us from time to time, and they still come in with a lot of variety. And it is indeed Vale flexing his versatility here, bringing in the Drag Riders, but we have 5 Rocket Loons to the table with this as well.
Well, you know, wanted to see some rocket balloons. Vale is not disappointing, but I always like when we see Vale using the lightning spells, how he starts his heroes. He doesn't tend to use the lightning straight away, starts the heroes, gets the time moving, and then uses the lightning when he gets a spare couple of seconds. Now, the Ice Golem does get flung off early, so the Royal Champion might be a little bit vulnerable here, but so far looking good as he pops the Queen ability to get that Town Hall.
Yeah, now the one thing to just remember when you are using these lightning spells, when you're doing the Zap Quake on the fly like this, is accuracy, because there's so much going on and then you need to redirect your focus. So that is the biggest concern, but come straight in for those Infernos, and we don't get the single down. We'll still have to come into that for contention. So maybe not necessarily getting everything he wanted out of it, but did manage to get one of them down. Just see how this adjusts the pathing, because we still have the builders, those battle builders, bringing it back up.
Yeah, and I think the Stone Slammer and the Rocket Balloons are going to be key here to keep the Dragon Riders through the middle. I do see what he was doing in terms of using the lightning over the top of that area, getting damage to the Clan Castle troops as well. Smart to try and do that, but like you said, just complicates things in the middle. Look at that one balloon, it just missed the single target Inferno. I thought he was going to get it. Maybe he'll invest a Rocket Balloon. He does to the top area of the base. That should be able to get that single, get things back on track, but now he's only got 2 Rocket Balloons, which I'm guessing he wanted to pick off that back-end air defense.
Yeah, we'll see if that investment is going to cost him on finishing this one up. We still have Drag Riders left over. We do have the Warden working along, and a Baby Drag actually following from behind, trying to help out here, but freezes up the Eagle, freezes up the air defense, tries to alleviate some pressure onto these Drag Riders, giving them a final opportunity. And he did sneak those Rocket Loons in for the Archer Tower. A good move there, because he's in the close, but does he have enough power left over to finish the job?
Eagle firing away. He's still got a decent spread on troops here, but can he get anything towards that air defense? It locks onto the Grand Warden, which means it will go down. I don't think he will have the power to get through the Eagle artillery, but it does keep the percentage very high for ATN. That is the one thing that they can be happy about with this attack. And, actually, it's not going to be enough, though, if Entropy get the 3 stars, right? Oh, maybe it is now with 98. Oh, that 1%, I think, just changed everything.
Ooh, we'll have to wait and see. This is Entropy Gaming, because we were tied up on percent on that one before. So this is going to be a really close call for EG.
Yeah, I'm quickly trying to work out exactly what it was, wasn't it? And I think the attack by Yo-Yo pulled things down for ATN, but that extra percentage point definitely held them above the average. And there's only 3 extra percentage points in terms of the 100%, which, let's be honest, Entropy need the 3 stars anyway, just to tie up on stars. And I think it probably would pull them in the lead by a point, I think.
Okay, so this is This is for it all, but yeah, you work it out. But what I'm actually gonna point out is we haven't seen Obama, who has the perfect hit rate. If he's in the lineup today, this gives Entropy Gaming, if that's the case, a really good riding position. Oh, and it's Abby.
Well, let's see what he can do with the Queen Charge Dragon Riders. I don't know why I'm struggling so much to work this out. But I think it would pull them ahead by 2% overall, I think. So it would be 0.4 in the lead.
Okay.
Overall, if Entropy get the 3 stars. So they can still get this. And it was 13 stars apiece last week. So we could be all tied on stars. Just the percentage swinging in the favor of Entropy if they get it.
I think either way, the big sigh of relief for ATN is the 2-star, looking for a solid defense at the end of the day, especially since Vala was the one to come in with the last attack and is now the last defense to come for the mix. Now, Queen Charge working along to take down the Town Hall here. We've already opened up the compartment for the multi-targeting Inferno so that the King can ride his way through, help pick that off, and ease up the connection for the Drag Riders. We want to thin out the path as much as possible as we work this through, and we just really want to eliminate as much damage as possible. So taking down the Town Hall is huge, and it allows us to bring in the Stone Slammer to help provide power and cut the path even more so.
Really helpful with those Dragon Riders, particularly after the previous update. Just having that little bit extra to tank for them due to the decreased range. Archer Queen is doing a brilliant job across to that side. He's managed to keep her well protected using the rages. Coco Loons as well doing a nice job. And look at this wall breaker moving right in. Oh, I think he wanted it to break open the wall towards the multi maybe. But either way, she will continue to get big value here and can probably make sure that Royal Champion peels to the multi anyway.
Yeah, but he will have the Stone Slammer actually to help force these Drag Riders in a closer knit path into that multi. If he can hold on to this Warden ability a little bit longer, he'll be in a good spot. And the Queen taking down the scatter shot isn't a bad position for it to be in. It's just, we really worry about the traps, but this scatter shot on the opposite side never went down and is throwing damage left and right. But he still manages to recover with these Drag Riders. Judo, he's in a solid position at this point.
Looking very, very good. I was a little bit nervous about that scatter shot in the center. He was sending minions to try and get that final little bit of damage, but in the end, the value he's got from his Queen, look at the Dragon Riders just swoop through the base. How has he managed to protect that many of them? It is going to be the 3 stars, and not only the 3 stars, the victory for Entropy Gaming, stopping the win streak of alternate attacks who are in the #1 spot, but closing right behind is Entropy Gaming with that victory.
Now, what I want to know is, what was your prediction in this matchup, Judo? Because I know I got it wrong. Entropy Gaming getting the better of ATN this run through, which puts him in a really good spot on the leaderboard at the end of the day.
Well, I think my hit rate remains around about 33% on predictions. That's what I've had the previous 2 play days. That's what I'm on so far today. 1 out of 3. So let's fingers crossed it will continue to pick up from there. But either way, what an incredible match that was. And we said Entropy Gaming, after losing the first match to Badzinger, really needed that victory to keep themselves towards the top of the table. And they indeed did it. Another exciting matchup coming up right after the break.
reaching. Yeah, I keep reaching and reaching. Reaching the top. Keep reaching.
Hello. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah, I
Happy
keep
that we
reaching
could
and
win.
reaching.
Thank you.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Our fourth match awaits, so it is time to welcome back Lethal, Reporter Gaming, and MCES for this one. Going to be interesting to see if MCES can continue their winning streak that they are currently on.
Yeah, they have, haven't they, so far? And I'm very curious to see from Entropy Gaming the interview and what they're going to mention in terms of that last matchup, because that was a very close affair. Definitely came down to the wire. And again, as we spoke about, but even before this whole shenanigan started, everyone's just being everyone. You saw Entropy loses to Badzinger, then somehow they defeat ATN like 2 matches later. It really is ridiculous, but you gotta love it at the same time.
Yes, you absolutely do. And like you said, we have an interview from Entropy Gaming, fresh out of the victory over Alternate Attacks. Thank you so much for joining us, my friend. How do you feel after that victory? Such an intense matchup.
Yeah, hello there. I'm happy to be here, and it was very close, and we are very happy that we could get at least the second win. After the lose in the first war against Badzinger, but yeah, very happy.
Do you know what I find quite funny as well? Your face just tells it all. You're very, very happy. I see a sparkle in your eye. You're just, it doesn't look like you've actually gone 1 win, 1 loss. It looked like you've gone 2 wins, no losses today. But did that ATN victory really build a lot of confidence for your team for the future matchups coming by in the next few play days?
Yeah, of course, a win against Attacks, against the World Championship is always a good thing. It pushes the confidence. Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah, I think ever since you got signed, you seem to have gone from strength to strength, which is fantastic. Congrats again. And I think in terms of that last matchup, myself and Lady B were saying it was almost a must-win for you, because despite you being near the top of the table, it could be easy to slip towards that 4th and even 5th spot because everyone is so tightly compact there. How important was it for you to remain ahead of the pack and get that victory over ATN?
Yeah, it was very important. Everyone is they're just top teams, and every win is really important. If you just had a bad day and you have 2 losses on one day, it has a huge impact. And yeah, it is very important that you at least win 1 game per day. So it was very, very important.
Well, thank you so much for joining us for that one. Did you have a follow-up question there, Lethal?
No, I was going to say that's done and dusted for me, because it was it's very hard to grasp. I just find it a surprise how some of these teams can like lose out early on and defeat ATN. It's not the first time we've seen it either, and it's just just gobsmacked, but also very happy for you guys at the same time.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Well, that is Beezers from Entropy Gaming. Congrats on the victory again today. But let's move across to the next matchup then, Lethal. And he made an interesting point there of, because it's so tightly compact with the teams, at least winning 1 match a day is almost the benchmark to keep yourself in the mix. MCES have already won that match today against Time to Throw, and they came fresh out of a perfect war at the end of Thursday's matchup. But now they're going up against Reported, who, despite not being near the top, have one of the strongest offense in terms of the hit rate.
They really do, and it makes you wonder again what version of RPG we're gonna see today. We say it every single time, but it really does come to that point where, you know, if her attacks are good, great. If not, then we don't know what to expect. And I think what Beezus was saying earlier on is the fact that he can basically just win on average once a day due to the fact that they're going 4-3, and they should be able to average that out and be able to come out on top with a 9-6 or 8-7. Sorry, not 9-6, sorry, 9-5 or an 8-6 kind of win-loss ratio to qualify. And RPG, we know that they're falling back just a little bit, but not by a huge amount, no. But this win will be very important for them, because if they win this and GH rest, at least they can continue on making it to the top. But MCS are definitely going to be very hard contenders to try and defeat. A little bit of a tall order, but again, it depends on what version of RPG we're going to see. Look at that, though. Average damage, 96%.
Yeah, and the hit rate a little bit higher than Reported Gaming, actually, but it's the defense which really is helping, and I feel that's the downfall for Reported Gaming. Actually, when we looked at the stats from alternate attacks, they had the same hit rate as Reported Gaming, and they're at the top of the table, but they're able to hold those defenses off as well. You can 3-star quite a lot, but if you're not holding off your opponent, then you're not going to get that victory. So that's where MCES, you see defense being a bit higher. Potentially that will come into play, but it's just going to be interesting, as we had this discussion last week, Reported being their first matchup here. MCES already warmed up, getting the victory over one of the highest rated teams in the leaderboard as well. So I know you said last week that tends to be an advantage if you beat the top team and you've already warmed up.
Yeah, it's difficult because when you're against 2 teams, especially on the same day, sometimes playing against a Verticrit's weaker team, I don't think there is a weaker team here, and I don't really like to say that either, but if you do play against a weaker team, then at least that way you're warmed up and ready for that more difficult approach, that final hurdle to really solidify those 2 wins on each day. But if you're playing against a hard team first, you haven't really got that warm-up required, because then you don't really need a warm-up for that lower tier team. It's best to have it the opposite way around. But yeah, either way, it's going to be very tough to call. And you saw there just below, hashtag ESL Mobile, let us know your thoughts, of course, with these matchups. We've still got quite a few matchups left to go. It's still got at least 3 or 4 in the making, and it's still very tough to decide who's going to come out, what, where, and how. Because MCS, yeah, sure, they came out with a win earlier on against Time to Throw. As you rightly mentioned, one of the highest seeded teams here, but also one of the most difficult and challenging teams, especially since we haven't got as much research on them compared to what some of the other teams have in terms of being able to discover what's their weaknesses and exploits. But for the other teams they have, though, Reported Gaming, it really does I think whatever we're going to see in this game is going to dictate the pace for them for the rest of the evening. So if they play really strong, great attacks and smooth attacks nonetheless in against MCES, then that should follow suit against GHRS later on. But for their sake, if they want to keep in it, I think these 2 wins are going to be vital since they're currently sitting 7th with a 3-win, 4-loss currently in the standings.
Yeah, it's always an interesting one, though, when you throw out the names like GHRS, who are down at the bottom of the table, but now they're at that stage where they're fighting to keep themselves in it. So Reported Gaming do have to bear that in mind as well. It's not going to be an easy matchup later on. So thinking about what we just heard from Beezers of Entropy Gaming, maybe a matchup to win. It's, just so difficult. On the flip side, I remember this time, or I guess a couple of hours ago, this time last week, we were starting the show saying how MCES were bottom of the leaderboard, and yet throughout last week and this week, they have spun things around, and if they get their second victory today, that will pull them right up, and I believe into the top 4 spot, meaning they're right there to be contenders in the final.
Yeah, MCES had a very shaky start, didn't they? But to be fair to them, last season they also had a very shaky start. It takes them a little bit of time to get themselves going, and we've seen it last season. So they're kind of replicating that. The only difference is they have more of a reason as to why they were shook up right from the get-go, because of how tough the competition has been for them. And it was actually Yanis who mentioned this, and Yanis did say that, he's looking to try and speed things up with these wins and try and be a little bit more consistent, especially after their perfect war and their performance last Thursday. And it looks like he's going to be extremely aggressive from the get-go here, coming in straight away from the 7 o'clock up to the 10 o'clock position here, and just coming in hot with the blimp as well.
The Hydra it is, with that battle blimp moving across. Now, the good thing about the CC being pulled here, actually, I was going to say it should pull the dragons over to this direction, but one of them does go across to the town hall. Not the end of the world, as long as most of them are en route towards the center of the base, and as you see that multi-target Inferno. Now, it's interesting that we see Yanis going first. Often we see him actually towards the back end of the war, and he is one of my favorite players to watch, actually, because he likes to use the Lalo attack, and he's very good at it. So it's interesting that he's used the Hydra and being the first player to attack, maybe just not finding bases that suited his most optimal strategy, shall we say.
Yeah, it's definitely potentially right there. And so from what we've seen from this composition, we didn't have much of this army here like split up or go their separate ways. I only had one to the north, and that was literally about it. But then again, you've got to remember the Queen and the RC both just popping their ability and just having a look at the defense across the board. And it seems like only that Wizard Town to the north may cause an odd issue here and there. But let's be real though, us kind of clutching its straws here, Judo, as it's going to take a little bit of time to finish off this triple, but they will get there in the end, as it's taken a little bit of time. And as you can see so far, the Dragon having to push on up, but you can see with the health and the HP that it has, it will be fine. Just going to take a little bit of time. But Yanis is going to be pretty pleased about that. And you're right, though. Yanis isn't normally the person you see start off these matches normally first in these wars. Normally you see him, like, sometimes I've seen the odd occasion in the center, sometimes when 4th or 5th. It really does depend, though. But yeah, interesting that they've actually changed things up a little bit. But try hard, trying to defend this as best as he could. Sadly, he could not vote, but Reported Gaming are going to be extremely pleased with their performance here, as they are a very momentum-based team.
Yeah, and the Unicorns actually had enough time on the Grand Warden to heal him right back up. So if he did want to, fly into an attack after this, he would be all set in terms of having his Grand Warden healed up. That's how long it took to get through those final buildings. But the benefit of the Hydra attack is it is fast. It gets through the center of the base very quickly. You then rely on your heroes at the end, so you don't generally have to worry as much about time. And a 3-star is a 3-star, whether it's a beautiful, skillful Lalo or the Hydra kicking things off. Yanis will be happy with that either way, putting his team in the lead.
He's going to be very pleased with that. I do feel like they are very momentum-based as well. If they go off to a bad start, sometimes we see a couple more attacks kind of slide by, or the pressure gets to him too much towards at some point in the war. And we've seen it time and time again. But, so far, Yanis has already put on a great performance. And Teamtastic, even though he is definitely one of the go-to attackers, one of the best attackers here for RPG, He's going to be defending this time around against Tryhard and see what he can bring. Even with the Lalo attacks, we know for MCS, they brought out a lot of Lalo on Thursday and seem to be continuing it again today as well. So let's see what he can do in terms of his execution.
Started off so far so good using those balloons to pick off some defenses, but also checking for traps in terms of the battle blimp. Now onto the town hall. That will fall momentarily, whilst also luring out the clan castle troops. He's very easily just pulling them through the 2 poison spells to get rid of that and just eliminate any of the major threats early on. Now remember, when the teams played on Thursday, MCES did actually get the perfect war. It was 15-11 over RPG, so they are looking to improve on that. Already got their 3-star to kick off. Tryhard looking to level things up. So far so good with the King and Queen merging together for that single target Inferno, getting even more value, and the Ice Golem with the Royal Champion now looking to head towards the scatter shot.
Oh, you just reminded me, it was against RPG, wasn't it, when they got that perfect war? So I'm sure they're hoping to try and improve their defense a little bit more so that does not happen, or that won't be the case here. But we'll see though, we'll see. We already noticed that already a fair amount of damage has happened across the board. And Tryhard now will be coming out to see if he can make sure to continue that, heading towards that Eagle compartment. But the Tesla farmer has been greeted as well, but that's not going to bother him too much here. The haste spell comes down, still got one more to use if he wants to speed things up a tad. Still got 3 free spells as well, and he's just popped his Warden ability as well, just to make sure to try and secure this, but also keep his loons alive as much as he possibly can. Already the scatter shot has been taken down. The Expo, of course, on the left-hand side, as well as that Phono Tail, may cause a little bit of a problem, but with this many loons left, yeah, let's be honest here, Trials is going to be smooth sailing here on that. That Tornado Tram isn't really going to do anything here apart from delaying the inevitable. 40 seconds left. He's got enough minions in the back line as well, but he has to deal with that King, which is going to be just a tiny bit of a distraction here. But Tryhard absolutely sweating here, making sure to get the best out of this situation, and will bag himself another triple as well.
Loons will just slowly move across to the clan castle, and the builder hut might cut it a little bit fine on time, but both attacks haven't been overwhelming. Like, we've kicked off some wars today in terms of having a huge amount of time left, but 3 stars, as we mentioned, are 3 stars. That levels everything up. And I do like the fact that he spread the balloons quite wide across that right-hand side. One of the scatter shots actually locked onto a significant pack of balloons, but because he had such a wide deployment of them, it really didn't do too much because he had plenty of others to help take them out.
He certainly did. And I've noticed as well, just in terms of their attacks and what they really bring, both teams do bring a wide variety of strategies across the board. We know that MCS have been bringing a lot more Lalo the last 2, maybe 3 playdays, because we know the first couple of playdays there's more focus on a bit more ground, but this time around it's been a lot more different. But Reported Gaming have been pretty much the same here, just relying on the Siri and the Blizzard Lalos on a lot of the occasions, mainly Queen Charge Dragon Rider, but again it's by a very small margin as well. So it's very hard for both these teams to predict exactly how they should defend a particular attack, because both these teams don't really have a kind of go-to really. So we're going to see now exactly what Reported Gaming can do, and see if RPG can now continue with another triple just to add a lot more pressure onto MCES. Because I suppose you could say technically MCES have got 6 triples in a row against them if you want to add on to what they did on Thursday. But already now just looking to see what more damage that he could do here, just pushing on towards the south side, but not too bad so far indeed.
Yeah, invested a Rage spell alongside the Skeleton spell and the Royal Champion moving through, which actually ended up giving him relatively good value over there, and has kept the Queen on the outside of the base with her ability. Now you see that funnel getting set up so that she can dive in towards the town hall, but unfortunately the King has gone on a little bit of a walk around the outside of the base, so whilst he can take down a couple of the defenses on the outside, it doesn't help drastically in terms of the Lalo. And you see the path, that one balloon from the north just checking pathing and the air traps towards the multi-target Inferno, so the Stone Slammer can just drift right on in.
Certainly has done, just in perfect time. And look at all those traps the Stone Slammer's going to have to deal with so far. At least that's all of them out the way and gone to make things a little bit easier and give these loons a little bit more, well, actually, no, shall we say a lot more leeway, as that scatter shot and expo compartment's going to be worked on by that Dragon Rider, but the loons are just prioritising Inferno Tower in the south, which makes perfect sense here, because that's where the bulk of that DPS is going to be coming from on the side of BN. But another haste spell comes down just to speed things up. But at this point, it's not really necessary, as the scatter shot does get taken down. The Inferno Tower is going to be technically the last remaining problem for these loons, and that should be about here, apart from those testers on the right hand side. But 50 seconds left, though. Still got quite a few storages in that clan castle on the left hand side, but does have a little bit at the top as well. But the only annoying thing for him, the fact that these loons haven't split up. But with 40 seconds left, it shouldn't really be too much of an issue, but will be kind of close.
Yeah, particularly with the balloons being quite a slow troop. They do have to make their way down towards that clan castle. There is an elixir storage as well, but are they damaged in the slightest? I don't think so, with it being a Lalo attack. 1 minion getting to work. We've got a couple on the clan castle. It looks ever more likely now, but you never want to call this too early. There you have it, though, with the storages falling, all of the balloons clumping towards the clan castle, with that MCES name just to slam down the 3 stars for Reported Gaming, improving on the amount of 3 stars they were able to achieve in their matchup previously last week, where they only got 1 3-star against MCES, starting out with 2 in the first 2 attacks.
Exactly, night and day differences we like to see, and we weren't really too sure, were we? Because we haven't seen RPG play at all today. We saw MCES and they were still looking very solid, putting a great performance against Time to Throw. And this is what we were talking about. If we saw the same Reported where last Thursday, it was just very, very hit and miss. It was so tough to even decide what was going on. And the problem for GH Rest was the fact that when they played against them, they knew that Reported Gaming weren't really, in terms of their status, in terms of how they were performing, weren't really at their peak. And they still took them down. So GH Rest must be a little bit worried if Reported Gaming either keep this matchup very close in terms of star count, especially if it's a high scoring game, or if they take MCS down, they will be a little bit worried here. But we have definitely seen quite a few curveballs of everyone defeating everyone. So we may even see GH Rest defeating Reported if RPG do defeat MCS. It's going to be an interesting day in itself, as already just kicking things off with Queen in the North, just trying to get into that town hall to take that down. The ability has been popped early, but it makes perfect sense. We'll take down the town hall, and the Kings already had a little bit of a mouthful already in that the 10 o'clock compartment.
Yeah, all looking good for Remio at the moment, and just picking up on what you were talking about, Lethal, I did pick MCES for my predictions, so you never know what's going to happen at this stage with my current hit rate on those predictions. It's almost like an ongoing gag at the moment, isn't it? So I really like this approach, though. He has the Stone Slammer down to the bottom of the base, identifying that he can just send that in, get it towards the Eagle Artillery and take that down. Meanwhile, the main phase of the Lalo attack is actually happening from the opposite end of the base, Lethal. And so far, so good, but he's got no spells to help support now.
Yeah, he's got 1, but that poison spell's not going to really do anything, let's be real here. No haste or rage or anything like that, just to give these loons a bit more free roam. But Remio's going to be riding the struggle bus a tad. Could be a one-way ticket on that bus as well from what we've seen so far. The loons, at least those couple of loons you saw in the center, was able to get rid of a lot of those air traps, but it doesn't change the fact that it's just going to go straight onto the others. My word. And what's the shame as well is the fact that he's got a minute left remaining. It's not that it's going to be a time fail either, but we'll see though. He's going to try to do the best he can to try and recover from this. It's only really that Inferno Tower in the north which is going to cause a few issues, but with that Dragon Rider, it's actually got a lot of HP. The only problem is, can you get it in time to make sure to give these loons a bit more help? And oh no, it does not. So in the end though, it's actually taken a lot of damage, or tanked a lot of damage to take down this Inferno Tower. And do you know what? At one stage, I did think there was going to be a 2-star, but after all that, Remio did come up clutch.
Yeah, and one thing was holding his nerve in terms of that extra balloon. He could have sent it towards the single target Inferno to try and give it a bit extra damage, but figured even if he had the damage to take down the single target Inferno, time was something he had his eye on. So a really smart play there, holding onto that balloon, making sure to keep things tied up and interesting, moving to the mid part of the wall.
I was just worried about the Dragon Rider. I didn't realize how much health it had until it clocked on, and then I realized it was almost full HP. I was like, okay, it should be not smooth sailing, but it was definitely a lot closer than we even expected. But yeah, both teams got 2 triples now. We're going to look to see if RPG can then now get another one and to see if they can continue piling on this pressure. But it's been very, very tough for them. When you have a team who perfect walled against you previously, not too long ago, 4 days ago, it makes you question your defense a little bit, doesn't it? So I want to know how much they've actually changed, because we both don't keep an extremely keen eye on these layouts, but I want to see how much has changed in terms of what they've done defensively here, which we'll know in just a matter of time, really, depending on if MCES do slip up along the way. But Mech will be coming out now with the Queen already now in the north, just pushing towards to take down some of his defense here and see what he can bring to the table to make sure to continue to pile on the pressure onto MCES.
Always nice to have the funnel set up with that Yeti blimp, as you see, now charging that Arch Queen in. It's an interesting approach using the Queen rather than the Grand Warden, which we typically see for a P.E.K.K.A. Smash. But as long as he can keep that ability as he does, having to really send in the spells quick there to make sure he can thin out this entire area, then he could be looking good, as he's actually going to... Is it just the King he sends in towards the Eagle here, or where is he sending the P.E.K.K.A.? This is an interesting approach. He's got 2 jump spells, so arguably he could jump the Queen in towards the middle and then merge everything back in. But so far, investing a lot to this Queen charge, and it is the King diving in towards the Eagle artillery towards that southern area.
I think this is the first P.E.K.K.A. Smash we've seen today. Unless they happened in the last game, which I missed out on, then yeah, it's weird that it's the first one we've seen today, considering how much we've seen it so far, especially in the weekly attacks. It was actually second, so to find out that it's going to be the first time we've witnessed it over the last 4 wars is just interesting in itself. But King's going to travel south just to do all the dirty work, whilst the P.E.K.K.A.'s now just doing being on an absolute mission, taking down the Eagle compartment. The RC's there as well, just to be even more of a nuisance. But speaking of a nuisance, you can see the Queen on the north has got her hands full there, but that multi's already looking to do a lot more damage. But the RC, of course, is going to save today, so she can jump on in and make sure to try and take down that multi, and it will definitely give these P.E.K.K.A.s a huge amount of leeway pushing forward. But the other multi is now looking to try and continue that damage. But the RC still got the ability intact, and the Queen has as well. Hasn't made it to the Town Hall as of yet, but just going to be a matter of time with that jump spell now to continue to do work and to make sure to help things out a tad.
I've never seen a P.E.K.K.A. Smash used in this style, with the Queen charging down an entire side. He didn't even use a spell for the P.E.K.K.A. Smash other than the jump spell to give them access. Everything on the Queen, and the P.E.K.K.A. to just take down that right-hand side of the base, or the bottom left-hand side, depending on how you're looking at it, I guess. But what a creative way to take an attack strategy which looks box standard, if you will, flip it on its head and rip apart Kingsman's base. 3 stars from Reported, but I would argue that was very, very nice. The best 3-star we've had this war.
Completely agree. And he still had an invisibility spell left at the end as well, just to extra insurance. But yeah, of course, he didn't need it. But yeah, looking very good so far. I still find it weird we've not seen any. Like I said before, I don't think we saw any in the matchup before this. But the fact that we haven't seen any super P.E.K.K.A. Smashes, considering it was the second most used attack in terms of the weekly data, things have definitely changed up massively. We saw at the very beginning of the season where it was very, very diverse in terms of the variety we've got. But now that the gap is becoming smaller and smaller, and you saw the attacks are growing more and more, and some of these teams do have a particular favourite along the way, but also changing things up a little bit as well.
And that's what we always like to see, isn't it? Just keeping on top of things. But one man that has seemingly kept with the same strategy for the most part, I think he used the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. It actually might have been once. But other than that, he has used the hybrid all of the way through. Kingsman ready to take down Yanis's base and keep the dream alive for MCES, because RPG not letting up here. You can see the Archer Queen aiming to just take out the buildings by the Town Hall. Then is he charging the Queen in, or is he going to walk her around the outside? Looks like he's so far setting up the funnel so that she will just dive in towards that town hall based on the pathing of the buildings. Perhaps diving the king. He's got no wall breakers, actually, so let's see what he's going to do here. Probably just using the king on the outside with the hybrid moving in from this right area towards the scatter shot.
Oh, yeah, the Queen's definitely got her hands full there. The invisibility spell comes down, but still in prime in order to try and do as much as she can, which she's done a great job already, and did manage to find that tornado trap, which is a good start for her as well. So, end of the day, things are just adding up here for Kingsman. Now just pushing forward to just try and finish everything up. The rage spell does come down, and whilst the Queen there is just going to be dealing with that, she can see already the Pekka coming out from the right hand side, as well as the Hog Riders, as well as the RC from the 2 o'clock position. The Warden just popping his ability early because he knows that these Hogs are going to take a lot of damage along the way. There's a lot of ground defense here across the board, and it's looking very good. Great execution from Kingsman, I must say.
Yeah, interesting warning ability early on to push him through that scatter shot compartment, make sure there wasn't any deadly giant bombs there. But you see the heal down towards the bottom of the base now, losing out on a bit of force in towards the center, but that's where the Hog Riders from the Siege Barracks will hopefully be able to help out. We do have the Royal Champion tanking the back end scatter shot, which is working lovely right now because the Hog Riders get into its dead zone. And can you believe that despite him having the hybrid down the bottom, I couldn't really foresee this, to be honest with you, but he had the Hog Riders from the Siege Barracks planned all along to move right the way through into the center of the base. But it's getting close down towards the end here, Lethal. There's no splash left, but does he have enough force to get through these back end defenses?
Oh, he had a couple of spring traps to deal with, and earlier as well, talking about those Hog Riders, the RC came in just in time to distract that scatter shot so that the Hog Riders can take out the scatter shot on that 9 o'clock side, just for safety reasons, really. But yeah, there's no defense. They have 20 seconds left, though, but I think we can safely say that Kingsman will be bagging another triple, as we're doing our best to separate these two teams, but we just absolutely cannot. 3 triples in a row for both sides. Anyone's guess to decide exactly how things are going to turn out this time round.
Yeah, well, that's our argument with the predictions, isn't it? We honestly, we kind of know what we're talking about. We just, for some reason, get it wrong because the teams put up performances like this. Nobody wanting to lose this war. Obviously, not like you ever want to lose a war, but we're getting to that stage as well where if you start losing matches now, it's so much harder to claw your way back up. We've kind of seen from MCES, who, like we said, didn't have a great start to the season. They had more than enough time to claw their way back, whereas when you're getting into the latter half of things, it's more difficult to bounce back if you start losing.
It certainly is indeed. It's Timtastic. I actually mentioned him just before the first attack started. He defended early on against Yanis, and I was mentioning that Timtastic is an incredible attacker in himself. I say it as though the others are not. The others are just as equally as good, but Timtastic sometimes nice to bring a little bit of flair onto the server. 6 invisibility spells as well. I'd love to see exactly how this is going to go for him. As the blips is coming out now, just heading towards the center, and you can see it's going to be dropping into that Eagle artillery compartment. We'll find a couple of rocket lins, which has appeared for the defense here, and look at how much damage he is doing across the board. He's done a fair amount of the defense here. Look at this, it's already a good start for Timtastic, making sure to keep RPG on the road towards that perfect war. But do remember at home that MCS are doing the exact same thing, and let's see if Timtastic can continue to do absolute work for RPG.
It was so brilliant to see the Super Wizards inside the battle blimp there, like when they popped out and just obliterated that area with that first strike. He got so much value, but not to mention that, you can see again, we always talk about this, he can just dive his heroes into this area and he knows where they are going to go because that left-hand side of the base has been eliminated. Archer Queen playing things a little bit careful there, but she will step into that base. And look at the sneaky goblins at the same time here, Lethal. Just sneaking in towards the town hall. Didn't quite get the storage there, so he's going to have to use another one, then probably a further sneaky goblin to check for any traps in front of that town hall. And that's why he's decided to use the haste as well. Getting a bit close here. Should be all good on that town hall when he drops this invisibility.
Yeah, we saw Demo use a very similar strategy earlier on in the first matchup, so it's interesting to see Timtastic do it as well. And the RC has come out now to play from the 8 o'clock side, just to finish off that compartment, but also take down that defensive king. The RC will just be able to stay alive. We'll have to pop the ability though, but it does at least take out the Inferno Tower from the south side and do a little bit of damage onto the one a little bit closer to the northern center as well. But now the Loons have come out to play. The haze spell does drop down. They've still got one more haze spell and one more invisibility spell, as well as a couple of freezes. In fact, Inferno Tower is going to be a little bit more of a pain, but it looks like just going to be using the haze spell to drop on that anyway. But you can see, of course, the most of the damage will come from the AD on the right side, as looking to try and take down the AD in those two testers. But with the amount of Loons left so far here, Judo is going to be perfectly fine. He's got bag his team another triple. There's not really anything across the board of what else he can do. Just a matter of just doing the dirty work, taking out all these storages and mines, and he's going to be smooth sailing from there. So Timtastic definitely keeping RPG in the running, not just in this war, but of course for the perfect war as well.
Keeping the pressure on, isn't it? Because as the war goes on, it continues to mount. Despite you putting up the 3 stars, if your opponent is doing the same, the pressure just continues to build. And we all know what happens if everything is tied up. Stars being the first determining factor, then percentage. But if we cannot break the teams at that point, it then comes down to attack time. Maybe something starting to come into the minds of the players at this point. However, I always say this, Lethal, you just have to secure that 3-star. Time is almost a byproduct towards the end of the war. You've just got to play it safe up until that point.
Yeah, it's something they can think about, or inverted quotes, regret later on as if they lose in that matchup, because we even got to the 4th time breaker where it was the fastest attack accomplished, really, wasn't it? But earlier on back in Play-ins too. But I don't know if we'll ever see anything like that again. We might even see this matchup now we've just mentioned it, but yeah, it's difficult to say. MCES is still looking very solid though. RPG, I think for GH Rest later on, because they will be playing against a Repotted game at the end of the evening, are going to be a little bit worried and skeptical with what kind of RPG they'll be facing. But we've seen other teams like Badzinger, for example, that would lose out and then beat ATN later on. So it's very, very weird. But we're going to be starting off in this matchup with BN with the Dragon Riders. We're jumping 30 seconds late, but that doesn't matter. It just means we're going to speed things up to see exactly how this attack will be planned out against Mech's defense. And the Queen already looks like it seemed to do a fair work. Must have started in that 9 o'clock position and now just heading south to work on these other compartments with the Rage Spell dropping down.
Yeah, not too concerned about his walls when you just have a super wall breaker to bust through it anyway. Why upgrade them and spend the millions of loot in order to do so? As he gets going here, though, BN, the Queen charge should be able to work her way nicely in towards this little pocket. And he's got the wall wrecker here, interestingly. We see this from time to time from MCES, just trying to dive in towards the town hall afterwards. I'm just wondering exactly where he's sending his Queen here, because he doesn't have a jump or a wall break at this stage. She's going to stall out a little bit here. Maybe have to send in the wall wrecker and follow the wall wrecker towards the no, sends the wall wrecker from that angle. So interesting to see, maybe just hoping the Queen will beat through the wall or used an extra wall breaker when it wasn't intended.
Yeah, we'll have to see. She has been in this compartment for a very, very long time. And a lot of distractions are actually pushing up a little bit more. But the Town Hall still trying to be pressurized here. The visibility spell comes down for the Queen. And the Queen, what's going on?
Well, the Tornado Trap and all of the traps were there by the Town Hall. Spun the Goblins out of the way, so he's missed it. Now sending in some balloons with the Rage Spell and the Freeze, because the Queen has indeed gone through the wall as predicted. She's en route into the center of the base. She's not going back to that Town Hall, but he had to send the balloons and the Rage there in order to get that, because unfortunately, if not, it probably would have been a 1-star. So despite the Wall Wrecker tending to be a safer approach to the Town Hall, didn't work out there and perfectly rotated the Goblins out of the way.
That attack could have been a little bit more expensive. The fact that he was still able to take down the Town Hall with a Rage and a Freeze and a couple of loons ain't too bad, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still going to be 80%. Those 2 loons could have helped maybe 83, 84%, 85, maybe just to help out with the rest of the composition, but Even then, though, yeah, that was very, very close to 1-star, like you rightly said, but 81% 2-star, that's not what you want, considering we're just at the dying moments of this war. And also it means that you see their opponent's RPG, they have to make a massive slip up in order for them to not be able to win this, but it's hard to say they can't.
I mean, now the way they've been performing, they only need an 82% 2-star to obviously better that percentage, and with it being the final attack, take the victory. So maybe it means our hit rate on predictions is going to be even less, because I did predict MCES to win this
we
one.
all did.
And it's looking like RPG might have the strength. We don't want to, call anything too early, but based on their previous 4 attacks, I think it's very likely they're going to finish this one off.
Yeah, as long as they get this 82% 2-star, they're going to be in the running. It's going to be perfectly fine. I was just looking at prediction as well. If it looks like that RPG do win this, then all of us, including the audience, are going to be going 1-4, which is
just great. Better.
Just great. Yeah, at least we're all in the same boat. It don't really matter. It's not just one of us going 1-4 or something like that. As now Largo, he needs to be the one to get at least a 2-star 82% in order to secure victory here for RPG. If not, then it's all going to be in the hands of MCES. And we've got the Inferno Drag Riders here. Okay, interesting. He's already going to make that aggressive approach, but as long as he does what I've just mentioned, then it should be okay, as MCS may fall to RPG this time round.
Yeah, sometimes we see the Hydra using the Dragons and Dragon Riders, other times the Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders. You might have noticed the Tornado Trap was right at the side of the base there, near the multi-target Inferno at 10 o'clock. So again, maybe baiting in the Yeti Blimp or something like that, but not successfully. Knows he can make it towards that Town Hall with the Rage Spell over the top. That is momentarily falling. There it is, 2-star secured. He's just got to rack up this percentage. Still got hero abilities, and even the Royal Champion not deployed at this point, Lethal. He just needs 20%, but it looks like he's going for the 3.
Oh, he's laughing all the way to the bank here, as you rightly mentioned. The RC now will play a part, but barely even needs to at this rate here. 10% more will secure the deal. Largo, we've seen him a few times before, and his executions have been nothing short of spectacular. But like we've already mentioned, though, as long as he hits at least that 83% threshold, it should be okay. But saying that, though, that Dragon Rider's actually been taken down as well. It's still got the Inferno Dragon on the right-hand side, and you've still got the Owl, which will take down the storage. But, okay, so he's going to be safe, but I'm not going to lie to you, that was a really close call.
Yeah, the Inferno Dragon thankfully decided to come across to the right-hand side and pick the buildings on the outside. It looked so good, didn't it? He was, less than 20% off, hadn't used the Royal Champion, multiple spells left over. Looked like he was all set and sailing. Maybe that was the problem. He started celebrating too early or something, but no, just funning around there. But anyways, it is going to be the victory for Reported Gaming. I don't think they're going to be too bothered about an 89% 2-star when it means they take down the current champions of MCES and make sure that they get at least their 1 win of the day, maybe even 2, like you said, when they play GH Rest later on in the matches.
Yeah, we've seen it with the Inferno Drag Riders in the past. It's very hit and miss, isn't it? But at least with that composition anyway, he's guaranteed himself the victory. Haven't got the perfect war, but GH Rest, I'm sure they'll be watching this and they'll be a little bit a bit skeptical about how they're going to perform against them, but normally they are very well prepared, aren't they, with a lot of their matchups. And RPG have even said themselves they do repeatedly use a lot of the same layouts because there's so many different competitions in Clash of Clans. Of course, you can't really keep everyone guessing all the time 24/7. It's very, very difficult to be unorthodox, and we're going to see now how Sinfei is going to finish up the evening here. Sadly for him, even with a 3-star, it's not going to make any kind of difference, especially against Largo's defense, but at least it will keep the star count up for later on in future playdays if it does come to a tiebreaker in terms of the standings. So Sinfei here will be looking to try and do the best he can to make sure and make the best of a bad situation here. But it is a little bit of a shame, but it's nice to see Reported coming out on top, but also nice to see them looking very strong to begin the second half of the season.
He's always so creative, Sinfei, and he always loves to use the Skelly Donuts successfully taking down the Clan Castle and the Scatter Shot, despite them being quite a distance apart. He's been able to identify that, and you can't quite see, but the Super Archer down to the bottom of the base has not just picked off an air defense, it's continuing to go, taking out that area. Lovely move there in order to, you know, even just exchange with the air defense is fantastic in itself. And he's already taken out that left-hand side with the Royal Champion. Looking good here, just setting up the defense pathing for the Dragon Riders. And whilst the 3-star would not win him and MCES this war, remember, if everything was tied up at the end of the season, it would then come down towards stars at one point in terms of wins, losses. If everything's tied up between teams, stars could be the difference maker. So you always want to put up as many as possible in the matches.
And with the star count as well last season, it was quite close. It was literally just a handful of stars between a lot of the teams. We know ATM went a bit crazy with 199 out of 210 stars, but with the rest of them, no, it was very tight-knit. So it is very, very important. And it's very close considering the amount of wars they have to play. It's 14 wars overall, and the fact that it's just a handful of stars between them all, it's just ridiculous in itself. And these Dragon Riders are absolutely going to town. And he brought around 6 of them, didn't he? And all that's left so far is that pesky Inferno Tower on the north side, which the Loons are heading towards now, but it will be with the Dragon Rider also just to try and take it down, which he has done here. Beautifully done so far by Synthé, and he's got a minute left remaining. So a nice way to finish the war. Of course, he will be taking that L by the end of it, but technically they have gone 1-1 in terms of today's game. So it's just all about GH Rest and what they can do against a very strong looking RPG. 40 seconds left remaining, just that last storage at the bottom, and that is going to be it, with Robotic Gaming winning by the narrowest of margins.
Well, I just want to say, even though MCES don't get the victory, what an attack that was by Synthé. The Skelly Donut, the Super Archer, the Battle Blimp into the middle, everything about it was fantastic, but not enough to take down Reported Gaming. 14 stars apiece, but the average destruction getting the victory on this one. We talked about how strong the offense was of Reported Gaming. It was whether they could hold MCES back. In the end, they didn't. It's just that they had better offense, as we said right at the start.
Yeah, they certainly did. I think the offense just overall from all these teams have been a lot better over the last couple of play days. The first week it was very shaky for a lot of teams, but this time around it's been massively improved in comparison to what we saw when the season first began. But guys, if you're just joining us, you don't have to worry about it, guys. We've still got 3 more matches left to come. We've got ATM versus GHS coming up next with me and B back in the hot seat. And then after, we've got Time to Throw versus Carnage Gaming, and then GHS once against RPG. So guys, of course you're not going to go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few minutes. So Kingpin, hello, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge, as we're now just finishing up on the first half of the season, and we can talk a little bit about how you feel in terms of the previous matches and how you feel like you're going to do also in the coming weeks. But to kick things off, Fo, how do you feel like you guys have personally performed? Because we know you're currently at 2 wins, 5 losses, but there were quite a few wars you were very close to winning.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky, but we had, I think, not the best performance, but we didn't do just too bad, I think. So, for example, they were against MCS or even against ATN last night. We could have won maybe, But yeah, that's the game, so we take it.
Do you think you'll be able to organise yourselves and correct enough mistakes in order to make a comeback in the standings?
Yeah, of course we're gonna try. Now we are focusing on October qualifier because it's obviously it's the last one. So maybe we'll try to get a silver ticket or maybe even the gold ticket. Let's see. But then we'll try, of course, to win as much as possible. So let's see. It's always very tough to go up against these top teams, and we are really, really close with these top teams. But we'll see.
Last question, though. This is going more back to some of the wars which have been very, very close, but just not been able to close them out. Are there any clear issues as to why you've struggled to close out the few of these wars, which you definitely could have won because you've had some very strong starts in the past and you've given a lot of these teams a real run for their money. But is there any clear reasons as to why you've not been able to secure these wins?
Maybe a little bit, we were a little bit unlucky, and we also did a couple of mistakes that cost us the worst. For example, we did a couple of time fail against MCES, for example. We lost for a time fail. That was unlucky. And also yesterday night, as I said, against ATN, we did, I think, a 99 and a 97 time fail. So yeah, we could do better, but sometimes you just need a bit of luck. That's the game.
Thank you for the interview anyway, Kingpin. Lovely to see you once again, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Bye.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenges. Lady B is going to be back in the hot seat with me for this third to last match of the evening. It is going to be between GX Rest and ATN. Your boys, they a little bit of a shaky start earlier on, but I think it's understandable. Everyone's just been defeating everyone. It's been really weird, isn't it? It doesn't really matter what tier bracket you're in terms of skill ceiling, but ATN is still the dominant force in this, just in terms of being in the ESL Mobile Challenge. And they're still up 5-3 in terms of the standings, but they don't really want to keep this gap too close. And you can see already 96% average damage overall and decent defense and hit rate as well. But if they take down GH Rest here, at least it won't be the fact that they won't have a comfortable lead like they had before, but at least they'll be away from the rest of the pack.
They will, because they're currently sitting now with Badzinger on the win-loss ratio. So they're right there. They want to stay sailing ahead. This could be a bit worrisome for them. I think last week I actually predicted GH Rest for the win against ATN. It didn't work out in my favor, and against Entropy Gaming, let's see what the case is going to be in this matchup, or if I chose wrong this week. It seems all our predictions are going wrong this week, and that makes me think that GH Rest could actually do it finally, especially since this is a redo and so early on in the matchups.
These standings are going to be ridiculous, aren't they? If GH Rest do defeat their two opponents today, then yeah, the standings are going to be so close. I don't think we're going to have a very long chat about it towards the end of the evening especially. And we'd love to know your guys' opinions at home. Hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter. Let us know what you think this matchup in terms of results and how things are going to occur. Or maybe one of the other matches you feel like is going to occur later on in terms of what you think is going to happen in those also. Because we've still got 3 matches left to go. Got a double doses of GH Rest. They'll be playing as RPG at the end of the evening as well as ATN now. So, of course, if you're just joining us, it's fine. We're just at the halfway stage here, or just past halfway stage here, as it's still anybody's guess on who's going to beat what, where, how, and why. And I hope you guys can predict better than we can, because I think so far it allows 5 matches. Us analysts, inverted quotes, have only predicted 1 out of 4 correct. So that's how hard it's been, very, in terms of being able to predict a lot of these matchups here. And it's probably going to get worse along the way, so it's fine. We've already pretty much accepted our fate. But we're talking about the win conditions here, B. I want to talk about your prediction in terms of this matchup. ATN going to get a W here against GH Rest, or GH Rest actually going to pull something out the bag this time round?
Well, I did go with ATN for the prediction this week. And as I mentioned, I went with GH Rest last week in the same matchup. It didn't work in my favor then. And I am worried that it's not going to work in my favor today. I think we're seeing a lot of teams just taking the lessons from last week's matchups and applying them and really making some big waves in what we're seeing. And you did mention that this could mean big things for GH Rest, particularly if they're able to win both of their matches today. They're currently sitting down in the bottom and facing off against the #1, the top dog here. But we could see them sailing up slightly, potentially, or at least sitting in a much more comfortable position. But it starts here. And let's see, Vala actually kicking off the war. He was the final attack. He had the pressure on him. And that 98% 2-star, unfortunately, did not cut it. He needed the triple in order to get the win for ATN. So he wants to start off on the right foot, coming in with the Zap Quake Dragon. So going with the same approach again, but this time he's hoping it will pay off.
Cool. 8 Dragon Riders. It's not often you see that many here, but Vale has definitely brought it to the table. He knows how strong they are. And I remember Demo talking to me from time to time about how a lot of defenses still struggle against this type of composition. But one thing we'll add to the table as well is the fact that I did tell GH Rest, I remember talking to Kingpin, I did say to him that, look, not looking too bad so far. His win-loss ratio in the standings doesn't really reflect their performance, but at the end of the day, they can really only afford 1 loss to stay in the running. But apart from that, if they take any more L's, then it's just going to be a real struggle to get themselves to be able to contend for the top 4 spots. But the Kings already created so much havoc already, of course, in that southwestern side compartment. But the Queen's there to deal with the Lava Hound as well. And you can see the Town Hall just taking a fair amount of damage already with those sneaky goblins now looking to try and take down this Town Hall. But the Queen's also at the same time having to do a lot of work here on the south side. And here comes all the Dragon Riders, B.
Yeah, so the Dragon Riders actually, even though he has 8 of them to the table, he brings them in nice and close together, just overwhelming the defenses and even holding on to one, which is always a good idea, especially if you have them to spare, because they can help flank and pull the pack back in or get you out of any tough situations. And I do see some outlying defenses, so this could be useful coming up towards the 11 to 1 o'clock side of the base, but go straight there for the cannons as the Drag Riders veer right where you want them to go, straight into the core of the base. Now, we just have a Queen here with her ability, and she's a bit landlocked, so she needs to really make her way around. But the Drag Riders are still somewhat hanging on strong, but they look like they're starting to lose a little bit of steam.
Yeah, the momentum has definitely been lost so far, and that was his last free spell as well. So there's no other ways to keep these Dragon Runners alive or just delay GH Rest's defense so far. But look at the amount of damage this AD and this multi is just doing so far. Just a lot of work across the board. And you mentioned it earlier as well, the Queen has just been stuck, not been able to do much really, get a huge amount of value. She's been stuck in the center trying to break through all these walls. Yeah, Shields is here now, but just a little bit late to the party so far. We'll be able to break through this north compartment to try and get the best percentages possible, but this is not exactly what the side of ATM wanted, especially for Vale here, just kicking things off for ATM. But let's see what percentage they'll get here. We'll be cutting it closer. 92%, probably will get at least a 95 here, depending if it takes down this last couple of mines, which he has done. And it seems like it will be a 96 2-star, not the worst in the world in terms of exactly what occurred, but the Queen having a massive delay in the center sadly also delayed him from getting that triple as well. It will be a time fail, but we've seen worse percentages.
Yeah, you know, to start off like that with a time fail, so close to getting that 3-star. We'll have to see if the rest of the team can just feel motivated by that they have to start picking up those pieces slightly. And it's not a lot of pieces because, as you said, 96% not a bad place to be in. It could come into effect for them. We saw it last week when Rest and ATN faced off against each other. ATN did manage to get the 1-star win, but if it did come down to percent, they're looking okay.
Yeah, it's all right. We've seen worse, haven't we? But a triple would have been a nice way to start things off. But GHRS have realised that now there's already an opening for them, so they're going to be pretty pleased about that. We're going to be watching Sammy from GHRS to see how he's going to crack on already with the blimp coming into that scattershot compartment. The Queen will be following suit straight afterwards as well. And let's see what he can bring to the table this time round, as he's already looking to dissect a lot of his compartments from the 4 and 5 o'clock side. The Queen heading into that funneled Eagle artillery compartment, but we'll be joined as well with the couple of the other units. But still though, looking good. It's already a very quick start here for Sammy, and see if he can kick his team off with a nice triple to help things in this war at the very beginning.
Yeah, and starts off with that Yeti blimp, picks up some great value initially. We're taking down the Eagle with the Warden and Queen Walk to kick this one off, and it provides a nice push, you know, where we see Warden Walks getting some shallow value with the openers. We've really picked up a lot of the space already at that 2-minute mark when we really want to start sending in the main push of the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. So taking down the Eagle scattershot and that entire side of the base allows for a much easier push, and then takes down a lot of splash items. We have the scattershot coming in head on, which is the perfect position where you want it to come through, and an easy connection to the town hall. I like the delay on this Warden ability, trying to get those loons clipped in, soak up any traps along the way. That the healers are taking the brunt of those skellies. Queen will follow behind, but we do have the perfect transfer of those healers over onto the P.E.K.K.A.s.
Found the Tesla farm as well. It's still absolute chaos in the center. That multi got a huge amount of damage up before it was taken down from the center as well. And I must say there, just having a look at the spell, still got a free spell left here, and does have to do with that Tesla farm progressing into the town hall. It's just a matter of Sammy can continue to put added pressure onto this, and it looks like with the town hall still doing a lot of work onto a lot of his units so far. The healers are still got a fair amount of health as well. The RC does come out just in perfect timing and perfect sync with the rest of these units as well, and still got the ability to use to help towards that town hall. So interesting start to say, but he's still got a couple of bits as well to help towards taking out some of the, or trying to get the best percentage later on if it does fail. The RC now looking to turn down the town hall, which he has done, and it's just, I was going to say just outside the poison, but it looks like it's not going to happen though, as we're just trying to take out the storages on that north side. We'll find a couple of mines along the way, which is a little bit of a pain here, but it's like I said, just got to try and get the best percentage possible here. Just looking to try and get at least a 90 if you can.
Ooh, good thing for that Royal Champion. Last shot, last bit of health, getting down the town hall and giving Sammy what he needed to at least hang on to the 2 stars. So Vala's actually not feeling too bad now after his attack. And we did say that the percentage could come into play. For now, as these two teams carry on from the start, it is going to be a race to pick up the 3-star for ATN. And for Rest to be able to try and turn this one back around, which means they're going to have to hold some big defenses today.
Yeah, you kind of feel like for GH Rest, their attacks haven't been as well executed compared to a lot of these teams. We kind of saw a little bit more of that towards the later play days, especially last week. And, you know, for everyone in the first week, it wasn't the fact that everyone has sloppy plays or debatable plays. People were still just trying to figure things out, weren't they, with their compositions. But GHS is still in that kind of phase, aren't they, where they're trying to figure things out with how to try and make these attacks work, where everyone else is already starting to learn at a rapid pace with all these base builds on top of that. So GHS, I'm hoping that's not a start of things to come for them here, as they really do need this win. I've already told Kingpin and said that, you know, a one loss, it's fine, we can probably accept that, but it does mean that they have to win every single war from here on out. And the way everyone's just beating everyone, it's very, very difficult. It's very rock, paper, scissors kind of scenario here. But we'll see. We'll see, as Yo-Yo will be coming up here with his creativity as always, already kicking things off from the 11 o'clock side, and let's see what he can bring with the Warden.
Yeah, the Warden struggling very early, but gets a rage down over the healers and keeping him back to full health. We want to take down this multi-targeting Inferno as we start making this push for the Super Bowlers, one of those troops that we don't actually get to see very often. Despite the power that they bring, we do see a lot of players still sticking with those Super P.E.K.K.A. smashes. Now, this is kind of the variation to go along with it, and I find this interesting because he doesn't have P.E.K.K.A.s to the mix with this. He's got the Ice Golem, he's got the Super Bowlers, but he's bringing Super Wizards with this, and I haven't quite seen this combination, so I'm excited to see how well, or if it actually works in the lineup. And because we've already invested the Super Bowlers and the Super Wizards, we have to bring those old school wall breakers to the table.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot less ground this week, but in previous weeks it was a little bit different. But as I mentioned it before, where the compositions have been a lot less diverse as time has gone on here this season. But with the bowlers coming in, the first time we've seen it, we've only seen 2 P.E.K.K.A. smashes today as well. That's the reason why I was mentioning it earlier on. But with Lava Hound's going to try and put a halt to this attack for just a little bit, whilst these Super Bowlers here just continuing to do a lot of damage across the board, taking down that scanner shot compartment on that 5 o'clock side, and now heading towards the takedown that multi in the center, which was huge for this push. And you can see the Queen there just in the front line so far, with the healers directly behind it as well, doing their absolute best to try and make this attack work. And looking at the spell so far, the spell has just been used, good placement of it as well, and still got a couple of freezes and rage to really keep this attack going, just to keep it as aggressive as possible. Still trying to take down this town hall as well. The Queen is literally face planted into the town hall here. Good timing and good use of that free spell as well. The Queen has managed to clean things up here, but remember, her ability has already been used, so she could die in the poison depending on the circumstances of this defense.
Oh yeah, not enough healers to keep her going through it, unfortunately, even though they were right there in the rage, but it wears off quickly, and again, not enough to keep her alive. So the Royal Champ really with a mission on her hands, and it's mission impossible for her, even with this freeze and the ability with the regenerative health. There's nothing to help support this Royal Champion with 21 seconds left and all of this damage incoming. We unfortunately will not be able to see Yo-Yo pick up the 3-star. I got to keep an eye when we have the troop bar come up, because I want to see what came out of the log launcher. I wasn't sure if I saw Valks or Super Wizards or what came out of the mix, but it didn't seem like a crazy amount of support that Yo-Yo really needed on this one. And it was Yetis that came out with a Valk. I did see the Valk come out of that log launcher, but maybe something different in the mix could have helped out. You know, I was wondering if there would be Ice Golems. A lot of times we see that. Could have given the Queen just a little bit more life towards the end of that raid. But all in all, we have the percentage staying high. Problem is now for Rest, this is their opportunity to shine. This is where they can claim that lead over ATN.
Yeah, they need to get triples right now. We know ATN are probably going to do something silly like get 3 triples in a row and just turn things around. And GHS knows that, and this is probably the last, I know it sounds silly because they're both starting the war, but probably their one and only opportunity to capitalize on a situation. Just a very high 2-star to beat the averages, so at least they can guarantee a triple in the final attack at a later time in this war. They can guarantee the victory. Then it's going to be really nice for them to start off the second half of the season, and then hopefully they'll ooze themselves confidence and momentum for their future wars as well, especially against RPG, who almost perfect ward against MCES early on. But this is very uncharacteristic of the likes of ATN here. And I remember speaking to who it was, I think I was speaking to Boom, and do you know what's funny? He even mentioned but he's already preparing bases for World Finals, like 2 months in advance. And I said to him, well, if push comes to shove and you're on the back foot at some stage, even if it's the ESL Mobile Finals, are you going to reveal any of his bases? Are you still going to keep it under wraps? And do you know what he said? He said he's still going to keep it under wraps. That's how important it is to them. So, you know, we're not going to see the best come out from ATN in terms of their bases, which is perfectly understandable compared to the World Finals. But it does mean that GHRS have room to now make something of this. And already the Queen doing a lot of work heading towards the Town Hall. The Kings kicked things off in that 7 o'clock side, just taking all those structures on the south and slowly going to be moving into that compartment. And I must say, if GHRS don't capitalize now, then I'm maybe a little bit worried for them later on.
Yeah, I think that's where they can turn the on switch. You know, and we see that from ATN, where they do have that, not only in these matches, but I think like towards the tail end of the game, even if they're not showing their best defenses, that they want to keep under wraps. I think they can turn on that offensive on switch as well, which we should see within the coming months. But we do have Milanello coming in with the Hero Dive Lalo and has opened us up fairly nicely, but we don't get a lot. We don't get down the expo. We don't get down the single. It's not the end of the world for these loons. He's able to send in the Stone Slammer to take them down, not like we're dealing with Splash or anything too worrisome, but the loons can overwhelm the L shape that we've created here. The only thing that he has to be very worried about is the multi in the core, and because he's had to invest it early, we lose out on getting that Drag Rider in there.
Yeah, a lot of his lava has been pushed back, but it doesn't matter. They were heading towards the AD anyway. It's just the fact that they're pushing back these loons and just using that rage spell now just to help push them into that scatter shot, just to get a bit of leeway here, but still a little bit distracted by the hut and the AD. So, of course, another free spell did come down as an invisibility spell to use for later on, and another haste as well, and still haven't been able to take down that scatter shot. Finally, it's been cleaned up. I must say, Asta's defense, just keeping these loons at bay from that scatter shot, definitely worked wonders. Because look at the loons all being taken down here, B. And what's to say? Oh dear, 45 seconds left now. They've only got an invisibility spell left, but what for really? Nothing really to use it in all fairness, apart from you saw the RC has been taken down, and they've got the Lava Hound and the Ice Column left.
Yeah, the Lava Hound, the Ice Golem here, really distracting that Electro out from getting anything, and the King. Like, he can't pick up any additional points because we've got too much distraction on the board. A bit unfortunate on this one for GHRS, because this could have been their opportunity to try and switch the tables, turn them on ATN. But again, ATN going to carry through with the lead, with a % lead. We have yet to see actually a 3-star come down in this matchup, which could keep it again to what we saw last week, 13-12. ATN just need to go 3-star after 3-star after 3-star here, and they will just stay right there on top.
Yeah, Milanello almost, well, I say almost, but you saw how much trouble did he have with those loons in that north compartment. That sweeper, again, definitely one of the MVPs. And even sometimes with the sweeper, it wasn't just delaying it was forcing these loons to go for other defenses instead. And the Scalasher was able to stay alive enough to do so much work. It was such a pain in the backside for him. If you guys are just joining us halfway through this war, both of them are still on the same star count. Only problem is, though, ATN are pretty far ahead, 6.5% average. And that's saying something, B, because now ATN could clearly just walk through this and just treat it like their stomping ground. GHRS have had 2 chances to try and capitalize on the situation, but just not been able to.
And GHRS is a team where we saw prior to the update them using a lot of the drag riders. We're seeing them kind of switch things up a little bit here and there, trying to adjust with things, maybe not taking a liking to the new Dragon Rider meta that we have and the adjustments that have been made to them. A lot of teams do struggle with that these days. So I really commend them on this, but it seems that they just need to find their footing. They're still a very solid team. We see the beautiful plans that come out of them. Just a little bit more refinement, and they could carry this through. And there's still opportunity today for them to do this, not only against ATN, but they'll have one more matchup for the day. And we do have Boom coming in with the Blizz Lalo. Earlier we got to see that Zapquake Lalo that Judah pointed out was likely because they suspected some baiting in the mix, which we saw with the traps. So he kind of dodged a bullet there, but does come in with the Blizzard and successfully takes down what he needs. We do get the CC lure, we get the Town Hall down, and we can bring these heroes in to pick up one of the 2 multis on the board. Ooh, and a nice dive into the core, going super aggressive with this push to take down the scatter shot.
And he still didn't use his ability either, so in the perfect position. The Queen just following for support, but it's already down a fair minute as it is, and good use of that jump spell as well, just diving straight over to try and get up any more damage if the King can, but every little helps at this point is now the Queen. And to do with some of the defense then, which could be perfectly fine. While she's doing that, the Warden and the Loons have come out to play here on the 3 o'clock side. Just going to slowly go into the center. Good Loon usage as well in terms of the flanks, just going straight towards that Eagle artillery. But like we said though, just still the Queen just making sure to try and take down that scanner shot if she can, which she has done. The ability has been popped just to, again, just push on further to not give too much work for the Loons here. And you can see already some of the Loons have got a fair amount of HP coming in. The haste spell comes out as well. And do take into account there's going to be no more haste spells left. It's all going to be about that freeze and how he placed it. Good placement as well. Then the annoying thing is the Loons is only just arriving to the party into that compartment as Foe's defense is unfreeze. So Boom looking to try and make the best of his attack as possible. Still trying to actually not even go towards the Inferno Tower. Actually heading towards the Expo here. The Loons have been split. I'm not too sure about this here, B.
Yeah, they took out a little bit too much damage between the splash from the Wizard Tower and, the oncoming single in the Archer Tower. There's just a lot of range here to pick them off. And as they slowly move from defense to defense, they just can't withstand the force. I really like the way this pushed. And the fact that the Tornado Trap in the core was actually triggered early helped some of those Loons that pushed to the inline edge support the Queen. And I thought that was really going to give this the full power it needed. But look at this airbow. This is just wreaking havoc. The fact that the Queen wasn't able to take that down really hurt this raid, and they're handing this. ATN is handing these openings to GH Rest. This is basically saying, here, come on, take it. You know you want it.
It's on a silver platter. What more do you want? How often do you see ATN get 3 2-stars back to back and there's still 2 attacks left remaining? But GH Rest, if they can't win this now, then I don't know what more. What more do they want at this point? But they just need 1 triple to at least give themselves some breathing room and then push ATN on the ball. They push themselves on the back foot, really, haven't they? They can't ask for more. Surely they can capitalise on this. I've already said it twice in a row, but they need to do it now. Because if not, at some stage, ATN are just going to come out swinging out the gates from the start of one of these 2 attacks in the final pieces of this war. And then they're going to be in deep trouble, aren't they? I don't know what GH Rest want from this. They surely got to be able to close this out in these next few attacks. Surely.
Yeah, and we got to give credit to GH Rest on the base building because they're holding ATN back, which that's huge for them. So kudos, and particularly for that Queen going in, we saw the distraction of the Skellies, and that's what you need to think about, the trap placement, to hold off full value. So let's take a look as Joker comes in with the Queen charged Drag Rider. Now we send in the Wall Wrecker. We see this from time to time, much safer approach than sending in the Blimp. If you're worried, about possible baiting, get right there in on the Town Hall, Sneaky Goblins safely, securely to work through and get the job done. And that's going to allow the Queen to carry on her path towards the Eagle with 2 super wall breakers. We can either give her a little more access or we can pop the King in, though I do see some nice open compartments at the top side of the base.
If they do get a high 2-star here, we'll have to look at the stats and see exactly what is going on. But the 3-star may desperately need this more than anything else. Is the Queen now looking to flank all the way around, will be greeted by that defensive King. Rage spell comes down, perfectly understandable. Just look at the spells she's got. She's got a couple of rages, a few freezes, and the invisibility for later on. As now the Queen is just progressing into the Eagle compartment just to go to town and just do everything she can just to, of course, create havoc there. But you see the King also coming up from the 3 o'clock position as well. Just taking some of his army camps just to make sure to push in towards that scanner shot to funnel on in. And already the Dragon Runners have come into effect here with the Warden now. And let's see what Joker can do to hopefully get this triple here for GH Rest.
Yeah, I like this. The king on the outside edge for the scatter shot and forcing those drag riders in while the queen's on the outskirts. Again, we have those open walls, so if she survives, he can beat through the back end here, get to the top side of the base to that other scatter shot. But she's already had to burn through that ability. She's taken on a lot of fire, so I don't foresee her lasting much longer. So it's up to these drag riders to really do some work. King is managing to hang on and support the royal champion, but she needs enough power to try and finish this off. My goodness, these drag riders have gotten absolutely obliterated. And even with the invisibility and the freeze, this royal champ doesn't really stand much of a chance.
Not really, and she's already popped her ability earlier on, and she still has that freeze spell in his back pocket, so I don't know what he was saving that for. So they trap in the center. The minions, of course, not going to have a good time here, but yeah, I don't know how many chances GH Rest want in order to try and topple ATN. They've had a dream path to try and take the W, but they just haven't, have they? Not at all. And what makes things worse is percentage is so low, it means they need to defeat ATN by at least a starter at this point. And I can't, surely ATN will be able to close this out this time round. I've said it enough times. I feel like I'm a broken VCR at this point, as we're just going to look at the stats so far. And you can see neither player, neither team has had a triple at all after 6 attacks. That's so rare, especially in this region alone.
It is battle of the 2 stars at this point. It seems no one wants to be the first one to drop in the 3-star.
It's up to them, isn't it?
It's like a reverse game of chicken here. But surely we'll see some 3s coming through towards the tail end of this war. Definitely base building, holding strong. I also feel like these players are switching it up a bit. You know, as we get closer to the World Championships, you might see some players holding back. ATN is in a decent position where they are in the ranks, though I wouldn't want to throw this one away too much because we have a lot of other teams riding on their heels. So if they want to stay and move forward into the playoffs, they are going to have to hold strong. And equally, GH Rest has really got to kick up the fire today and in the matches to come. But Mask, we saw him earlier, I believe it was with, did he come in with the hybrid, switching it up to the ground hybrid or the air hybrid option, which would actually be the drag riders. It's very similar the way we approach Queen Charge drag riders and actual hybrid attacks. Typically, we want to work our way through towards that town hall, though we do see a lot of roundabout ways to go through the town hall to pick up as much damage as possible along the way and narrow out the path equally. But the Queen has a really easy set push straight towards that town hall option. And we've got the blimp actually sailing early on through to take down this multi.
I think you're right in terms of not giving anything away before the Challenge Finals and the World Finals as well. I think ATN, if they want to do that, this would probably be the best matchup to do so. At the same time, though, yeah, they don't want to just give anything away, do they? But probably felt it's probably best to do it against GH Rest. But of course, Rest, they don't. It doesn't worry MENA or worry or anything like that about giving anything away because they have to play to their heart's content anyway. They need a W in every single war from here on out until the final play day, pretty much. And the Queen now is going to be distracted quite heavily here, so we're just going to leave her be for the time being whilst he breaks through. And just seeing how this is going to work out. Like you've already mentioned, 4 Dragon Riders there ready and waiting. There's that wall break as well for later on. And still got a couple of rage spells left to use. And still, actually, it's just a spell usage. He's got quite a lot here to work with. This Mask now going to be making a start into that north central side of the map. Going to be pushing in straight towards the scanner shot with the RC and then using a couple of those Dragon Riders and the Warden to work on the Eagle Artillery compartment. So good usage there already. The entire Tesla farm will be with that multi in the 10 o'clock side. But the King's also there, as you can see in the compartment next to it, just trying to get to the AD before those Dragon Riders are initiating their attack towards that multi, but still looking pretty good so far. It's only one of the Dragon Riders who are pretty weak. Actually, there's 2 there now, which are pretty weak. But in terms of defense, there's still a fair amount here. Still got one invisibility spell left, but with the Queen getting there in time to take down that AD, it should be perfectly fine. It's just a matter of how this attack is going to go. As the King's already working on the outside in terms of the structures, just in case there is that time fail. But with the RC, look how much health she's got left. She's going to be perfectly fine. I can't believe it, B. You can't believe it. Chat probably can't believe it either. But we might actually get a triple here going into the 7th attack overall. Who would have thought it, eh?
Not might. We actually are going to finally see this 3-star, and Mask, of course, not letting us down on this one. Absolutely superb use of the heroes. You pointed out that King going into that 9 o'clock compartment where we had the AD, and that's really valuable for the drag riders. It seems like a small amount, but considering he was not only there taking that down, but also helping to tank and pick up the splash damage on the back end, taking down that wizard tower, that's huge. But equally, the Queen's placement also taking on a corner AD as well, and that gave a lot more power to the drag riders to really work their way through. But I still think that Royal Champ was the deal sealer in the end.
Yeah, definitely MVP in that one. I still can't believe we got a triple. Just unbelievable. Finally, it took 20 minutes into the matchup, but we finally got it. Mask was able to secure that. But it's going to be even more problems here. We're very problematic for GHRS because they still ain't got one yet. Kingpin is normally the person to do it, though. He's in terms of his attacks, he's always been very methodical. He's always been very strong across the board, as he is going to be whipping out the Dragon Riders once again here. But he knows as well as the rest of the team, they can't do anything. They need to win based on stars. So they need to get these back-to-back triples or the curtain call will be coming down here for GHRS. But if ATN get a triple in the next attack, then that is going to be it here for GHRS. And they will be going 2-6, heading towards Robotic Gaming. But that's one thing I'm worried about this team as well. Not only in just matchup, but they're playing again later on this evening, and RPG looked absolutely solid earlier on, didn't they? They honestly look so solid, and that worries me to a certain extent here. But we'll focus on that later on here, as we're just still going to see what more work he can do and what more value he can get with the Queen here. They're slowly going into the centre from the south, and it's going to try to take down that scatter shot to begin with and just work around the corner from there.
Yeah, the Queen was veering up north, kind of switched her direction, coming back around, but straight to the town hall where we want to see her working through. We want this town hall to go down unless he wanted to use that blimp to try and secure it. We'll have to see what's actually in the blimp to say what the full intention was. And this is very long-winded, actually, what we're seeing with this Queen as it is navigating the pathing, finally getting the CC lure with it, but he's going to get going with these drag riders like now, because a minute 30 is not necessarily enough time to get the job done. But we have a very narrowed out path, King on the outskirts, to ensure that we've got the cleanup going at the same time. And I'd love to see him get into that scatter shot compartment, thin this out as much as possible, force him through the core. The blimp's actually going to go for that core, take on the multi. If we've got Yetis in there, that could be a nice shout.
Queen is still going to town in the town hall. The blimp's just heading that way as well, but the sweeper's going to keep the blimp just a tad whilst these Dragon Runners and Loons in the RC just heading towards the north side, just freezing the AD and the scanner shot there just to help things out a tad. The ability of the RC has been popped as well, just to add more insult to injury to Yo-Yo's defense. And the Queen has taken down the town hall, as you can see from the 9 o'clock side, and still got a couple of Dragon Runners. Actually, I'm going to say this is an incredible attack as well. I said before this attack even started, Kingpin is definitely someone you can rely on to get these triples when they're definitely or desperately required, especially at this point, and he's definitely made it work. Look how much he's got left here. He's got 4 Dragon Riders. The RC, okay, not the RC anymore. It was taken down in that 9 o'clock side, but this is a great attack here from Kingpin, and now it's just up to them really, and well, more up to ATN in all fairness. If they get the triple in this next attack, that's going to be a done deal, and it will be a victory for ATN. If not, though, GHRS have another chance to capitalise, but they've had enough chances. Surely they won't have another.
Yeah, and I want to highlight the choice of the Yeti in that blimp there going into the core of the base, because had he brought in Loons and Drag Riders to the mix, we wouldn't have actually been able to take down those storages in the core of the base in the amount of time left over, because the time was ticking and those Loons and the Drag Riders would have pushed their way down towards 9 o'clock to that cannon. So there really would have been no recovery to get that done. So excellent choice in the Yeti. And this just shows that you can switch up what you're bringing to the table. And since Yetis have had that level upgrade, it really does help out a lot.
Oh, I love it. Whoever put that question in the poll in chat, what was it? Is anyone going to get a triple this war? You're a funny guy. You're a funny guy. And literally, you could say broken the curse there. As soon as that poll was made, Mask got run straight away. We've had 2 actually since then, so the curse has finally been broken. But now, see if Ast can secure this. He does need a triple in order to finish things off. If not, GH Rest, they need to win on Star Cannon at this point. The percentage is just way too large of a comparison now. And looking to try and take down this Town Hall to begin with. And looks like Ast to see if it can be able to do that, which he has done successfully here, which is going to be a nice way to start things off in this last attack.
Yep, and started this off nicely with that Zapquake, good investment, taking down the scatter shot and the defending AQ, which not only takes off a lot of heat and damage, but look at the pathing that we have navigated from that side of the base and the Town Hall. Just a nice easement into the core with the heroes who can be supported on the outskirts, working into that Eagle compartment. And this is almost like a built-in delay for them by putting this way, so they can get as much value as possible and just save on some health coming in. Now this Warden ability needs to help carry them through the potential damage zone here, where we would see a lot of the traps, so he is hanging on to it as long as possible, and the raid should go ways through here with those dragons if they would actually get into it. But they don't. They bypass it and they chase the CC Hound. Oh, this is veering off course badly for Ast. Let's see if he can try and turn this one around. He still has this Royal Champ that is yet to be placed, but he wants her supported as well.
A good recovery here may not guarantee the victory, but at least it can force GH Rest's hands, knowing that they have to get a triple in order to be able to win it. But
no.
If GH Rest get another opportunity to come back in this, I don't know what to say. Like this war has been really, really crazy. Back and forth. It's not really been the attacks which have been debatable or sloppy. It's just these base builds have just been doing absolute work. A shout out to them as well. These defenses have been back and forth, and it's been a real struggle for a lot of these teams. 45 seconds left. There's still 2 Inferno Towers in the middle. The RC is already weak. Yes, sure, she's got her ability, but she's still got the Expo, the 2 Inferno Towers, the defensive RC as well. It's going to be way, way too much here, and we're going to see how much there's a percentage that can be done. But as long as he gets a decent percentage, then it means that yeah, GXS have to get the best triple possible. But 25 seconds left here, just heading towards that Wizard Tower. But the Inferno Tower in the center is surely going to, it's going to help towards that. And I can't believe this is happening. As if they've got a 4th chance now to try and close this out. This is absolutely just balmy in itself. 89% 2-star, leaving a golden opportunity here for us. A golden one to keep themselves in it. Please just finish things off. Please. Please.
You know, I don't know if they're just trying to hand this one to GH Rest or not.
It's on a silver platter. Come on. Come on.
You know, that really hurt. The Hound luring the dragons that were right there in the center of the base out of the rage, away from the rage, away from the core, and to the outskirts where they got completely thinned out and obliterated. Just really killed the whole push of this raid, especially considering the Queen could have handled that entire compartment alone. It's just, it's not ATN's day in this matchup. So let's see.
You're not wrong at all. I didn't expect him to come out with 2 losses in a row today. Let's put it that way, especially against GH Rest. I knew it wasn't going to be a comfortable victory anyway, but I think what you said as well could make a bit of sense as well. Are they really bringing their best? No, of course they're not, especially not in terms of base layouts anyway. But in terms of attacks, not really too sure. Did they expect GH Rest to come out with this kind of defense? Again, it's definitely questionable, but Checo, come on. Come on, surely you can close this out. We know that in terms of percentage, I think it is impossible, but I've not really checked it fully. But if they get the 3-star here, that is going to be a win-win scenario here for GX Rest. They just can't really let us down at this point. But we'll see coming into this matchup here is they've got a golden opportunity not only to win this matchup, but of course keep themselves in the running in the ESL Mobile Challenge, because they're already going 2-5. Does not reflect their performance at all, but hopefully this will give them a bit of leeway in future playdays, especially some leeway, of course, against Repotic Gaming later on. But I really don't know at this point. I kind of feel like they've had like a 4th match point here, or another win to really make their mark in the smash up. I don't know. It's so weird, but let's see if they can do it.
I just want to ask if they can switch my predictions from last week to this week and my predictions this week to last week.
Here we go. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. But we have Keiko, who has the opportunity to finish a job here, get rest, a much needed win. It is a lot of pressure, but I feel like they should seem less intimidated considering they've been able to hold ATN to 11 stars. Now this Queen carrying on nice and strong and smooth, taking down the CC Hound. We have a jump even to continue her path towards a Town Hall. King, World Champion, working together nicely with the Warden. And oh my goodness, we're gonna clip this blimp to go straight through into that multi-chamber. Looking to get it in there. I'm assuming we'll see some, I was gonna say Yetis, but as Loons and the Dragon to come in for support. I mean, he is ravaging through this base. These drag riders won't have much to do. Look how narrowed out the path is for their approach, as the Queen will also be there to support the back end.
Yeah, this is looking very solid. I'm not going to say anything yet, though. Even though he's got a couple of free spells as well, and he's getting good use out of that healing spells on top of that. And good use of the freeze once again. He's got no more freezes left, but again, it's not necessary anyway. The Town Hall's already been taken down by the Queen. 35 seconds left, and he's still got a freeze. He's still got a handful of drag runners across the board, and the only thing left there is that Wizard, the AD, and the Archer Tower on the 3 o'clock side, and I don't believe it, B. I actually do not believe it. GSS are actually able to secure this victory, and in any other world or perfect world to say that, I did not expect this by any means, considering the slip-ups back and forth along the way. But it's just been a question of how great these defenses have been across the board. And dare I say it, GH Rest have actually managed to take down ATN by 1 star. There was a bit of a percentage gap, but they knew they had to be by stay count. And in the end, ATN had to take 2 losses today, which is definitely not what we pictured at all. But GH West, maybe a start of something to come here over the next few play days.
It might. This could put them in a really good position. And maybe this is the motivation that they need to go up against RPG, who just came off of that phenomenal win. That could get them back in the mix out of the bottom position, but it is going to lower ATN slightly. Now there is plenty more action to come, and we are going to get to see Time to Throw again facing off against Carnage Gaming. Excited to see how that one goes. And if you want to catch it, make sure that you stay tuned because it will be right up after this break.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lady B, and I'm joined again by Judo Sloth, who is just coming in from that onslaught, that craziness. Can you believe what we just witnessed, Judo?
Well, I was watching particularly the opening attacks and thinking, are they going to capitalize on this? Multiple 2-stars from ATN. Is it going to be? Obviously, they kept it close right down to the end, but as you established at the end of that war, our predictions are in tatters. And I legitimately think next week I will make my predictions and then flip it and just input the opposite person, because clearly it will do better for me.
Yeah, that's exactly how I'm feeling right now. I told Lethal I should have gone with my predictions from last week. I would have been in a much better spot. But we do actually get to see Carnage Gaming now playing today. Carnage is a team that I really thought we'd see sailing up pretty high. They're kind of staying mid-level, not making too many big moves right now, but they still have the opportunity to do it, though. I don't know even what to think with the way things are switching around today. It seems we could see some big changes in the mix-up. And for this matchup, I actually picked Time to Throw for the win. Who did you go with?
I went with Time to Throw as well. And in fact, I think when it threw up our predictions over there on Twitter, we were the same right up until the final matchup, actually. So maybe that one will switch things up. But looking at the hit rates and the average percentage, Time to Throw actually ahead on every single factor: hit rate, damage, and defense. So if that is anything to go by, then I guess we selected the correct team on paper. But I think you're right. Carnage Gaming is a team that I expected would do incredibly well, particularly after earlier on this year, we've seen them gaining the silver ticket to the World Finals. And they are a team that is interesting to me because they either storm the match and they win outright convincingly against top teams as well, or they struggle. Maybe you guys think the same. You can let us know on Twitter, hashtag ESL Mobile. But what's your thoughts, Lady B? Carnage Gaming, just a little bit inconsistent this challenge?
Yeah, just a tiny bit. But again, they're starting off today. They were sitting in spot number 5, so they're not in a bad position with a 3-4 win-loss rate. So, it could get them moving somewhere, but they have to be very careful as some of the other teams are just starting to sail up ahead of them. It can be very precarious since, a loss is just going to bump them back even further. And that's where I'd be worried, especially after seeing that win for GH Rest today.
Absolutely. Knowing they have another matchup today as well, if they were to put on as good of a performance defensively and offensively, then perhaps they could get a second win and catch Carnage Gaming up. We did hear from Beezers earlier on of Entropy Gaming, who said you basically have to win at least one of your matches to keep yourself in the contention. So Carnage Gaming, with their matchup today, I guess one of the teams that only has a single match today. And let's see if they can make it count. Fabian tends to start off for Carnage Gaming, and he has used the smash attack a lot. To the earlier stage of the challenge, he was using the Super Bowlers, but it seems like last week and seemingly so far this week, he's defaulted back to the P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah, and the P.E.K.K.A. we are still seeing as one of the most favorite ground attacks to come in with, though Hybrid's starting to make its wave, and I'm actually happy to see that. But this still is a very old, reliable source to come through. Now, with Fabian coming in for the scatter shot, he knows that time is of the essence and really needs to get this going. So now that rage down, that's going to help keep the Warden alive, getting those healers raged up and ready to go with a lot of damage coming in. But we're able to now kick this off just at the 2-minute mark, and this is where he's got to play all of his cards right because time will be ticking.
He's already got the wall opened up here where you can see the attack will be starting. The golem out in front, one P.E.K.K.A on the outside barracks just to lead him into that area, always funneling from that outside inwards, obviously with the Barbarian King on the outside in order to help out. With the log launcher moving all of the way through, he's hoping just to cut the P.E.K.K.A right through the middle of the base and all of the way towards that town hall.
Ooh, and I like this position for the king here. Sends a wall breaker to open up the scatter shot compartment, and we do have the ice golems to provide tanking so he can go as long as possible. The initial ice golem actually tanking for the royal champion to snipe off the multi that gets bypassed with this beautiful path for the P.E.K.K.As into the core of the base. Now, Yetis are here alive and well, but I'm looking for those P.E.K.K.As and where they've gone. And they're unfortunately breaking through with the Yetis on the outskirts. Do we even have any P.E.K.K.As left over in the mix here? This is going to be up to the queen to try and ensure that the town hall actually goes down. But the royal champ can help her in this one.
Thankfully, the queen is still in the center, the clan castle there being the building that attracted her in, so decides to rage up that queen, knows how important it is for her to take the town hall, but the P.E.K.K.A do indeed get across to that area, help out in the end with one freeze spell left. He's all but clarified the 3-star now, and as you move through that poison, it always just surprises me as to how fast the P.E.K.K.A go down. They shred the base, get to the town hall at the end, and down they go. That's why they leave it until that last building, pretty much 100%. Expected nothing less from him.
Yeah, that Yeti too. The Yetis that we saw coming out of the log launcher really helping out in the end as well. I'm impressed to see a Yeti full health to the end with all those Yenamites on his back. We've actually been seeing some good work coming in from them since the upgraded level now.
Yeah, we've definitely seen them back into the game a little bit more, haven't we? Particularly with the Yeti blimp, and I think that's something that is really cool, actually, to have those strategies that just come back every once in a while, and even though it's not used as much as it was in times gone by, Town Hall 12 meta, let's say, it's still cool that we see it every once in a while and just increases the diversity of attacks we see. But we have LP starting off. Normally he has been attacking last, but he's not using his Queen Charge Hog Riders. Trying to use the Lightning Zap Lalo. I was going to say Lightning Lalo, but I guess that's still technically correct.
I wonder if this is where they're really feeling the pressure and kind of switching it up in the mix, because LP, despite having a beautiful handle of that particular strategy, we have seen coming very close in time and, even on Steam. But let's see what he can do with the Lalo. I've seen him Lalo quite a bit. I don't know how rusty he is these days since he's switched up gears, but I can't imagine he would really be too far off from this. Now, taking advantage of luring that CC into a nice dark corner, particularly because we're going in with that hero dive. And you mentioned it with Vala. While you're going about your hero pushes, whether it's a queen charge or a hero dive, try and take advantage of using those zap quakes. But we also have the same problem here where we don't get the multi down because of the multitasking factor. Just slightly misses the mark, and the two battle builders bring it back to full health.
Oh, that's just such a huge problem, isn't it? Because that was the core building he wanted to cut out so the Lalo would not path there. He's going to pretty much have to use the warning ability over that area unless he can haste a small group of balloons there, or maybe even get the Royal Champion there. But with the enemy Archer Queen looming and the attacking Archer Queen stuck within the poison, doesn't seem to be going to plan here, and he doesn't have a lot more options to adapt at this stage. Going to have to be the Lava Loon to pull through, but he does have one Dragon Rider. Maybe he's got a plan for that sneakily, but he could get that in towards the center, perhaps.
He could, but he wants to ensure that the queen goes down first, so sends in those headhunters through the warden ability to try and knock her out swiftly. Loons are pushing in perfectly so far, but they are going to go into that damage zone right over the multi, freezes it up, and they actually go relatively unscathed. Nothing in there to actually draw them out, and he's going to be able to finish off the job here with this beautiful spread of loons around. So much splash.
A little bit fortunate in the center there, but one thing I would say is he held the Warren ability so that he could react. I'm sure his finger was right there. If any red air bombs started popping, he would be able to use that ability. But like you said, kept his cool, stuck to the plan essentially because he knew the Warren would be able to help. And the 3 stars, exactly what they needed to keep the heat onto Carnage Gaming as well.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, it's nice to see these great starts to the war firing away and heating up, especially after waiting to see so many 3 stars. I'm not used to that. But this is where pressure continues to surmount, especially for a team like Carnage Gaming, who is really looking to get out of that comfortable middle area, and also Time to Throw, who's looking to just try and make sure that they can stay in that top 4 spot, because even though we're in week 3 and we still have a few more matches to go, it's going to start dwindling down quickly. These win-losses mean so much more, especially when there's so many teams right there in that midsection.
Well, particularly following their loss to MCES earlier on today, they want to make sure that they do indeed get a victory, because you mentioned it earlier, they had such good success last week, and it really helped to pull them from the bottom of the leaderboard all of the way up to be real contenders to get through towards the final. I mean, they are our number 1 seed at the end of the day as well, so last week was looking like they were acting like that, shall we say, but can they put up the results today? They really need this one, but it's Carnage Gaming attacking now with the hybrid, and so far looking very good with this Queen charge, just mitigating all of the defenses around the Town Hall, and momentarily that will fall as well.
I really like these sweep throughs. I talk about this a lot, the way we see our Queen charges kind of reshaping the path, starting from the outside edge, working inside, looping around, and this really helps to narrow out even more path for drag riders and even hybrid here. But starts off strong with the heel straight down over that splash damage. A good spot to come in with, considering we're contending against the defending AQ and now the CC troops. So this, we'll see if it's going to help out. I'm struggling to see where these miners are actually.
Yeah, it's sometimes tough to see them when there's a lot of action happening, but certainly, oh, there they are. Ooh. Just popped up towards the multi-target Inferno, and they burrow through alongside the Rage spell. We also have the Reinforcement Hog Riders, and I was just about to say, where did the miners go here? But they do indeed go towards the Clan Castle and the multi-target Inferno. They're taking huge damage now. I expected a heal spell, but there it is, leading them right in towards that scatter shot on the back end.
Oh, that was such good timing. Did you see that? Got the heel down, dropped it, but maybe not quite enough because they got completely knocked out. The Queen comes around the back end trying to hang this one on, but the Royal Champion has to be it with her Seeking Shield. Just not enough to get a knockoff on the scatter shot here. And this is going to be a fast fizzle out, unfortunately, for Tituan. This could be handing over Time to Throw a pretty nice lead that they could capitalize off of, knowing that last week they had that 14-star war. We know they can pull in these big star counts. So this is where just a small slip up can become risky.
Oh, it was so close, wasn't it? I could see what he was doing, holding on to that heal spell because of the scatter shot. But whilst the multi was just getting them lower and lower in health, like you said, just a fraction too short, I was looking and thinking, when is it coming in? Maybe a second earlier, might have been able to get it. Who knows? Sometimes it's really tough to call in those situations, particularly when it is a mass attack like that and you have a ton of miners. It's sometimes hard to see whether it would or wouldn't have happened either way. But like you said, a bit of an opening for Time to Throw either way.
Yeah, this is I don't want to say huge opening, but it is a big opportunity when we are seeing wars getting so close to the mark, even hitting some pretty close to tied wars in the mix. Now we do have Alec coming in, and when I think of Alec, I always think of these super witches that he's brought to the table. We don't get to see them very often, but he is one of the players that does like to throw them in. But switching gears here and coming in with a Queen charge, Lalo, but starting it off with that Yeti blimp sailed right through into the center of the base. Now, we don't get the multi down there, but we do get the CC lure, and the Queen can really capitalize off of this. So we do want to see her path moving up towards the Town Hall side, and she does have enough pull from the Wizard Tower to bring her there. Oh, burner Tesla.
Yeah, interesting there. I was just about to say, he found the Tesla and able to pick that off, but interestingly, I thought he might have used a rage in the center, like you were saying, the multi and the eagle just there, but perhaps wanted to assure he had the spells for this Queen charge, because she is heading into a dangerous area here with all of the expo around the Town Hall. He is charging right into the thick of it. And this always worries me when I'm attacking, because it could so easily go wrong, especially with the rocket minions firing in, but so far so good. He's keeping that Queen alive, although the ability has been used.
Look at this Royal Champ value. She is going to be able to take down that Eagle, and if he uses the invisibility spell, oh, he already knows that she's off course, so doesn't bother wasting it. But huge potential and value within that. If the Queen can carry on, she can actually split her way through to pick off the multi, depending on the pathing of the Lalo, that they don't meet up with it first. But he's got the heals to hold it off, and even investing the rage to get those loons moving forward. Got a little bit of a hang up here, though, and he really needs a support on the back end, which is coming in. But that Wizard Tower might just start picking these off with a multi at bay.
Yeah, it's a really interesting approach with the Lalo as well, particularly with that early warden ability. And I guess he just wanted to try and force the balloons through, but sometimes it can be a little bit puzzling when you're looking and wondering exactly what the plan was, because the Lalo seemed to be almost a little bit rushed, as if, I don't know, he wanted to mitigate damage off the Queen. Either way, it's super close, but it's just not going to be enough with that central multi.
Yeah, the Warden doing as much as he can right now with the Electro Owl. They have picked up quite a bit, but as the Warden makes that approach and gets distracted by the Skellies, he and the Electro Owl will start getting picked off here, especially by those Battle Builder huts. Really good try from Alec on this one, and good recovery. Though they do keep the percentage high, and I think that's going to keep them in the lead on this one with a 96% 2-star.
Yeah, we'll keep them in the lead a little bit. Time to Throw did actually get the perfect war over Carnage Gaming last week when they faced each other, so not quite going to be able to do that this time around, but they are still in the lead, and any lead is an advantage, let's say, at any point in the war. Yes, they would have liked the star, but after each attack, if you're in the lead, you can't really be dissatisfied about that, surely.
Yeah, and you mentioned that rage for the center of the base, and we had that rage used over for the Lalo. I wonder if that was invested for the blimp, if that would have made a bigger difference to that. And these are the choices that the players have to make, though, at the end of the day, what they need it for. And the Queen charge, typically that most important factor. But let's take a look as Diz comes in with the Soham. Yeah. I just call it the Soham now because I don't really know what else to call it. But it's the drag riders with the bats and using the heroes, to just take everything down in the base.
Yeah, we've seen this from Badzinger, didn't we, in the World Championship qualifiers last month, and it's something that I think is really cool. So long as you can pick apart the areas of the base so well, because with the Town Hall down via the Sneaky Goblins, using all of the heroes together alongside the log launcher can often cut out all of the Inferno towers. So that is the aim here, the Eagle, all of the Infernos, and then by flushing the Dragon Riders in, you're mitigating a lot of the splash areas of the base for the bats to just drop on the opposite end.
And the Drag Riders securing the 6 o'clock scatter shot here as the Royal Champion takes the approach towards that scatter shot. We can see her just doing some great work along with those bats. She can help out quite a bit with the cleanup. And I do see a really nice freeze radius here for the Wizard Tower for the scatter shot, but this Royal Champ really has most of it under control for the most part. And I feel like Diz is just relying on this Royal Champ to do the work. But because we've missed out on the Infernos. We have to send the bats in using those freezes to hold off the multi. And have we seen the tornado trap crop up yet at all? I don't know if we're going to have anything that
I don't think
picks it
I've
up.
seen it, to be honest with you, but he's doing a pretty good job. And like you said, I don't think, or at least watching the attack, it didn't look like he was intending to use the bats there. It's just kind of how the queen peeled off. And either way, as long as you're going to mitigate the splash and then fly the bats through, they have cruised through this base no problem. He still has the queen ability, has an invisibility, and over 40 seconds remaining. I mean, when it works, it really does work. You see a couple of the red air bombs just holding off the attack a little bit longer. I wonder if the tornado is in the middle there alongside those red air bombs, but it's not going to matter at this stage because the queen is locked on. Bats follow through. 3 stars it is. It's always nice to see that strategy come through.
It is, and you really do see the power that it offers, that he had so much to the end. And yeah, he needed to use the queen ability, but it just, that attack absolutely capitalizes off the power of the heroes. I agree. I'm not sure that that's exactly where he intended the bats, but it was good reflexes, good thinking, and holding back, just keeping an eye on all those moving parts. And I think that's the biggest challenge to it, is all the moving parts and adapting on the fly when needed.
Particularly with the bats, I think it's one of those things, if you miss a splash defense, particularly if you do happen to have multiple of them, it can be very difficult to recover because the bats go down so quick. So whilst it looks really cool and often the bats are swagged in a lot of those strategies, it can go horribly wrong as well if you miss a splash defense. So it's one of those riskier attacks, if you will. But I guess it just depends on how confident you are of taking it down.
Certainly. And speaking of confidence, we've got ND coming in. He's been doing relatively well in this in the series so far. Let's see if he can keep time to throw on the up and up in this one. 3-star definitely needed to secure that position for them. They don't want any slip ups. They have that % lead. They want to keep carrying that along. And we use the queen just along the outside edge. Typically, we're seeing our queens kind of go for a long veering path to the town hall, but reining her back in. And I'm not sure. I'm looking for the jump. I'm looking for another wall break. I'm looking to see what's going to be the case to try and force her in and along, unless he's going for the sheer firepower of her beating through those walls, her favorite target.
Well, that could indeed be the case. I know we've seen ND using the Queen Charge Dragon Riders in the World Championships qualifier, and what he sometimes did is drift the Battle Blimp over the top of the Archer Queen to then take out the core or something like that. But obviously he has the Stone Slammer selected at this stage. He did get the 6-pack last week in the challenge, but not with the Dragon Riders, both with the Lalo. It is going to be the Barbarian King for the Town Hall, and I think you're right, just wanting the Queen to take that area and then leave her be, let her just bust through, although I don't think he expected her to bust through the wall she's going through.
No, ideally wanting to go a little bit further into the core of the base. I really like the sneaky goblins down for the king, so he did not target that initial storage as well, just kept him right on the mark for the town hall. And that's giving him actually another leg to try and forge forward and hang on to some distraction for the drag riders coming in. And they work their way through nicely. The Stone Slammer going to be used to try and force those drag riders through a little bit deeper into the center of the base where the queen has missed out. She's going to help on the backup, but I'm a bit worried about them having to get into the core if we don't have the Stone Slammer to hold alive and well.
He had one Dragon Rider to the left-hand side and then a Seeking Air Mine just wiped it straight out. I agree. I don't think he has the strength to get through at this stage. The Stone Slammer has indeed popped. He's still got a couple of Dragon Riders, but with the Air Sweeper, it's going to be very tough to get to that single. And when does he decide to use the freeze exactly? The defending Royal Champion's there? Does he freeze the defending Royal Champion? Does he freeze the single? I only just looked at the time as well, actually, seeing that we're down into the 20 seconds. So, I mean, freeze is going to be for the percentage, or I guess he's already used it, but yeah. feel
Yeah.
it is. Not quite getting it on this one.
Yeah, this is the opening to Carnage Gaming. Again, they're in this position where they only have this one match today. Matches are going to weigh very heavily, at least getting one win a day. And with only one match, as you pointed out, that's going to be the one they want to get through, especially sitting there right in the middle and seeing so many shift arounds between the teams. So Percent is now on Carnage's side, and the star count as well.
Yeah, that was a huge shift in the favor of Carnage Gaming because, like you said, not just the stars, but having the percentage as well is just so much more reliable. You can breathe just that little bit easier because you know that even if your opponent 3 stars, you still have that advantage. So it just really gives you that little bit extra bit of security, particularly with only 2 attacks left. The further you get into the war, even the littlest of margins can make the difference because there's less opportunity of your opponent catching up. However, with Carnage Gaming now on the attack, and Hugo Stiglitz, they'll be wanting to really drive this one home.
They will. I was going to say, this is where the hands start getting shaky, but it's Hugo. I can't imagine Hugo's hands getting shaky at this point. He is no stranger to these kinds of pressures, being part of the 2019 Vice World Championship team back when he was in MCES. And now with this really strong team that has they've come together so nicely this year. Like we said, we've seen some beautiful performances from them. A little up and down because they've wound up in the middle here, but we do know that they are a team that can rock through and make it into the playoffs. Now, getting the Queen charge going, and I love that we're getting to see Hugo come in with these hogs, but we need to make that path through to secure the Town Hall first.
I enjoyed watching Hugo use the Hog Riders last week. He did get a 3-star using the Queen Charge Hogs, didn't he? And I think he's had relatively good success using the Hogs. He did get an 81% in the very first play day with them. But other than that, he's been pretty flawless with this attack strategy. Using the Queen to charge straight on in towards that Town Hall area. Still has the wall breaks, as you see one of them busting that side compartment so she can walk out and back into the Town Hall. Just trying to mitigate the major damage and help with the Hog Riders now attacking from that left-hand side, hopefully swooping right through the center.
Yeah, and we have that King actually helping to force the hog path, drive them right into the center of the base. But the King actually not speeding up quick enough. He could burn through the ability, and the hogs are unfortunately working primarily through the outside of the base. But he's taking the cues, going with the flow, dropping that heal down through the Wizard Tower, through the splash that was oncoming, and freezing up that scatter shot in the core. The bit of a mix-up here, a big split. He still has a lot on deck, including these hero abilities, Judo. This is looking wrecked.
This looks crushed, doesn't it? With that many hog... Did he lose any Hog Riders? Look at them all. What is going on? Hugo Stiglitz showing you exactly how you use Hog Riders. I mean, you talked about him being Vice World Champion with MCES. I think he is after Synthe's title with the Hog Riders because he is putting on so many good attacks with them. Just slowing things down a little bit there, turning the DE storage invisible just for the laughs. But 3 stars it is. Hugo Stiglitz bringing it home for Carnage Gaming.
So he is going to help carry the team into that last attack where it will be so important. But I think a lot is going to rely on what we see from time to throw in this next hit to see what kind of opportunities are even available to them and how much pressure is left over to Carnage Gaming. They're sitting comfortably with that lead, with a percent lead, and also with that 1-star lead. And of course, Hugo would be the one to help them carry through with some of that comfort.
Well, it will be interesting to see if we can get him on the line. I know we've had interviews with him in the past, so we will try and do that for you. Be sure to let us know on Twitter, as we keep saying, hashtag ESL Mobile. Maybe I can draw some inspiration from you guys in terms of that interview, if we can line it up. But like you said, Carnage Gaming on the percentage lead at this point. So even if a 3-star comes in from time to throw, Carnage Gaming can still win this out with just a high percentage too.
They could. They definitely could in this one. But let's see what Flexi is going to bring to the table, because another 2-star here just keeps setting them further back from those opportunities for sure. And he did have a rocky attack earlier today. Let's see if he can recover off of that and try and give time to throw what they need. I always feel like this, well, I used to feel like the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash was probably one of the safer bets to go in most raids, but nowadays we're seeing the hit rates actually go down a little bit lower. It's still one of the most commonly used strategies, but it's not as high as it was before our update. Why do you think that is, Juno?
I think it's really difficult to say, actually. I've never been one of the most proficient players with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. I think I just haven't given it enough time, and this is one of the reasons why, because you attack from the opposite side of the base. So maybe not the best person to ask that question to. It's maybe just an adjustment in the base design, because there's nothing in terms of the troops which have had a nerf or anything like that, is there? So I guess it's just how things have shifted around. But so far with this one, you can see the pathing shaping up with the P.E.K.K.A. moving right on in towards the center now. Archer Queen getting a little bit distracted. Hopefully she will move, but she doesn't. She goes to the wall, and hopefully the P.E.K.K.A.s still have enough force through to that town hall.
Yeah, he's got a lot of power here going through the core. Even has most of the compartment opened up. Just an easy reach over the wall to take down the town hall. So the jump isn't necessarily needed, but we still want to get through so we can help with the clear up. Yetis and P.E.K.K.A. is actually taking the lead and quickly raging across through it and avoiding the majority of that poison bomb. With the Queen and Royal Champ ability, Flexi has absolutely dominated this base and looking for those final opportunities for time to throw. Kudos to him for a nice turnaround for this war for himself.
Oh yeah, that was beautiful, wasn't it? When you see the amount of troops left over at the end, it's just amazing to see. And again, attacking from that side of the base, I know that's how it's done with the log launcher, but for me, it just always looks impressive because you have to get that funnel set perfectly. The Barbarian King at that top side, helping to cut things and making sure the P.E.K.K.A. move through. If you miss one of those steps, it could be the 1-star. So you always have to assure you've got that pathing of the troops. But like you said, making sure that they are there, ready to pounce if Carnage Gaming do slip up.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Queen Charge, log launcher, drag rider attacks that we see coming in, where you leave that town hall to the very end, and we have seen those 1-stars come through. So it is a little bit riskier from that perspective, but he just made that look so easy, cut through that base like a hot knife through butter, and had so much power left over in the back end. Just absolutely superb. Great base recognition and base identification for it.
Well, let's see what we will be getting in the last ones. Now, LP normally attacks last for time to throw, but obviously he was their first attacker. So I'm just quickly trying to go over the team and see who is left for time to throw. But it's Viking for Carnage Gaming either way. The Queen Charge Lalo up for the win at this stage.
It is indeed, and we're already shaping up the path for the King to work his way through into the Eagle compartment. Nicely set up, lined up just to give him enough meat to work his way in, and that's going to help the Queen navigate her path around, leading towards that scattershot compartment. So he can easily start sweeping her in and forcing along. But what I'm noticing is we are leaving the town hall towards the very end of the base. We're going to jump that Queen a little bit deeper through into the core. So let's see how this blimp plays in to take down the town hall. I don't know if he's going to leave that, fly the loons from the opposite side, sail the blimp in. I don't know. This always makes me nervous, Judo.
Yes, sometimes we do see that from the opposite side. Other times it's just that little stab in towards the base, but looks like he's waiting for the Archer Queen to get that air sweeper potentially before cutting the blimp in from that left-hand side. That could be the marker, like you said, maybe just all of the way through, but the Archer Queen now to the outside of the base. He has a jump spell, And I think he wanted the queen through in towards the middle of the base, perhaps? Or is he just jumping her to the town hall? I'm not sure where that jump would have been planned unless he wanted her in the center.
Yeah, that I'm not sure either, but with the jump and the queen walking, he can get her into this town hall compartment. We even have the opening in the wall, but he's not waiting for that. Going in, knows that he runs a risk with these loons not getting the job done. I mean, we're already at the minute 12 mark, and this queen needs to keep a move on. What we see coming out of this blimp is going to be very telling. He is driving it home, sailing it through towards that core. I really hope there's no sneaky goblins in there.
No, yeah, I think he's just using it for the middle of the base. Maybe this was the plan all along. If not, then this is huge adaptations on the fly. It is the Yetis, so perhaps it is what he wanted. And I think, if I've calculated right, the 93% is all that Carnage Gaming would need. That looks ever more promising here because he's still got spells left over, multiple balloons. And to be honest, the 3 stars look ever more promising, doesn't it, for Viking? What a beautiful use of the battle blimp towards the center of the base. A phenomenal display of Clash of Clans from Carnage Gaming, and they will be getting the victory in their one and only matchup today. 14 stars versus Time to Throw.
That was an absolute stunner of a finish. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seemed like the queen navigation was not what we would have expected. And honestly, when the 3 stars were kind of on the line, even though it was a 93% 2-star that they needed to get, that's a high aim. And knowing that the queen charge was going to be so time consuming made that so much riskier, especially if what if something had gone wrong and the queen had worked her way along. At least he had the Yetis maybe to take down the town hall with a rage.
Yeah, I mean, the more backup plans you can have, the better, I guess. But it's always that thing, isn't it? When you're attacking your queen in towards the clan castle as well, you see it happen so many times where there's just a mismatch in terms of the rocket balloons and the super minions, particularly when the pressure's on the line. But he held it together there, despite her arguably perhaps going in the wrong direction. However, Demo, all Time to Throw, looking to get the highest amount of stars they can, despite not being able to catch up here. Just keep them in contention as best as possible. And we don't get to see the E-Drags very often. I think we've had mixed success with them in the challenge, to be honest. Town Hall falls relatively early on. So let's see what chain value he can get here.
And beautiful spread out of the E-Drags. Queen actually helping to keep this funneling in, sailing away. And it's that beautiful line that we want to see. The Rage is even spread out perfectly to keep them going through. With the Royal Champion to help for the back end of the space, as long as we get the center down, this is looking in a very solid spot with those hero abilities still left over. The King only just using his now.
Yeah, and he still has the Royal Champion left to deploy. There she is from that left-hand side. King racing around the back end of the base, trying to get towards that air defense. But honestly, I don't think it matters. Like you said, the Queen ability is there. Obviously, still has the Royal Champion ability. So with the freeze spell, this is the fastest attack we have seen today. And arguably in the challenge, less than half the time needed. 1 minute 35 left on the clock there, I think it was. Demo ripping apart that base, but Carnage Gaming proved too strong for Time to Throw. What an exciting matchup that one was, though.
Definitely. And, you made a very valid point about the fact that, getting those stars up is a huge thing to be in contention, especially when we're seeing so many of the teams kind of sitting together with, at least the start of today, with those similar win-loss races. We're going to see a few kind of jumping around, quite a big mix-up, I think, but we still want to make sure that there's going to be enough buffer room, and that really relies on getting those star counts up. Now, that isn't it. We still have one more match to go today, and it's going to be a doozy. This one's pretty much for just trying to work their way up. We've got Rest versus Repotted Gaming, so make sure to stay tuned. It'll be coming up after this break.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. What an exciting matchup we just had. End-to-end stuff. Lethal, were you able to catch many of the attacks in that last one?
Yeah, I was able to watch a few, and I'm just... This stage has been crazy. I can't wait to see the standings at the very end. But yeah, I was very impressed by Carnage game, and it was... not something I would have predicted, not like I predicted anything today anyway. And for time to throw to beat MCES and lose the Carnage game, it's just very strange, but it's love to see as well at the same time. So it's obviously just a clash of different styles, isn't it? Which is working out in a lot of people's favours on top of that. But going into the next one, GHRS versus Robotic Gaming. GHRS actually defeated ATN, but they were given 3 or 4 golden opportunities to take it down. Finally, they were able to, and for them to do the same against RPG, I don't know, because RPG are just a very talented attacking roster overall. It's just their defense did let them down a little bit in the past, but it depends if that will happen or come to fruition this time round. Because we know in the past, if they have a bad war, then normally the second one is also bad, and then vice versa when it actually comes in as a win anyway. But yeah, it's very tough. RPG in the perfect sense on paper should take this from what we saw compared to the last matchup, but I wouldn't say GH Rest, it was a huge win for them against ATN, even though it is against the likes of ATN, but I don't think ATN were, they were playing quite sloppy and wasn't really playing at their best. I think it's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, well, while the teams are getting prepped in the background, we actually have an interview with Hugo Stiglitz of Carnage Gaming. So thank you so much for joining us. I guess we'll start off with the typical, how do you feel after that win, my friend?
I feel pretty relieved because we had a tough loss against none other than Time to Throw Friday. So we got our revenge, and I'm not very happy with our results because I think we have as many wins as losses, but we're gonna try to get more wins in the last rounds.
Well, you just defeated them, which is a shock in itself considering how they were performing earlier on. But tomorrow you're against the likes of Robotic Gaming, and of course you've got one of the other teams as well. Are you feeling a little bit more confident and you can now pass that momentum on to Thursday now that you managed to defeat them after what we just saw? Because it's very hit and miss from what we saw over the last few plays. Everyone's just beating each other, very rock, paper, scissors kind of scenario. And if GHS win this next matchup, almost everyone's going to be on 4 wins on the table. So now that you've managed to beat this team and you're on your last opponents, do you feel like it's going to give you a lot of confidence on Thursday?
I think we fear every team because, as we all can see, every team can lose against any. But I think we had pretty good results against Reputed Gaming in the past, so I hope we will get the win.
Yeah, I think you have a good shot at it. And I would like to ask about the Hog Riders. You have been using them to really good success. I don't want you to necessarily give any, put yourself in a disadvantage by saying what types of bases you look for, but are there any simple tips you would give people at home that might want to use the Hog Riders since they did get that new level with the update?
I think Hog Riders are good with Queen Charge, and the way I use them is also with a blimp, who gets a lot of value and who lower out the Kankla Sword. So yeah, that's my method.
Well, it's been working very well for you, and it was an exciting attack that you put on today. Really did crush the base. So congrats again on the victory, and best of luck moving into the matches on Thursday.
Thank you.
Always nice to hear from Hugo Stiglitz. He always gives such great insights in terms of the interviews as well. And interesting that, he accepts winning and losing the same amount of matches, and always seems like the type of person that, even after a convincing victory against one of the top teams, saying that they are needing to improve. It seems like they're always striving to be better, and I always like to hear that.
Yeah, and I think the confidence boost will help them on their way through as well. Because, like I said, when they actually play it on Thursday, they've got Badzinger as well as Reported Gaming. Two teams they could definitely defeat, depending on the mindset and what bases they bring to the table. So it will definitely give them some leeway, especially. And I think that will help them in the standings as well. It's like you said, it's already given them a huge boost of confidence, as we've seen some incredible plays, but some absolutely crazy upsets as well to go along with it, just to complement it just a little bit further. But we've still got one match left to go here. We've got GH Rest against a very strong Reported Gaming. And you've got to remember, both these teams, have taken some right titans down so far. RPG took down MCES earlier on. GH Rest took a little bit of time, but they took down ATN eventually. And now both of them are going head-to-head against each other. Both of them got a lot of great and high morale behind them. It's just a matter of what they can now bring here. As RPG, I think the stats definitely reflect on how they perform in terms of their style. If, for example, their average damage to the 95%, incredible considering the amount of wars they've been through so far. And the defense has always been there, never been a strong point, but it's the star count which they bring to the table has always made up for it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said about their match before, wasn't it? That it really is how they come at the matches with such strength, and that's how they got the victory over MCES, is purely their attack. Their defense seems to be the one thing that does let them down. So we will see whether that is the case, because GH Rest were able to hold back ATN. Will they be able to hold back another heavy hitter such as Reported? It was Reported that got the victory last week when they played each other 12-11. But on the same token, GH Rest lost to Alternate Attacks by A Star as well. So they lost to Alternate by A Star. This week they've came back and beat them. They lost to Reported by A Star. Is it too good to be true, do you think, Lethal? I guess they've got a very good average defense there, is the one thing that is hugely in GH Rest's favor.
Yeah, the defense is definitely the talking point here in terms of how they are compared to RPG. For the defense, it's pretty much the same or similar to a lot of the other teams, but with RPG, it's a completely different kettle of fish. But even talking about average damage, it's only 3% less, but in all fairness, if you compare it to the other teams, there's actually still quite a big margin overall. But we'd love to know your thoughts, guys. Hashtag ESLMobile on Twitter, and let us know who you think who's going to win this matchup, or maybe some of the matches on Thursday who's going to come out on top here, because these standings are going to be ridiculous when you find out right at the very end, and I'm starting to get too ahead of myself. But we'd love to know your thoughts and feelings, and we will read out the best tweets and interact with you guys more as well. But still though, we talked about the win conditions a fair amount so far here, and I want to know about your prediction overall in terms of who's going to come out on top in this, because it is very tough. I'm still swinging in favour of RPG, because it's like I mentioned before, where every time we see the first game, it's a clear indicator, or really does set the tempo of how they'll perform later on, because I don't think we've actually seen them play a particular play day where if they fall short on the first day, then they normally fall short for the whole day. If they win the whole day, and then they're normally perfectly fine until the closing moment. So it is very tough to call, isn't it?
It is tough, and I picked RPG in this one purely because their attacking ability. I think they can take down any team, like you said, when it is their day, because they are so good at attacking. And as you've seen against MCES, they conceded 14 stars, but they just beat them in terms of offense. They got a higher percentage. So the defense is... Yes, it depends on how you look at it, but you can't always rely on the defense. The offense is something, I would say, a little bit more in your control when the match is going on, because your defenses are set. That's it. Just depends who you're going up against. But the offense is something that is, like you said, depending on the day. Base building is, weeks, months of work before that. Really comes down to how they play on the day. But I don't know, based on, I think I'm 1 for 6 so far today, so...
Me too, I think.
Who knows?
I'm going to say, I think we're all in the same boat, actually. Even though we had a few different picks at the start. Most of our picks were quite similar. I think the audience actually is probably one ahead of us. I need to double check. But the only thing I can say, or the only reason why I've edged towards Reported Gaming even now, is because when I saw GH Rest's attack, they weren't executed as smoothly as some of the other teams. And I normally would have said ATN's base builds have been immaculate in a lot of ways. But you got to remember, they're still saving a lot of their layouts for the World Finals and maybe the odd couple for ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. So you've got to remember, we've not seen the best in terms of ATN's defense, but still GH Rest struggled on a number of occasions. There's so many times they should have closed down and capsized that series and they just didn't. But I'm hoping that was just a little blip in the water. Hopefully they can just let that slide and forget about that, because it can be quite difficult to reset your mentality going to a matchup just a couple of hours later. But do you know what? I do have a little bit of faith on them, but at the same time, I'm hoping they don't get too far, because it will just make me go 1-7 in my prediction or something like that. But yeah, I've not seen the time where RPG have had a good attack and not finished off strong either.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I think both of the teams put up such incredible performances that this really is going to be a tough one. And I mentioned earlier on in the stream, and this was before GH Rest beat alternate attacks, but GH Rest being bottom of the table, they have everything to fight for. They need to make sure they're winning right now, because with only 3 play days left after today, they could easily slip out of contention of that final if they're not careful. So they really needed some wins today. Obviously got the one against alternate, and I think despite Repoted's incredible attack, this is not going to be an easy war, because GH Rest are going to be giving it everything to keep themselves in this. But Klinger starting out with the hero dive in towards the Lava Loon. This is something he tends to do quite a lot, the Lava Loon attack strategy, and has great success with him and Yanis of Reported Gaming really have this strategy down to a T. You can see the Archer Queen just beelined onto the Town Hall. That will fall. Trying to get a little bit more value out of the Royal Champion here by using that ability, or the invisibility, sorry.
He certainly has done indeed. He's still alive, but not for much longer here, especially with the scatter shot just poking and prodding away, which he has done there. But so far, as we're witnessing what he's going to do next. Looks like the Lava Hound and Stone Slammer will be coming out from the 4 o'clock side. The Loons will follow suit momentarily. Just want to try and get as much work as done as possible before he continues to do so. Positioning is good for the Stone Slammer, but wants to also make sure he attracts the attention from all the defense here away from these Loons, and of course to take that damage as well. But the other multi there is already pretty much healed up. Yes, it has done now, and definitely going to be one of the main priorities. But first, the Eagle Artillery in that north side, definitely taking down one of those Loons thanks to the haste spell. And speaking of spells, still got quite a few freezes, got an invisibility and a haste, as well as the rage, which is just propped just then. And now looking to push into the center here. And look at this, he's still got haste spell left. The invisibility will definitely play a huge part if he wants to try and be a bit more extra cautious. But look at this so far, Jude. It's already taken out all the defense already. Got a minute 10 left remaining, and RPG are just pretty much continuing where they left off earlier on against MCES.
It's just the spread of the balloons and how they're able to send in just the right amount for each area so that nothing is taking unnecessarily splash damage. Everything just converges perfectly towards the end of the base. And as you see, a beautiful demonstration. Plenty of minions and lava pups to help with that cleanup as well. Like you said, exactly what we expected here kicking into this very exciting war. 3 stars and Reported Gaming off to the attacking start that we expected.
Yep, and that means that GX Rest, they need to understand now that if they're ever given any kind of opportunity in this war, they'll just need to take it by the horns, because it's not giving like ATM where they had 4 2-stars. RPG are not going to do that at all. They're going to seriously deliver. And if they do, then it does mean that they will be one of the very few teams with 5 wins here on the standing, so they're going to continue to try and solidify their spot if they can. But for GH Rest, this is their one chance to keep themselves in it. I even spoke to Kingpin a while back, and I did say to him, look, 6 losses, you should be fine in terms of qualifying, but 7, it's very tricky. They can afford to lose 1, and that's about it. But they need to save that 1 loss against one of the other teams, just due to the fact that they've still got 3 more play days yet after that, coming Thursday and next week. But we'll be kicking things off with the Warden here on the 9 o'clock side here, so it's going to be a nice slow approach indeed to see what is going to be coming up from Trotino. And hopefully, for his sake, he can really push JH Rest to a fantastic start and keep RPG on their toes.
Well, that is what they need. We've talked about the defense of GH Rest, and it didn't hold up right at the start there, did it? So they are going to have to pick up their attack as well and just give it everything they've got here. But so far, with this Grand Warden Walk, everything going as intended, I would say, in terms of time-wise, but there's not a lot that can go wrong with the Grand Warden Walk, so long as you're not baited unnecessarily. We do have the Queen now deployed, just pulling the Grand Warden across into that area. You see that he's been breaking the walls up towards the top area. The more you can do whilst the Grand Warden is doing his walk and there's not a lot happening, the less you have to do mid-attack. You're reducing the complexity as everything's happening. You should always try and do that with your attacks if possible. So notice that the Barbarian King already has the funnel. He will just be beelining straight towards the Eagle. P.E.K.K.A straight into that area. All shaped up nicely so far.
Yeah, it's looking not too shabby. A minute and a half left remaining as well. Only 30% of the base down, but it should be fine. But these Ice Golems, I haven't seen them a huge amount in terms of defense, but at least it will delay or put a stop to this attack just for a small amount of time as they enter into the center. The multi is already getting a lot of value already from Trotino's attack, but let's see how this continues on. Still the multi finally taken down, still the other one there in the center that needs to be cleaned up. The sweeper just continuously pushing them back, but it looks like the majority of this attack has circled around towards the 3 o'clock side to try and take everything out there as well though. So, you know, you can see already this army composition is still slowly evaporating. The King's now gone along the outside edge to take out all these structures and maybe at least distract some of this DPS along the way. But as you can see already, the multi doing a fair amount of damage once again, does push on forward and still got a Town Hall to even contend with here, with the RC still having the ability. But luckily for him, he does have those 2 free spells.
Oh, is it going to be enough though? There's a grounded Expo behind there that he needs to keep frozen. Now, he did manage to freeze the Expo and the Grand Warden statue, but the Royal Champion has gone down. You see the P.E.K.K.A finally making their way into that Town Hall area, but they're going to the outside. Finally, P.E.K.K.A turns to the Town Hall. Can it get it in time? One more swipe needed. Come on. Oh my goodness. In the final seconds, he manages to get the Town Hall and the 2-star. This war was almost over before it began, Lethal.
It did. I thought it was going to be a 1-star one stage. That P.E.K.K.A was literally just saving grace for him, and I don't know what we would have done if it was a 1-star. We've seen a 1-star from GH Rest before, so if we saw it again, but right at the very beginning, yeah, RPG will be treating it like their playground at that stage, and it's already, the start of the war. We're not even nowhere near getting to the meat and potatoes of this matchup so far, but let's see what RPG can now do to add even more pressure on. We know that they will do. That's what they're like. Their defense, they're not, like we already mentioned, not known for their defense. GH Rest are, though, and we've seen from their attacking side against ATM, but they're not known for their attacks either. Their execution can be a little bit debatable at times. That last attack was definitely cutting it close. Yeah, sure, it still wasn't the best, but at least the 2-star will at least carry the load a little bit here towards their next few attacks so far. But let's see what the likes of RPG can do here. Largo will be actually kicking things off quite early this time round. Normally does, normally like one of the 4th or 5th attackers from what I've seen in the majority of RPG's attacks, but it looks like it's going to be starting off as the 2nd attacker here. Let's see what he can bring to the table with the P.E.K.K.A smash.
I'm just looking forward because I mentioned in the first war, I think they started out with Yanis, who normally does a Sui Lalo, and I mentioned in that one that I always enjoy watching his attacks. So perhaps Largo jumping forward in the queue means that we are potentially having some deeper plans for the final attacks. However, getting to this attack, this is where GH Rest need their base to hold up. We've talked about their defense. This has to be a big defense so that they can keep themselves in it early on with this war. But so far, everything is looking pretty good with the P.E.K.K.A smash, to be honest. The King has that pathing for the P.E.K.K.As at the top of the base. He's hoping the Queen will just be able to snipe the Town Hall on her way past, and the P.E.K.K.A can move on through the middle of the base. Still has a jump spell to get them right towards the back end as well.
One of the P.E.K.K.As are already down, but the King wasn't really the one tanking the damage. It was the P.E.K.K.A, so the King could push into that compartment. Great stuff already, with the Hog Raiders now coming in just to add another cushion, another layer towards the DPS of Largo. Mainly focus on that town hall, as the town hall still looking to try and get cleaned up. It's actually still alive in the meantime, as one of the Peckers on the non position also taken down as well by the multi and the Teslas on the side. So I'm not going to lie to you here, Judo. Definitely a lot closer than we expected, but the Pecker will take it down eventually. And you're right, again, the defense shining through for GH Rest.
This is what they needed. I'm surprised on the jump there, because I thought he was going to let the Queen take the Town Hall, and he was saving the Royal Champion to just send her into the Town Hall after everything else had, you know, mitigated the damage around it. However, decided to jump everything back across that way. Surely he doesn't have enough power to get through this. The Royal Champion has the ability. The Queen has the ability. I mean, never say never, Lethal.
Yeah, I don't think so, actually. It could be okay. Depends if the RC can stay alive. If the RC can't, then it depends, really. That Tesla, though, is going to do a huge chunk of damage onto the RC, which was, yeah, a little bit of a shame. There could have been a bit of a different story here. Of course, popping the Queen's ability early just to get through that wall just a little bit faster, try and make something happen. But no, it's not going to be a triple. But one thing we can say, there's going to be some very, very good damage across the board. 12 seconds left. And the Warden's actually already in front. I actually didn't realise that. As you can see, already 7 seconds left. Probably will be a 98, maybe a 99%, depending on how deep they can go, though. But it was kind of very, very close indeed. But he's going to be happy with that anyway. Still super high in terms of the percentage count in comparison. Largo always continued to put on a great performance.
Yeah, I think given how that attack looked earlier on, that was an incredibly high percentage. However, the defense is the defense. GH Rest can tie things up on stars now, but like you said, they would still be behind on percentage. But it just brings back a level playing field. RPG, arguably with the better offense. GH Rest, arguably with the better defense. So who is going to prevail today? RPG winning 12-11 on Thursday when these teams placed off. Is it going to be different? Both of them on top form today, seemingly. But Milanello is using the Hydra as his method to try and level things up here. A couple of balloons early on means that he can get rid of some of these buildings and use the battle blimp across to that area, but he's having to send in another balloon and sends the battle blimp direct over the top of it. And just take the town hall down early and mean that even if the Hydra moves across towards this way, then the Giga Poison is not going to do as much damage.
Well, there we have it. The town hall has been taken down. And now exactly what can Milanello can do here. As the Inferno Dragon is just on the 10 o'clock side, just doing a little bit of damage, just taking out some of his structures. Nothing too heavy as of yet. But speaking of weight, there we go. The Drags and the rest of the Hydra composition now coming out to play from the same side, just heading towards that multi. That'll be taken down like a shot. And we mentioned it before, even if they get this triple, they can tie the star count and put some pressure on. And it's interesting to say that, because now we can see why ATN had a lot of trouble with their attacks. It's just been GH Rest's defense here. As long as they improve on their attack, on the longevity of things, they can definitely switch things up a little bit. Already good uses of these rage spells, good placement entirely, and taking on that multi will be huge for them in the center to keep this conversation going. And even then, the split is actually pretty nice between these drags. It's not really one or two split off apart completely, so that a lot of the defense can hopefully like try and evaporate this composition. It's actually looking very good indeed. He hasn't got any spells left though, but all the heroes have their ability in line ready to use.
The way that he used the rage spells in the center, like you said, worked out so well. Side by side, not overlapping them, but the dragons pushed through the center of the base incredibly well. Particularly with that town hall out of the way, they could just condense their fire through the middle. He didn't have to worry about any of them steering across to that side or taking any damage. Exactly what was needed from GH Rest. Milanello getting that 3-star, tying things up in this war. Yes, RPG still have the percentage advantage, but now things look a lot better considering GH Rest move into the next set of attacks with a lot more momentum. It could have definitely gone the wrong way when you have a nervous start to the war. It's great that they've been able to bounce back early from it.
where was this attack from Milanello before? It's very tip of the tongue, that name, I must say, but he got it in the end. But yeah, where were these triples before from him? It was that was really good and so effective as well from the start, and the timing of it and everything. Yeah, in terms of time value, it was absolutely nowhere near it. It's just incredible execution, great methodical play. We know it's a very aggressive approach, but we've seen it from a lot of players how difficult it is to keep a lot of this composition in check and not too far split apart, so the defense can take advantage of the small little bits of the army just going off into another distance or just going to another direction entirely and be able to pick them apart at left, right and centre. But that was really well played. But one player who's definitely very strong in terms of his attack, Timtastic, he's definitely one of the best players here in RPG, just in terms of his execution alone, and already just creating absolute havoc there in the 4 or 5 o'clock compartment. So just trying to take out the majority of his defense here to give himself some leeway later on for his Lalo attack. And in terms of his spells, there's still got quite a few to do with it. Still got 3 freezes and the invisibility, as well as those 3 haste later on. So still got a huge amount to work with, and just picking apart a few bits of his defenses as well, from which he missed out on earlier on from that 4 o'clock compartment. But already a good start here for RPG.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Timtastic does like to use the Blizzard Lalo, but interestingly, hasn't really had that much success with it, actually. He's had 3 2-stars with the Blizzard Lalo, and his 1 3-star in the challenge was with the mass rocket balloons, you might recall from last week. It was a beautiful attack, in fact, but not quite as much success with this one, despite it being his main strategy. But you have to say, for this specific attack, the Blizzard has gained the value, and the heroes are doing a really nice job at getting through this area. Queen will be able to get through to the town hall. Hopefully he can get the Lava Hound on defense down here, or at least maybe not even pop it and just lure it out to the side of the map with an archer. But it looks like he will be able to take that down, diving in the Lalo from the bottom area.
Yeah, at the moment that Queen's pretty much sunbathing in the poison whilst dealing with that Lava Hound, which is a little bit of a shame. But Loons have come out to play there to take out that scanner shot compartment, and good positioning with the Lava Hound as well to get in the nick of time just to distract a lot of his defense away from these Loons. And remember, he's still got a huge amount of spells to use, a wide variety there just to help out for any kind of situation. And Loon's still coming out, still got a few more to play with as well. Still got 6 more in the back pocket to really help out for later on, but still got 1 more haste spell to use. Still keep those 2 Loons alive with the invisibility spell, but the Inferno Tower didn't actually go down in the end. The Warder may be able to finish it, but it looks like he's got too much defense to deal with so far, and Timtastic really struggling to close this out.
Yeah, some of the invisibilities there really placed well in terms of managing to keep the balloon invisible, but not the defense invisible, which is really, really tricky to do. Now, he had a lot of invisibilities left over, and I'll be honest with you, I kind of missed the Blizzard in a way, so I wonder if he expected a little bit more out of that Blizzard, given the amount of invisibility spells he took. But this is the defense we were talking about. Any defense on the last one, this now drops the percentage for RPG. And again, you see how the defense of GH Rest really comes in handy, but have to be able to capitalize. Far too often in that ATN attacks match, I know they won in the end, far too often they had a defense, they then didn't get the 3-star themselves. They have to do it if they want to take RPG down.
Yeah, 2-star, 82%. It's not something we expected, but it just seems like you're right, though. It's not really anyone else's attacks. Maybe I was a little bit too harsh with the attacks for ATN earlier on, because normally I see them as an incredible force who can destroy literally any base, but for GH Resto, their defenses have been so good. So for anyone at home who wants to really, improve their defense in any way or just improve their bases, GH Resto have definitely shown a lot of light in terms of defending a lot of these very difficult attacks across the board. And it's just a real treat to see, and nothing short of spectacular. As Sammy now is going to be kicking things off for the 3rd attack for GH Rest. And mind you, can easily get a star ahead, as well as the percentage. Even if it's a 2-star decent percentage, it shouldn't really be too bad for him here. So, but at this point, he'll take anything just to try and capitalize on this. And I think I must have used the word capitalize at least 10 times in today's show, because the amount of times I thought GHRS should have done and they didn't. They just gave themselves way too many chances, not really taking it. But this is a prime moment for them because they know how strong RPG are in the attack.
Sammy is actually the only player of GH Rest to not get the 3 stars prior to today. I think he got the 3 stars earlier on, didn't he? So prior to the final attack he had today, he hadn't 3-starred at all. And this is where he needs it to give them the advantage. With the log launcher trying to open up access all of the way through. He does have the jump spell anyways, but he needs the Barbarian King to cut in on the right-hand side here in order to keep the P.E.K.K.A moving into the center of the base. Because we've seen this earlier on where everything just went astray. It didn't quite go where we wanted it to. So far, so good. P.E.K.K.A getting drawn into the center. CC troops actually doing him a favor in pulling everything in. Hopefully he can converge down towards that town hall.
Those healers were pulled back quite a lot by those sweepers, but the main thing is those 2 multis have been taken down. Another freeze build comes in, perfectly understandable, just to try and delay this, but look at the amount of DPS coming out from RPG. It's just ridiculous, that center point. But looks like they'll be working on that 10 o'clock compartment first, just to try and get rid of all these Teslas here, and haven't really heard any audio cues from the P.E.K.K.As taken down yet. There is one which is very, very weak, but there's 2 in a very healthy spot so far. But look at this, the RC looking to push towards that town hall, does get taken down, and the king is still on with his ability. The queen still got her ability as well, and surely this should be a done deal. Literally, the town hall is almost all that's left standing in their way. But let's be real here, look at the HP from the heroes, look at the P.E.K.K.As as well. They're pretty much going to be okay here, and I can't believe this here, Judo, but GH Rest are going to be capitalizing earlier on, but 1-star lead and the percentage.
What is the best way of mitigating the Giga poison, Lethal? Take the town hall down last. Obviously, it was right there all along. Sammy showing you how it's done. You don't even have to deal with that Giga bomb and Giga poison. Beautiful job, like you said, taking the lead now on stars and percentage. Really just showing you how important getting that 2-star right at the end of that first attack was for GH Rest. And such a huge momentum swing, but with 2 attacks remaining, it is still anybody's game. RPG have some heavy hitters left to go, so GH Rest need to, well, they can't do anything with their bases at this stage. They're set. They need to hope that they continue to perform for them. They also need to continue with this attacking force they've, stepped up against RPG as well.
I'll have to watch back and look at some of these bases here, Judo. I think a little bit of copy and pasting might be in order here, as they're going to be kicking things off here with Yanis. He's got 4 P.E.K.K.As coming out here this time around here, Judo. So looking to try and really pack a punch if they can. Just making a start on that south side already. In towards that town hall, but I will say this though, Yanis needs to bring this triple into fruition so far, but if he doesn't, and to be fair, it wouldn't surprise me considering how good a defense has been from GH Rest, then of course RPG will be in a world of trouble, but no one would have anticipated even the likes of GH Rest to even come back this season, even though I said earlier before that even 1 loss or 2 losses would literally cost them a spot in the finals. And the fact that they're still in it and actually keeping this as competitive as possible just shows there's nothing you can predict, especially in this EU region. It's now the Warden continuing to do work, slow but steady here in that south compartment, but looks like he's wandered off just a little bit to help towards the next compartment in the 4 o'clock side. All the P.E.K.K.As are coming out to play. The free spells dropped down as well, just to give a bit of leeway, especially stopping that scanner shot from doing too much damage here as well. They've still got some decent spell usage as well, especially with the jump spell could be using momentarily to dive straight into the center. Let's see if Yanis can pull this off.
Yeah, looking very good so far. Nice job using the baby dragon to cut the Barbarian King into the base. Hopefully he moves towards that multi-target Inferno momentarily, which is what is intended. You see the siege barracks up to the top of the base, trying to just wipe out that outside, help to make sure that the King and whatever is inside the siege barracks, probably Hog Riders, I would think, can just beeline towards the Eagle Artillery, take that on as the P.E.K.K.A continue to charge through this base. But you can hear they are going down constantly. That's all I'm hearing in my ear right now is P.E.K.K.A falling, and they're all gone.
Yeah, literally, those audio cues couldn't have given it away anymore, even if they tried. And the worst thing for these Hog Riders, we've got no healing spells. They didn't expect to need them, really, considering how quick these P.E.K.K.As went down. And sure, oh my goodness, surely not like this as well. That's pretty much all the Hog Riders gone now. The only thing you can say, the RC still has his ability, and actually, there's not really much defense left there. It's only the Wizard, those 2 towers, and the Tesla, and the cannon. That's about it. Actually, that's actually a lot better than we even expected. When those P.E.K.K.As went down, I think we both thought the same thing, but it looks like Yanis will be able to do it a lot cleaner than we expected. 3 stars for them, adding the pressure onto GH Rest to basically let them know that they're still in it and still looking to try and win this war outright.
Just like that, as long as you can take out the core, the Royal Champion can swoop around the outside, and that is where holding on to the Royal Champion is so important. Yanis doing what he does best, putting up the 3 stars, keeping the pressure on. Now, GH Rest, they're in the driving seat. They're already a star in the lead, or at least they were, but you'd far rather have the stars on the board, because now it means GH Rest do not 3-star. Then they end up getting into that percentage game again, it coming right down to the end of the war. It was, let's face it, a close match against Alternate. They only just managed to scrape out the victory on that final attack. I'm sure they would like to move into the final attack with a little bit more confidence than what they did in that last war.
And we can see clearly why ATN struggled earlier on, but Yanis will be the thing in this time round. Kingpin is, in my opinion, has been one of the best attackers for GH Rest from what I've seen, and not just in terms of reputation, but just in terms of his performance over the last few days. It's definitely one of the players on this team to definitely rely on a lot to bring maybe some kind of clutch factors, some game-changing methods in order to keep them in the war, or maybe just to outright win the war. And he certainly could do with this 3-star here, just adding on to the pressure. 0.3%, that's what it is between them at the moment. That's how close it's going to be. And with a decent 2-star, you can, or a 3-star even, is can of course increase that percentage later on. But with these Dragon Riders, we'll have to see. As already just doing a lot of work, taking a fair amount of structure from the outside, from the 9 to 12 o'clock area, just heading towards that scanner shop compartment in the north. And still, there's actually quite a quick but methodical approach here from Kingpin here. They could try and get as much damage done as fast as possible. And with the race spell coming down, I'm sure it's going to speed things up even further, with also keeping that Queen alive with her ability.
Yeah, just making sure to charge through that area, and then the log launcher will be used to push her all of the way through towards the town hall area. Kingpin did get the 3 stars against alternate attacks. He was one of those players that was able to get the 100%, but you see the rocket balloon straight out towards the Queen there, has to use the ability. Does he want to rage here, or does he feel confident in that Queen? He does decide to rage, but there is a single target Inferno on the Queen, and she's down, Lethal. Oh my goodness.
Because normally we've seen a lot of players normally just freeze the rocket balloons, don't we? But he decided to either try and tackle them head on, which was interesting to say the least. And now it means that Kingpin has to recover. And I mentioned earlier that he's one of the best attackers for GHS and someone you can heavily rely on. But let's see what happens there. Let's see how expensive this is already becoming. And the Town Hall's also getting healed up, but the Dragon Run has already been initiated. And oh my god, it's going from bad to worse, isn't it? Hopefully he can try and take it down. He has to, doesn't he, Judah? Still pushing into the Town Hall, but with the Tornado Trap just delaying it further. The ability hasn't been popped yet, but still needs to hit towards the Town Hall. Will he be able to do this? Surely he should be able to by now. He has enough HP. Finally does take it down. Okay, so he has some breathing room at least to try and get the best percentage possible if he doesn't get that triple.
Well, that was risky, you have to say. Sending everything from that left-hand side. He knows that the 3 stars and the high percentage is needed to give them the opportunity to win this. And he felt like since the healers swapped to the King, he would have enough strength to get the Town Hall. Perfectly calculated in the end, particularly with the invisibility to push the King towards the Town Hall. So a nice decision. Couldn't have gone any better in terms of what he's decided to do in the end to keep them as good of a percentage as he could have hoped, I think, in terms of after the Queen went down. Arguably, you know, he used the invisibility on the healers, but the Queen walked out of it, so the single, you know, just burned her up essentially. Could have used the spells differently to keep that Queen alive, but all depends on where your focus is on the attack. I think he did very well to fix things in the end. That keeps it exciting moving to the last attack, because I think, yes, that will flip things now into the favor of Reported Gaming. So a 3-star would give them the win.
And it's not a guarantee either, because from the defenses we've seen so far, it wouldn't surprise me if RPG even get a 2-star at this point, because there's been a lot of unexpected moments, that one especially, and for him to get 92%, it's going to be kicking himself a little bit, because a few more seconds could have taken out that storage in the dark barracks as well, and then that way at least it would have been level pegging heading to the final attack, but it doesn't, because it does mean RPG won triple, and that is going to be literally it. It's unbelievable what we've seen from this war so far, but I just feel like every war with GXRS has been very, very entertaining. How a lot of these teams are really struggling against the defense of GXRS. I really feel like GXRS have been able to bring that factor with the defense, unlike any of the other teams we've seen so far in the ESL Mobile Challenge.
Yeah, they've certainly been the standout team with that, but have struggled on offense, you have to say. So it is Mech, ready to take advantage, and here we go. 3 stars for the win, 2 stars, pretty much, well, yeah, any 2-star and GHRS can still take it. It is as simple as that. Starting with the Archer Queen off to this right-hand side. Now, we've seen this a little bit more today, I would say, in terms of the P.E.K.K.A. Smash, but using the Queen Charge rather than the Grand Warden Walk. However, only just takes out the buildings in front of the Town Hall, then an early stab in with the P.E.K.K.A. He's got the Wall Wrecker waiting for that Town Hall, but remember, my first thought here is remember the attack from MCES earlier today where they did this exact thing and it was baited and they missed the Town Hall. Let's keep an eye on it.
Yeah, you're right as well. I completely forgot about that actually. As that center compartment, my goodness, it's just absolute chaos in there at the moment. But good use of the free spells, also the Blizzard there as well. And God, it's just so much happening here at the moment. I can hear the P.E.K.K.A. just literally just getting chopped away. Another one goes down as he was trying to head towards the north. But look at this, and that left-hand side compartment, looking to take down the Eagle Artillery there, but still has quite a lot to deal with, especially with that multi-bear on the right-hand side and the scanner shot laid it on. But we'll see so far as the RC and the Queen still both have their ability, even though Queen's almost taken down, but the RC still got plenty of HP. And you rightly said as well, as long as the RC is there to play to take out everything along the end of this segment, then it should be perfectly fine. But saying that though, most of the units have been running out, but as long as the Queen and the RC does stay alive to at least putting the best percentage down possible, it should be okay. But the RC looking to try and stay alive for long as possible. The ability will be popped eventually. The Queen has already popped hers earlier on, trying to stay alive, and looks like the Archer Town cannon could at least take it down. I think it's too much DPS. Yes, it is, and the RC still has the ability, but just looking to try and stay alive with a minute left remaining.
He was trying his best to hold on to the Royal Champion ability so that he could ping through the Archer Tower and the cannons, make sure that he could get to the major point defense. And there you have it. Mech will be bringing home the 3 stars and the victory for Reported Gaming. It was an incredible fight by GHRest. They really managed to come back well after that early slip, but not quite enough for this one. Reported Gaming will be slightly moving up that leaderboard. GHRest were looking good after the victory against alternate attacks, maybe even climbing quite significantly up the leaderboard. But unfortunately, it's not meant to be.
No, it's not. I kind of feel bad for them, really. Like, I know we predicted the RPG anyway, but I'd love to see an upset. And for GHRest to at least be able to contend with the rest of the pack now, it would have been a nice way to close out the day, and at least that way they could feel fresh, knowing that they're level pecking with everyone else, and everyone's at like pretty much a certain stage where everyone's the same across the board, maybe one match in hand, and that's literally about it. But it put on a fabulous performance. But you're right, it's just their attacks letting them down a little bit here and there. We've seen it on a number of occasions. I think definitely the main talking point so far. It's nice to have one better of the other, but if you don't have both, this is what can happen really along the lines. You may be able to create these opportunities, but if you can't take them, it's not going to be very cost effective in the long run, as sadly for GHRS they are going to lose out, as it will be Checo once again being the final attacker. It was the final attacker earlier on against ATN to confirm their little scuffle earlier on, but it's going to be kicking things off by taking out everything there in that 3 o'clock compartment. But of course the Queen pushing into the Eagle Artillery as well. A nice little early start here for Checo.
Yeah, looking pretty good, and I like the use of that rocket balloon, actually, just pinging across the base and gets that grounded expo, which is huge. The amount of damage that relieves from the Archer Queen in this charge is massive. And look at the rocket balloons to the bottom. Takes out the air defense, but also a bunch of seeking air mines, which is awesome because it means the healers would never get hit by the air defense, but also it just forces the Archer Queen that much quicker in towards where he needs her to go.
Still the aggression continues here. We'll have to deal with a couple of rocket loons there, as the Queen's just going to stand guard in that rage spell, as they will be cleaned up eventually. He's only got 1 freeze spell, so it looks like he will be trying to save that for later on. He don't want to use it just on 2 rocket loons because he probably feels like he can get a lot more value of it later on, which is perfectly understandable. They do have the Dragon Riders with the Warden and the RC as well coming up trumps just to push into the south side from the north. The RC going straight out for the AD as well, and will be in the front line to try and keep a nice, secure, safe path here for these Dragon Riders. And he does have a healing spell as well as that freeze spell for later on, just depending on how and when he wants to try and use this. Is Checo now looking to continue for that path here. The multi in the sensor needs to be taken down as soon as possible, but sadly those Dragon Riders are a little bit distracted there with these Teslas, but the Warden's going to make a start on it anyway. Dragon Riders will be able to get there in time, as one of them is actually pretty weak and still have to deal with for some of these traps as well. But the Tanner has also been taken down. The Stone Slammer is actually still alive at this point. No defense left. It looks like it will be a 3-star. I don't want to say I'm happy for him or I feel sad for him in the same time, just due to the fact that it definitely could have gone their way if there was a slip up there from the likes of RPG, but sadly it's not the case. But end of the day though, they do have a clean finish to this war, even if they come out with the L, and it will be a 13 all-star matchup. So it only came down to that very, very small percentage between the two, as Reported Gaming will come out on top by a measly 0.4%.
2 buildings decides the entire war. Can you believe that? So unfortunate for GHRS, and what a way to finish off the war. That attack was very impressive. He healed the healers, by the way, in order to keep the Queen alive. Just wanted to point that out because the multi-inferno was on the healers and he knew he needed the Queen to get the town hall. So really good choices in terms of that attack, but RPG showing their offensive power. Wow, that could have been if GHRS had have moved into this day thinking they could have won both of the matches, whilst they would have liked that, would they realistically have thought we're definitely going to win both of these matches? They were that close.
They really were, but we said it even before this even started. Once RPG become, they have a good start to the day, they end it on a good day as well. So it's like, literally, if they start on a good note, they finish on a good note. If they start on a bad day, normally it follows through to the next match as well, doesn't it? So when we saw RPG do win the last war earlier on, we were just like, okay, depends on GHRS what they can bring, but God, I must say, their defense has been really, really solid and, really creative as well. And it just shows that ATN and Robotic Game, some of the best attackers out of those two teams, really had to put on a fight or a good go at to try and take down these bases. But it's been very, very difficult for them. But again, it's nice to see the organisation and the structures come out here from GHRS. So shout out to the base builders, really. It's really shows how creative they've been across the board, especially today. It was a key example. But when we see the standings later on, it's going to be very exciting to see how things will go out. But I must say for GHRS, though, they still have a chance to qualify. It's slim, but it's not out as of yet, as they can still make it with 6 losses, considering how close it is across the board.
Yeah, well, I guess they're 6 now, won't they? And if they had have gone to 4 and 5, I think they'd have been kind of mid-table-ish. They would have certainly been in that realm because, again, you think Alternate Attacks were the only team that had 5 wins, but they, lost today. So
Lost both.
they don't progress at all. In fact, it's only been the other teams catching them up and just making everything so much closer. And to be honest with you, I cannot wait to see the leaderboard. It really just builds up the anticipation. But a bit of a recap for everybody. We did have Badzinger taking the first matchup against Entropy Gaming. 1 and done for Badzinger. That was their only matchup. MCES beating Time to Throw before Entropy Gaming bounced back to take down current world champions Alternate Attacks Lethal.
I was going to say, let's just pick out the upsets and talk about it a little bit, but it's what, 5 out of 7 of matches were upsets, and I think it will come with our predictions. Let's have a look at our predictions anyway. They are absolutely horrendous, but we're going to take a look at them anyway. There we have it. So the audience smashed this out of the park. If you combine all of our predictions combined, we would just barely beat the audience. Maybe the audience chat should just do the show instead of us. I don't know, but yeah, B with 1, me and you with 2. Yeah, it's been an awful day for us, but we tried, didn't we? We tried, but it shows how close the competition is.
Well, I backed Alternate Attacks in Time to Throw, and they certainly didn't really help too much, did they? So, I mean, if I do what I said I'm going to do next week and just do my predictions, but then submit the opposite, I'd have been 5 out of 7. Yeah. I mean, maybe it will work. That is how close it is. Yeah. It's really too close to call. You can't pick the winners. And I think overall, I'm only on 7 out of the last 3 play days that we've done this. So that gives you a percentage.
Yeah, I think we've all done bad. I think we'll just we'll just put it that way. Let's have a look at the standing. This is what we've been waiting for so far. We know it's actually even closer than it was in previous weeks, but we'll get up for you once it's all set and ready for you guys at home. But, you know, let's talk about the day in general. What have you noticed so far in terms of compositions, people's attacks and defense? We've noticed that the diversity of the army so far in terms of the compositions has been, you know, a lot less diverse in comparison. We've seen a lot of people, even likes of Time to Throw, but normally rely on Dragon Riders heavily. We haven't really seen as much of that anymore. And it's weird that things have changed so much over just such a short period of time.
Yeah, it is. And I think, I'll be honest, I was expecting to see a lot less Dragon Riders than, you know, prior to the update, but we still see them pretty significantly, actually, which is good. I don't want the Dragon Riders to go anywhere. They're a very popular attack strategy that people like to use. They have their use case. I just didn't quite expect we would see them as much. So we are still seeing a lot of air, but I will say it's nice to see some other ground attacks in there, even though the P.E.K.K.A. Smash still is the most popular. That's kind of the only ground attack we used to see, other than the odd Hog Rider attack, whereas now we see quite a few Hog Rider attacks, quite a few hybrid attacks, so it's good to see a little bit of a mix. But all in all, I think the last couple of play days, Lalo has been the main factor. There's a, you know, when we show the stats at the start in terms of the different types of attacks, there's a lot of different types of Lalo. Sui, Blizzard Lalo, Zap Lalo, and they tend to get broken into different ones as well. So I think overall Lalo has been most prevalent the last couple of days.
Definitely. MCES showed that as well previously. And here we go. Look at the standings so far. So Badzinger at the moment currently first at 5 and 3, but do take note that they do have a match in hand. Carnage Gaming also have a match in hand, mind you. So if they win their next matchup, it will be a 4-way tie for second place here. And Time to Throw, they're only behind by 1 loss, and I still think they're one of the better teams coming out of it. And the fact that they can definitely bring I've completely forgot MCS as well. They're sitting there in 7th place, and they'll talk about how great they're feeling, but at the same time, surely there's going to be a tiebreak at some point. But we'll mention again, GH Resto are still in it for the running. They just can't take any more losses over the next 3 play days. And if they do what they did against ATN earlier on against a lot of these other matches, then I don't see why they can't do it again. It's just going to be very problematic for them in the long run if I do take one more loss over the next few play days.
Yeah, and when you look at that, the main thing that points out to me is GH Rest, if they'd have won that last matchup, they would have been joint 4th. That would have been from 4th place all the way down. So, wow, that is how close it is.
One win between 8 of them.
I mean, wow. It's going to be such an exciting couple of days ahead. Obviously, we have the play date on Thursday and then one more week. The fact that it's still too close to call really just means that the wars are going to be even more exciting and even more meaningful as we close through.
Yeah, we apologise to everyone at home for the repetition, but it is what it is, set in stone. You know, these are the stats, these are the standings, and it's really difficult to separate all these teams as the top tier teams look against the lower tier teams, vice versa, left, right, and centre. All these analogies you can think of is absolutely balmy to say the least. But for now, that's us all done and dusted. We'll be back on Thursday. Thanks to Judo, thanks to Lady B, thanks to everyone in production, and thanks to you guys at home for watching. As we'll be back same time, same place on Thursday.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking calls. Want your credibility and all, fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no feeling when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking calls. Want your credibility and all, fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.